Chapter 217. Archery competition. Ma Bai's expression was a bit ugly. How could he be in a good mood after being evaluated by the goddess in his heart? Of course, he naturally wouldn't blame Qin Xiaolan. All of his anger fell on Lin Ling. He was just about to speak when Lin Ling smiled faintly. Looks like you're very jealous of me. Unfortunately, your words are useless. Xiaolan naturally has her reasons for liking me. However, instead of working hard, you slandered others in exchange for Xiaolan's liking. I have to say, this is quite ugly. You. Ma Bai's expression became even uglier. This youth clearly didn't have any martial arts skills, but he preached with a calm expression. This undoubtedly made him feel a deep sense of humiliation. The men of the prairie never flaunt their strength of speech. If you have the ability, then compete with me. Otherwise, you'd better obediently leave martial arts master Qin. Ma Bai said angrily. Everyone knows that I don't have any martial arts skills, but you want to compete with my weakness with your strength. It looks like your temperament is indeed, as Xiaolan said, very narrow-minded. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. Ma Bai became even angrier and roared, if you're a man, then accept the challenge. Provocation is useless against me. However, I'm just bored, so I'll play with you. Lin Ling shrugged. The other party's temperament was not only narrow-minded, but also became angry from embarrassment with just a few words. He lacked composure. This kind of person wouldn't be able to walk far on the path of martial arts. What was laughable was that this kind of person actually had the nerve to open his mouth and compete with him. Fine, don't say that I'm bullying you. Let's compete in archery. This way, you won't be injured. Ma Bai smiled faintly. He was most afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't agree. Now that Lin Ling agreed, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer a crushing defeat and lose face in front of Qin Xiaolan. Although I haven't played with archery before, what's so difficult about something children play with? Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked out. Qin Xiaolan also smiled helplessly and didn't stop him. She knew that no matter what they competed with, no one here was a match for Lin Ling. In fact, no one in the entire Masha city was a match for Lin Ling. It's just a child's play. Is he trying to make me laugh to death? The profundity of archery is not something that an ignorant fellow like him can understand. Martial arts master Ma is a famous archer. He once killed 30 wild wolves in one day. How dare he compete with him? You are courting death. Martial master Ma, let him lose all his face. They had already witnessed Ma Bai's archery skills. No one in the entire Masha city could match him. He was their idol. But now, this guy who had no martial strength actually dared to accept the challenge. Moreover, he didn't even put archery skills in his eyes. His arrogance made them want to laugh. I can't be bothered to say anything to such an ignorant person. Ma Bai was very satisfied with the voices of the surrounding youths. He slowly walked out and took out a bow. Then, he slowly pulled the bowstring and aimed the arrow at the target 500 meters away. Archery requires talent and perseverance. Not everyone can learn it. Whoosh! After he calmly shouted, the arrow shot out and hit the bull's eye. Amazing, as expected of martial master Ma. The surrounding youths were stunned at first. Then, they burst into cheers of admiration. Ma Bai shook his head. He seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with his arrow, although it hit the bull's eye, it was off by a centimeter. It's a little different from what I expected. Martial master Ma, you are striving for perfection. Hitting the bull's eye 500 meters away, the wind direction and temperature will also affect it. It's normal for it to be off by a centimeter. Many youths said. For them, hitting the target was already very good, let alone hitting the bull's eye. Ma Bai helplessly shook his head. Then, he handed the bow to Lin Ling. I have been learning archery since I was a child, so I won't bully you. If you can hit the bullseye within 3 arrows, you win. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He took the bow, then waved it. He took out an arrow from the side, pulled the bow fully, and aimed the arrow at the target 500 meters away. Look at his posture. He is actually standing casually instead of standing like a pine tree. One look and I can tell that he is a newbie. He's going to lose for sure. It's better to just admit defeat. Looking at Lin Ling's posture, some youths who often shot arrows burst into laughter. With their eyesight, it was definitely Lin Ling's first time using a bow. Indeed, it was Lin Ling's first time using a bow, so he was also familiarizing himself with it. Xiao! The arrow was shot out and disappeared into the horizon. After a moment of silence, the laughter became even more rampant. That arrow didn't even hit the target, let alone the bullseye. He dared to make a fool of himself with this kind of archery skill. Even Ma Bai sneered a few times. He seemed to have seen the hope of victory. In his mind, he was thinking about how to deal a blow to this youth and make him lose face. After Martial Master Qin saw this, he would definitely lose interest in this youth. The mockery from all around made Lin Ling shrug helplessly. He turned his head to look at Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan's beautiful face still had a smile, as if she was not worried at all. She also shrugged her shoulders at Lin Ling. It's my first time, so I'm really not familiar with it. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling began to prepare for the second arrow. With the experience of the first arrow, he also had a preliminary understanding of the bow. As for hitting the bullseye, with his powerful soul force, he was not afraid of this at all. For the second arrow, his posture was still not accurate, making many people laugh again. Xiao! The arrow was like a meteor, streaking across the sky. Then, with a puff, it steadily hit the bullseye 500 meters away. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The laughter suddenly disappeared. Everyone stared at the bullseye. The dazzling appearance of that arrow made them feel like ducks being grabbed by the neck, unable to say a word. The second arrow hit the bullseye. How is this possible? This is luck, it must be luck. Luck. Ma Bai also widened his eyes in disbelief. However, his words made many people react. That's right, it must be luck, because that youth did not even know how to hold a bow. How could he hit the bullseye? The previous arrow doesn't count, that was luck. Ma Bai shook his head and said. Didn't you say that if I hit the bullseye within 3 arrows, it would be my win? Hee, martial artist Ma, you are somewhat shameless. Lin Ling did not even look at Ma Bai. His words were full of ridicule. Ma Bai's face suddenly turned ugly. When he was about to speak, he heard Lin Ling lightly said, but I am already used to your shamelessness. The third arrow is the third arrow. All right. Then, without looking at the bullseye, he raised his hand and shot an arrow. He did not even need time to prepare. The whole movement was like moving clouds and flowing water, completed in one breath. Puff! In the distance, the bullseye slightly shook. The third arrow hit the bullseye again. This is so powerful. Wow! All the youths swallowed their saliva, unable to believe it. Sorry, I relied on luck again to hit the bullseye, so I won. Lin Ling helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Ma Bai was still looking at the bullseye in the distance, his eyes wide open. Luck? This was still luck. This youth smoothly shot an arrow and hit the bullseye. This was not luck at all. Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to his surprise, turned around and left. Stop, you are not a novice at all, you have already learned archery. The previous one does not count, because I underestimated you. Next, I will use my true ability, and fight with you with the reputation of a prairie man. Puff! Chapter 218. Astounding plaza, alas, it's so troublesome. Are all the men of the prairie so long-winded that they won't admit defeat? Lin Ling stopped and frowned. This time, the surrounding youths did not say anything. It had to be said that they also felt that Ma Bai lacked some of the courage of a man of the Great Prairie. Ma Bai glared at Lin Ling. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Because of Lin Ling's words, the surrounding students looked at him differently. In archery, there is no single archery skill. Let's fight, I'll go first. Not giving Lin Ling any more time to speak, Ma Bai held the bow and arrow in his hand and calmed his mind. A moment later, 4 whooshing sounds were heard. 4 arrows shot out like meteors and connected with each other. In the next moment, they hit the bullseye. All 4 arrows hit the bullseye. The bullseye was pierced. 4 consecutive shots. Seeing this scene, the surrounding youths gasped. That was the archery that was famous in the prairie. They looked at Ma Bai with eyes full of awe. Although Ma Bai was somewhat shameless, his archery was indeed impressive. Ma Bai exhaled lightly. He looked at the bull's eye in the distance and nodded. He was very satisfied with the result this time. Your turn. Ma Yi handed the bow and arrow to Lin Ling, his expression showing contempt. Lin Ling might know a bit of archery, but that was it. At most, he could hit the bullseye from 500 meters away. But in terms of perfection, how could he compare to a godly archer like himself? Everyone looked at Lin Ling and thought the same in their hearts. Lin Ling helplessly took the arrow and then took out another arrow from the side. However, he didn't shoot it. Instead, he calmly looked ahead as if he was thinking about something. There's no need to look. Your archery skills are no match for mine. Ma Bai said proudly at the side. Is that so? A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face, and he stopped thinking. He pulled the bow with his right hand and held the arrow with his left hand. Without even looking, he shot 4 arrows into the sky. The whole process was swift and decisive, and it was done in one go. It had to be said that this kind of shooting was more pleasing to the eye than Ma Bai's shooting. Even Qin Shaolon looked at it a few more times. Archery isn't dancing. No matter how beautiful the movements are, it's useless. What are you shooting? Shoot the air. Ha, I knew it. You're only good looks. Ma Bai frowned, but quickly said sarcastically. Bang! At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and smashed into the yellow earth square, causing everyone's hearts to thump. Then, they looked carefully. It was an oriole the size of a palm. At this moment, the oriole was shot by an arrow. Obviously, it was shot by Lin Ling. The oriole sparrow has always flown high, and its speed is fast. Aside from the night ghost eagle of the Great Prairie, it has no natural enemy, yet he actually shot it down. The surrounding youths cried out in surprise. Ma Bai was also very surprised, but he still snorted. You only shot 1 bird. Although it's hard to hit a bird, it's not like no one on the prairie has succeeded. Bang! At this moment, another black shadow fell down. Everyone looked carefully and saw that an arrow had pierced through 2 cloud sparrows. Chee! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone was also a famous archery skill of the prairie. Most importantly, it hit the small and fast cloud sparrows. Now, everyone was speechless. Even Ma Bai's face was a bit pale. Bang! The 3rd arrow fell from the sky. The result appeared again. 1 arrow hit 3 cloud sparrows. This was 3 consecutive star arrows. The youths were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Bang! The last arrow fell. But this arrow was a bit strange. It looked empty. Okay, it's time to eat. Let's go. Lin Ling threw the bow and arrow. He didn't want to say anything more. Holding Qin Xiaolan's hand, he left. The yellow earth square was still silent, but Lin Ling had shown his superb archery skills before, so the best arrow was empty. The youths didn't quite believe it. Someone ran over and picked up the arrow to take a look. Then, his heart trembled violently. He saw a bug stuck in the sharp end of the arrow. It was a thumb-sized 1,000-winged bug. This bug flew higher than the cloud sparrows and was smaller. Yet, it was still shot down by Lin Ling. At this moment, it was clear who won and who lost. Lin Ling, so powerful. After a moment of silence, the youths sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked. This was the youth they thought had no martial arts skills. How is this possible? Ma Bai's face was extremely ferocious. He roared unwillingly. Although no one was laughing at him, he knew that in the hearts of these youths, his status had plummeted. He was no longer a martial master, but a defeated general. Today, he lost a lot of face. Lin Ling, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know that in Ma Sha City, there are some people you can't provoke. Ma Bai's face was filled with killing intent. He snorted coldly and left the yellow earth square. After a long time, he returned to his home. A man was sitting on the ground, roasting barbecued meat unique to the prairie. He was drinking wine and talking with others with a smile. Father. Ma Bai walked over, his face extremely ugly. Oh, Ma Bai, your face is very ugly. Who provoked you? Did you get bullied in the martial hall? I said, if you like the girl, just bring her back. Why do you have to win her heart? The man stood up and shook his head. The people beside him also echoed, in the night demon prairie, women are subdued by force. Take her back and cook the rice. She won't be able to refuse. Moreover, you're the son of the Ma Sha City Lord. That girl following you is her blessing. They were all very clear about Ma Bai's matters. Ma Bai's face was still ugly. He spoke of today's matters. He felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. He was the son of a city lord. In order to pursue a girl, he had put down his pride and approached her. This was a great gift to that girl, but who would have thought that the girl would not appreciate it? Moreover, a nameless youth had opposed him, causing him to lose face. That youth was simply courting death. He didn't know that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. You've got guts, even daring to provoke my son. Ma Bai, you don't need to worry about this matter. Father will decide for you. I want to see who in Ma Sha City dares to provoke my mama. Humph, in the night demon prairie, besides the demon god night sky demon, my mama has never been afraid of anyone. The man called Mama domineeringly said, his body emitting a powerful aura. Ma Bai nodded. In order to pursue Qin Shaolan, he didn't plan on doing anything useless. He would directly use force. Moreover, he also wanted to know what kind of regretful expression that youth would have when he found out that he was the son of the city lord. Perhaps he would kneel down and beg for mercy, saying that he had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Unfortunately, it was too late for regret. On the other side, after Lin Ling and Qin Shaolan had finished eating, Lin Ling began to cultivate as usual. At present, the time for him to successfully condense his spirit chi seed was getting closer and closer. He was also looking forward to what kind of cultivation method he would find after he reached the earth spirit realm and opened the blazing flame method. Chapter 219. Get on the wrong side of the line. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a strange feeling spread throughout his body, causing Lin Ling to be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he began to laugh joyfully. The spiritual energy seed had finally condensed. Xiaolan, I'm about to break through. Protect me. After hurriedly explaining, Lin Ling entered a state of cultivation. At the same time, the chaotic spiritual energy within his dantian began to crazily revolve, pouring into a single point. At this moment, his dantian underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Early the next morning, the sun rose and shone warmly on the prairie. Musha City was still as lively as before. Various stalls had already been set up in the streets and alleys. The city lord is out. Everyone, get out of the way. At this moment, angry shouts came from the street. A large number of people walked down the street with surging baleful auras, causing everyone on the street to make way for them with terrified expressions. It's the city lord. Everyone from the city lord's mansion has been mobilized. It seems like something big has happened. I wonder who offended the city lord. The passers-by discussed animatedly, but they didn't dare to get close. They watched the show from afar. In a place like Musha City, the city lord's mansion was equivalent to a king. No one dared to provoke them. A large group of people walked towards a small courtyard. Soon after, they surrounded the small courtyard so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. This made the people who were watching from afar realize that it was the young man who had set up the stall. That young man was very unlucky. Although he was easy to provoke, he had provoked the people from the city lord's residence. Qin Xiaolan had already woken up and was currently busy. Today, she didn't go to the martial hall to teach because she knew that Lin Ling had reached a critical moment. At this moment, with a bang, the door to the small courtyard was kicked open. Several figures walked in, and Qin Xiaolan naturally recognized one of them. Who else could it be but Ma Bai? Hee, Martial Master Qin, you didn't expect me to come knocking on your door, did you? Seeing Qin Xiaolan again, Ma Bai was no longer as polite and courteous as he usually was. He shed all pretense of cordiality and revealed his original appearance. He smiled proudly and said, I came here today for only one purpose. 1. To take you away. 2. To make that Lin Ling regret provoking me. His voice was filled with dominance and smugness, as if he was the most powerful being in the world. It was as if he wanted to see Qin Xiaolan's terrified expression. Behind him, the city lord and the others coldly smiled as they silently watched. Ma Bai, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. No wonder Lin Ling wanted me to stay away from you. It seems that his judgment was not wrong. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaolan was not frightened. Instead, she stared coldly at Ma Bai. However, you said that Lin Ling regrets provoking you. Have you never thought that you've offended the wrong person? She was really speechless about the ignorance of people like Lin Ling. They thought that they could cover the sky with their hands and simply didn't know how big the outside world was. Moreover, she and Lin Ling had only spent some time in Musha City and would leave soon. Who would have thought that this kind of low-key behavior would make people think that Lin Ling was just an ordinary teenager? This is too funny. My son offended the wrong person. You're the only one in the entire Night Devil Prairie who dares to speak to us like that. City Lord Ma Bai couldn't help but laugh. He had fought hundreds of battles, big and small. This was the first time he heard someone say that they had offended the wrong person. Moreover, it was a young girl in her prime. It was simply a joke. Very arrogant. You're just the city lord of Musha City. I don't understand where your arrogance comes from. How do you know how big the Night Devil Prairie is? Let's not talk about other things. Do you know the Qin family? If that family was in Musha City, your city lord's mansion would be nothing. Qin Xiaolan's eyes were filled with disdain. She looked down on people who thought too highly of themselves from the bottom of her heart. She sneered and said, Do you know Demonic Mountain? Hee, if you were in Demonic Mountain, perhaps you would just be an ordinary small fry. City Lord Ma Bai and the others' faces suddenly became ugly. The people and forces that Qin Xiaolan spoke of were naturally not people they could provoke. However, Qin Xiaolan's words struck their pride and immediately made them feel very uncomfortable. A mere martial master had the qualifications to be arrogant. No matter what, in Ma Sha City, I am the heavens. That's enough. I am an existence that you can't provoke. That's enough. Men, catch this woman. Ma Bai shouted. Shameless. Qin Xiaolan scolded disdainfully. The spirit energy on the surface of her body surged and her body rushed forward. Just you. Ma Bai's people were all in the martial spirit realm. Although Qin Xiaolan's strength was not bad, she was too young. 1 against 3, after some time, she was somewhat unable to hold on and was quickly caught. Ma Bai's face revealed a lecherous expression and he smiled slightly. I said that you provoked someone you can't provoke, but you didn't believe me. Now, do you have anything to say? As he spoke, he walked step by step towards Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan's beautiful face was without fear. She only revealed a cold smile. That smile seemed to be mocking the ignorance of this group of ants. She has nothing to say because she disdains to say more. In that case, I will say it for her. You have indeed provoked someone you can't provoke. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded from within the room. Hearing this voice, everyone frowned slightly. Qin Xiaolan, on the other hand, smiled knowingly. Lin Ling had finally succeeded in breaking through. In the yellow house, the animal skin curtain was lifted and a handsome young man walked out indifferently. His aura was calm and he looked at everyone with a cold smile. It's you. Hee hee, I thought you would run away. I didn't expect you to dare to come out. Looking at the young man, Ma Bai was stunned at first, then he shook his head in disdain. Behind him, Ma Bai and the others coldly looked at Lin Ling. Among them, Ma Bai's eyes revealed a murderous intent. You are the one who provoked my son. You really have guts. You are unlucky to meet me today. Is that so? Unfortunately, not only did I provoke your son, I also killed him. The young man was Lin Ling. He had a cold smile on his face. He stretched out his right hand and a powerful aura erupted at this moment. A soaring flame filled the sky. In the next moment, a flame chain tied up Lin Ling and then pulled him to Lin Ling's side. How dare you? Ma Bai and the others shouted, and they were very surprised. The young man was ordinary at first, but after his aura erupted, it was a kind of strength that they could not see through. It was as fierce as a flame. You just lost a bow and arrow, and you immediately want to kill me to silence me. What's the use of keeping such a person? Lin Ling did not care about the anger of Ma Bai and the others. Instead, he looked at Ma Bai and said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, the flame chain burned Ma Bai's legs. You said I provoked someone I can't provoke. Today, I will let you see who you can't provoke. Throwing Ma Bai to the side, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. The flames on his body were boiling. He looked at Ma Bai and the others and said, attack together, so that I don't have to deal with you one by one. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Although Ma Bai and the others were surprised by Lin Ling's aura, Lin Ling was just a young man. How could they give in to Lin Ling? After all, they were the city lord's mansion. They did not believe that this young man was strong. Go. Chapter 220. Leave, there are so few of you. You don't even want me to use any of my strength. Lin Ling's face was calm and indifferent. He flicked his finger and several small flames shot out. They seemed small, but when they landed on those people, they exploded into a terrifying fire and burned them to ashes. In just one move, several martial spirit realm experts had fallen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man seemed to be stronger than they imagined. Who are you? Ma Ma was worthy of being a hero of his generation. He calmed down in an instant. I said that I'm someone you can't mess with. I'm just a small city lord. Do you think I'm stronger than Demonic Mountain? Lin Ling looked at Ma Ma with disdain. You're from Demonic Mountain. Who is Lord Night Sky Demon to you? Ma Ma suddenly thought of something. What is Night Sky Demon? Is he qualified to call me Lord? He already died in my hands. Is he qualified to be above me? Lin Ling said indifferently. Ma Ma sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. The news of Lord Night Sky Demon's death had spread throughout the Night Demon Prairie. He naturally knew, but he didn't expect that the person who killed Night Sky Demon was this young man. And he wanted to settle accounts with this young man, thinking that the young man had provoked someone he couldn't mess with. But now, unless he was an idiot, he already knew who he couldn't afford to offend. Wait, Mama hurriedly opened his mouth. He was begging for mercy. When he said this, he stared at his son with resentment. His son had provoked such a terrifying existence. Did he want the entire city lord's mansion to be wiped out? It's too late. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police? Lin Ling smiled faintly. He remembered a popular phrase in the last world. Then, his eyes turned cold. Several flames shot out from his hand and burned the city lord Mama to ashes. At present, he had reached the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. He could even defeat a mid-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert, not to mention a few small martial Spirit Realm experts. The whole process seemed slow, but in reality, it only took an incense stick's worth of time. Ma Bai looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He felt like he was dreaming. Not long ago, he and his father had come to denounce him with a punitive force. But in the next moment, they were all wiped out. He had offended someone he shouldn't have. This young man was the Lin Ling that he had always disdained. No wonder Qin Xiaolan had said that he was no match for Lin Ling. From the looks of it, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Now, do you still have the confidence to say that I've provoked someone I shouldn't have? Turning his head, Lin Ling looked at Ma Bai indifferently. Ma Bai's face showed a look of regret, his heart thumping. He quickly said, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare my life, I will leave here immediately, leave Masha City, and never provoke you again. Some things are wrong, and there's no medicine for regret in this world. Lin Ling shook his head and waved his right hand. A wisp of flame shot out, causing Ma Bai's eyes to widen. He suddenly hated himself to death. However, the flame was merciless and still burned Ma Bai to ashes. Lin Ling also turned to Qin Xiaolan with a faint smile. I've finally made a breakthrough. I can leave Masha City now. Qin Xiaolan also smiled and walked over, wrapping her arms around Lin Ling's. I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. Lin Ling nodded with a smile and looked into the distance. After reaching the Earth Spirit Realm, he had a lot of things to do. First, he had to deal with Yi Tianfan, who had chased after him. He hoped that Yi Tianfan didn't die in the beast tide. Let's go. Lin Ling left with Qin Xiaolan. His mind was occupied with matters of cultivation. Presently, a spirit chi seed had formed in his dantian, and it was extremely powerful. Moreover, a new page of the Flame Arts could also be opened. It recorded the method to grow the 7 blades of heavenly fire. Unlike the 9 underworld's heavenly flames, the growth of the 7 blades of skyfire didn't require pills. What it needed was the spirit seed of an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. He could use the spirit seed of an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator to continuously improve. This was even more convenient than the pills of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. Next, he felt that he should be walking on a path of constantly defeating his enemies. Cloud Sea City, I'm back. The Yi Clan City was located in the western desert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a famous clan in the Western Desert because the Yi clan had a deep foundation and came from ancient times. The current clan head, Yi Tianfan, had been in seclusion for many years and became famous overnight. It was said that he was highly valued by one of the major factions in the Cloud Sea City. Today was Yi Tianfan's wedding day, and the entire Yi clan city was bustling with noise and excitement. Yi Tianfan was 32 years old this year, and he had both martial strength and fame. He was the ideal husband for all the women in the Yi clan city. In order to marry Yi Tianfan, the Yi clan's threshold had been broken down countless times. In the end, Yi Tianfan chose a prodigy from an ancient aristocratic family, and it became a legend. "Guest, are you eating or staying?" Now that the city lord of the Yi clan is getting married, all the food and accommodation in the city are free. In a restaurant, the owner looked at the young man and young lady who walked in and was secretly surprised. This pair of newlyweds was a match made in heaven. The young lady was very pretty and had a youthful aura in her beauty. The young man was also young, handsome, and tall. Most importantly, he gave people a sense of calmness. "Hee, you've come at the right time. This Yi Tianfan is really rich." The young man looked up and down the restaurant, then smiled and said, "Then let's stay here." "Guest, please." The owner smiled and nodded. The two of them walked up the stairs to the second floor. They were Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan, who came from the Night Demon Grassland. They were here for Yi Tianfan. Lin Ling did not have any enmity with Yi Tianfan. However, Yi Tianfan was confident in his strength, so he killed Lin Ling casually. Other than proving his strength, he also gained the favor of Wang Hai Wang. This person was a mortal enemy, so Lin Ling naturally would not let him go. Early the next morning, Lin Ling went to a coffin shop in the city to buy a coffin, then disappeared without a trace. Today was also Yi Tianfan's wedding day. All the influential people in the Western Sand were here to give Yi Tianfan face. "Tianfan, even Master He is here. You're really important." Some of the elders of the Yi family were grinning from ear to ear. Before Yi Tianfan became powerful, their Yi family was just an ordinary force in the Western Sand. However, they had become a first-class force now. Even the lords that they used to look up to respectfully came to give gifts. This made the Yi family feel very proud. It's just Master He. How can he compare to the four kings? If he dares to not come to my wedding, I'll kill him. Yi Tianfan was wearing a groom's robe and spoke arrogantly. "All hail the family head." Everyone bowed respectfully. "The sects of the Western Sand Cloud Moon world are here to congratulate you on your wedding. They present 1,000-year-old knotweed and 1,000-year-old fire lotus. The Western Sand Sima family is here to congratulate you on your wedding. They present 10,000 spirit crystals and 50,000 kilograms of fine jade. The Yellow Blade Supremacy is here to congratulate you." In the vast Yi family, all the important figures came to visit. Chapter 221. A Wedding Gift. General Chen, under the command of King Wang Hai, is here to congratulate you on your wedding. Another important figure arrived, representing one of the four kings, King Wang Hai. After this person arrived, he immediately took out a summons, which was nothing more than a congratulatory speech from King Wang Hai. Everyone was even more surprised. It seemed like Yi Tianfan had become Wang Hai Wang's favorite. In the future, he would be able to achieve meteoric success. Yi Tianfan felt very proud and accepted all the gifts with a big smile. The bride and her family felt the same way. They felt that they had found a good family and had a strong backing. It's Brother Ye's wedding. How can I, Lin Ling, not come? I'll bring my congratulatory gifts. At this moment, a refreshing voice rang out, causing many people's eyes to flash. Lin Ling. What kind of person was this? How could he speak so arrogantly? Did he think that he was some big shot? Lin Ling. Yi Tianfan frowned as well. He kept trying to recall the name, but it seemed like there was no famous person in Western San named Lin Ling. However, the name Lin Ling seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Bang! At this moment, a pitch-black object fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground in the vast Yi residence. Many people looked over, and all of them stared at him with wide eyes. That gift was actually a coffin. What was this? Sending a coffin as a congratulatory gift on someone else's wedding, it was obvious that they were here to cause trouble and ruin their happy occasion. Brother Yi, you seem to be quite satisfied with my gift. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a figure walked in through the door. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked over. Only then did they realize that the uninvited fellow was a handsome young man. He was dead meat. That youth clearly knew that it was Lord Ye's wedding, yet he actually dared to send a coffin as a congratulatory gift. He was simply tired of living. How dare you? Who ordered you to do this? If you don't tell me, you won't be able to walk out of this courtyard today. A member of the Yi clan walked out furiously and pointed at Lin Ling, who instigated me. Do I need someone to order me around? Lin Ling looked at the man and shook his head. The coffin is a congratulatory gift because after today, Yi Tianfan will be sleeping in the coffin. This kid is so arrogant. Hearing those words, everyone gasped. That young man seemed to be here to kill Yi Tianfan. You're courting death. Those few Yi family people were even more furious. In front of so many big shots, this young man actually said that Yi family head was going to die today. This was simply a slap to their Yi family's face. They all rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even look at them and didn't do anything. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. Swoosh! Invisible flames appeared out of nowhere and burned those people to ashes. What a terrifying flame! The surrounding people were secretly surprised. That young man seemed to have come prepared. It's you. Yi Tianfan finally recognized Lin Ling and frowned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to still be alive. You recognized me. Seems like Lord Yi still has some impression of me. Today, I won't talk nonsense. I'm here for only one purpose, and that is to kill you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That day, you and I had no enmity between us, but you attacked me. Today, I'm here to settle this grudge. With just you. Let me tell you, I, Yi Tianfan, have killed so many people, but who dares to seek revenge on me? Yi Tianfan laughed mockingly. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent that day, so he naturally wouldn't take him seriously now. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here on your knees and I won't kill you today. After all, it's my wedding day and I don't want to see blood. Yi Tianfan said arrogantly. The surrounding people were relieved. Looking at Yi Tianfan's confident look, they knew that the young man would definitely die. However, to dare to cause trouble on Yi Tianfan's wedding day, that young man must have some guts. You seem very confident. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but you won't be the groom today. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. With a wave of his right hand, the resurgent sword appeared. The entire sword became dazzling and hot. He moved his body and rushed towards Yi Tianfan, slashing down with his sword. Lord Yi gave him a chance, but this young man doesn't know how to cherish it. He's overestimating himself. Many people shook their heads, thinking that Lin Ling was courting death and had missed the chance to leave alive. Yi Tianfan sneered. You weren't my opponent that day, but in just a short month, do you think you've become my opponent? He looked extremely confident. With one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out, it was as if he controlled the power of heaven and earth. A huge illusion of the 5 great mountains appeared in front of him. My wife, you don't have to worry. Once I've dealt with this nameless kid, I'll marry you again. Even as he displayed his martial arts, Yi Tianfan was still in the mood to talk to the people around him. Those who heard him were relieved. The enemy was attacking, but he was so relaxed. He was indeed Lord Yi. Swoosh. At the same time, the dazzling light sword slashed down. Swoosh. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the huge 5 great mountains was slashed in half. Moreover, the sword did not stop. It was so dazzling that it looked like it came from the horizon and slashed towards Yi Tianfan. What? Yi Tianfan's pupils constricted. He was extremely surprised. Mountain, come! He shouted anxiously. His body turned into a small mountain and forcibly blocked Lin Ling's slash. Even so, he was still sent flying by Lin Ling's sword. Rumble. Yi Tianfan's figure flew backward, piercing through several holes. Dust and dirt spread out in all directions. Lord Yi was sent flying. How is this possible? The surroundings were silent. Then, there was a wave of surprise. Yi Tianfan was confident of his strength and did not take the young man seriously. Even when the young man attacked, he took the time to talk to the people around him. However, the result was that he was sent flying by a single slash. Needless to say, this was extremely ironic. The favorite of Wang Hai King looks so arrogant. So arrogant that he can't even see himself clearly. Lin Ling kept his sword and stood there, mocking as he looked into the distance. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the distance. The house collapsed and a figure shot out. It was Yi Tianfan. At this moment, his groom's robe was in tatters. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he looked extremely pathetic. What a bold kid. How dare you sneak attack me? His face was extremely ferocious. Hee, sneak attack. Could you be any better at finding excuses? You didn't look like you were sneak attacked. You were just too arrogant. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled disdainfully. It was just a momentary mistake. Next, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Tianfan was even more furious. Spiritual qi rolled around his body and his innate spiritual body was activated. It turned into a giant palm and slammed down on Lin Ling. Mid-earthly spirit realm. What a terrifying aura. It seems that Lord Yi did not use his full strength just now. Many people were secretly surprised. To them, an earthly spirit realm cultivator was like a god in the distant sky. Are you the only one in the earthly spirit realm? Lin Ling's eyes were indifferent. He was still calm in the face of the giant palm. It's enough to kill you. Yi Tianfan's cold laughter came along with the giant palm in the sky. Is that so? Go back. Chapter 222. The fallen Yi family. The sword didn't seem powerful and looked ordinary, but the sword was dazzling. This was the characteristic of the 7 blades of Skyfire. It was like a laser, but its power couldn't be underestimated. Swoosh! The sword seemed to be able to cut through anything. The giant palm in the sky was split into 2, and a large amount of dirt and stones fell from the sky. You only have a little bit of strength, but you're so arrogant and want to kill people as you wish. If others are stronger than you, they can also kill you as they wish. Swoosh! Lin Ling took a step forward, and the sword in his hand became even more dazzling. After he reached the Earth Spirit Realm, the power of the 7 blades of Skyfire had increased by several times. 7 blades of sword. Swoosh! He swung the sword. The sword also looked ordinary and didn't have any mysterious laws, but it was a slash formed by the 7 blades of Skyfire. Swoosh! The sword light was as dazzling as the sun, and it was so fast that Yi Tianfan narrowed his eyes. He kept retreating and tried to block the sword. However, in the next moment, with a swoosh, his arm was chopped off. "You're not an ordinary Earth Spirit Realm cultivator." Swoosh. Yi Tianfan was shocked. His opponent's sword was too sharp, and he couldn't block it at all. "Yes, my innate spirit body is the 9th grade 7 blades of skyfire," Lin Ling said calmly, and like a peerless sword god, he walked towards Yi Tianfan step by step. 9th grade. Swoosh. The crowd was shocked. Such a terrifying innate spirit body had appeared in a young man's body. Even Yi Tianfan sucked in a breath of cold air. His innate spirit body was only at the 7th grade, but it was enough for him to reign supreme in Western Sand. Who knew that his opponent was actually at the 9th grade? Lin Ling, are all the young men from Cloud Sea City so terrifying? Swoosh. At this moment, Yi Tianfan was a little scared. He wasn't afraid when his opponent was still weak, but after he grew up, he was much stronger than him. "Alright, I've said my last words. It's time to die." Swoosh. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted, making him as dazzling as the sun. His body disappeared in the light, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Yi Tianfan. He stretched out one hand and a chain formed from the 7 blades of skyfire bound Yi Tianfan. At the same time, the spiritual chi seed in Yi Tianfan's energy center was being absorbed by the 7 blades of skyfire. This was the new cultivation method of the blazing flame art. "No, my cultivation!" Yi Tianfan screamed in horror. Currently, all his pride and status were brought about by his cultivation. But now, all his pride was being absorbed by this terrifying young man, causing his cultivation to plummet. Without his cultivation realm, he would return to his original state. He was used to being high and mighty and being the center of attention. How could he accept the situation of becoming a cripple? At this moment, he suddenly regretted it. Back then, when he was chasing after Lin Ling, there was no need for him to do so, because Wang Haiwang did not give him a mission to kill Lin Ling. However, after hearing Zhang Yixiao's words, he felt that killing Lin Ling would give him a greater sense of honor and accomplishment, so he took action. But who knew that he would bring trouble to himself? He didn't kill Lin Ling, but instead allowed Lin Ling to grow. Now, he was back to kill him. A single wrong move had caused everything he had gained to go down the drain. In the courtyard, everyone held their breaths and didn't dare to breathe loudly. In their eyes, they could only see a dazzling light and then nothing else. Plop. After an unknown period of time, a sound rang out, causing everyone to wake up from their panic. They looked carefully and saw that the coffin that the young man brought earlier had a person thrown into it. Looking carefully, it was Yi Tianfan. But at this moment, Yi Tianfan had aged a lot in an instant. It was as if his cultivation had been sucked away. He was lying in the coffin and no one knew if he was dead or alive. But even if he was alive, he was now a cripple and probably couldn't escape death. Yi Tianfan was arrogant. After his strength increased, he looked down on everyone and offended countless people. Now that he was a cripple, how could his old enemies let him go? "Hee, Lord Yi, I'll drink your wedding wine first," Yi Tianfan said. Everyone turned their heads again and saw a young man walking out of the broken hall with a cup of wine in his hand. He drank calmly and walked away step by step. "Wait, what did you do to Lord Yi?" Yi Tianfan asked. The Yi family members were shocked, but an old man who seemed to be of high seniority shouted angrily. He was very unwilling. The Yi family was about to rise, but just as they were about to become famous in Western Sand, they fell again. All of this was caused by that young man. "Kill him," Yi Tianfan said. Lin Ling said without turning his head. You've destroyed our Yi family's hope." The old man roared angrily. Is that so? But when he killed me, why didn't you come out to stop him? Lin Ling continued walking forward and threw away the wine cup in his hand. The old man's seniority in the Yi family was obviously not low. He was a grand elder, so after hearing Lin Ling's words, although he had no words to refute, he was still unwilling. Even so, you destroyed Yi Tianfan, which is equivalent to destroying our Yi family. Don't tell me you want to leave without explaining. Ha! 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 Lin Ling laughed contemptuously, mocking the old man's ignorance and stupidity. When Yi Tianfan killed him, the old man didn't come out to stop him. Now that he was taking revenge, the old man came out to blame him because Yi Tianfan was destroyed. He was really stupid beyond redemption. If I don't explain, what can you do to me? Ha! Turning his head, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the old man. The old man's face turned ugly. He was still unwilling and seemed to be used to being in a superior position. His temper was extremely overbearing. Then you can't leave here. Ha! Shwa! A sword light flashed past and a sword mark appeared on the old man's neck. You don't seem to have the strength. If you don't have the strength, why are you still talking nonsense? Are you looking for death? Die! Lin Ling smiled coldly and continued walking forward. The old man's eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but his neck was leaking and blood kept spurting out. He couldn't say anything. He pointed at Lin Ling and finally fell on his back. No one dared to say anything. As for the old man's death, they thought that the old man deserved it. Others had the strength to easily kill him, but he still wanted to seek justice. Being a grand elder had made his brain muddled. He was simply looking for death. Who else has objections? Die! Lin Ling said as he walked. A cold aura was emitted from his body at the same time. No one in the Yi family dared to say anything. Their faces were filled with fear. Only when Lin Ling slowly disappeared in the courtyard did they let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the originally festive courtyard, they all smiled bitterly. They knew that from now on, the Yi family was going to decline. Chapter 223. Returning to Cloud Sea City. As for Lin Ling, he left with Qin Xiaolan after leaving the Yi residence. To him, he was only here for revenge. He didn't have time to stay in a place like the Western Sands. The two horses galloped towards Cloud Sea City. On the horse, Lin Ling sensed his dantian. The spirit chi seed in his body had become more condensed. Although his realm hadn't increased after absorbing Yi Tianfan's spirit chi seed, his strength had increased by a small amount. The cultivation method of the art of flame is truly miraculous. Lin Ling felt a bit of joy in his heart. According to what he knew, it was harder for a cultivator to advance in the later stages. Especially in the earth spirit realm, it would take 10 years to advance. Now that he had an alternative method of cultivation, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. Several days later, Lin Ling returned to Cloud Sea City. He sighed as he gazed at the enormous ancient city. Compared to the outside world, the competition here was much more intense. It was Qin Xiaolan's first time in Cloud Sea City, and she was immediately shocked by the dragon-like city in the distance. Let's go. Lin Ling smiled and led Qin Xiaolan into the outer city. He didn't immediately visit the second prince. Instead, he sent someone to inform Duke Duan so that he could inform the second prince. After all, he just survived a life and death calamity and had finally returned. He wanted to spend more time with his family in the Fire Ancient clan. When they returned to the Fire Ancient clan, Forefather Extreme Flame and the others personally came out to welcome them. With Lin Ling's current status in the Fire Ancient clan, it was almost on par with Forefather Extreme Flame. Forefather Extreme Flame was a little surprised when he saw Qin Xiaolan. Her name is Qin Xiaolan. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and roughly explained what had happened in the Night Demon Prairie. Forefather Extreme Flame was puzzled at first, but when he learned that Qin Xiaolan had saved Lin Ling, he immediately expressed his gratitude. "Grandfather, this is what Xiaolan should do," Qin Xiaolan said extremely politely. Forefather Extreme Flame had a good impression of her. "Sister Xiaolan, thank you for saving Brother Ling." Yu Yu was also among the crowd, and she thanked Qin Xiaolan gratefully. After learning about the relationship between Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan, she was not jealous. Instead, she was grateful to Qin Xiaolan. This was because she knew that if it weren't for Big Sister Xiaolan, Big Brother Ling might have died on the grasslands. "Lin Ling, you're still the best. You hid one at home and brought back another one from outside. Moreover, all of them are devastatingly beautiful. We're so envious." The first-generation disciples, Lin Ling, Lin Aofeng, Lin Changqiang, and the others, were all envious. Lin Ling was 1 year younger than them, but he was strong, had a high status, and even had a beautiful woman in his arms. It would be a lie if they said they were not envious. "You guys can do it too. Come with me to the Night Devil Prairie. If you don't die, you can also get the beauties of the prairie," Lin Ling joked. Lin Aofeng and the others stuck out their tongues. Although Lin Ling had made it sound simple, they could also guess the dangers of the prairie. Asking them to go was simply sending them to their deaths. That night, the Fire Ancient clan held a grand banquet. The atmosphere was lively and noisy, and the entire clan was filled with laughter. The clan members were all looking at the smiling young man. They knew in their hearts that the Fire Ancient clan was able to live peacefully now, all because of this young man. "Big Brother Ling, you're back. Quick, teach me martial arts." A child with a childish voice ran over and said with a smile. "Hee, it's Xiao Yang. All right, Big Brother Ling will teach you." Looking at that naive child, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. That child used to live not far from his small courtyard and would occasionally come to play in the small courtyard. Gradually, he became familiar with Lin Ling. "Big Brother Ling, I want to learn too." Many children of the Fire Ancient clan ran out and raised their hands. Currently, Lin Ling not only had a high status, but he was also the idol of the Fire Ancient clan's younger generation. Lin Ling didn't find it troublesome. Instead, he enjoyed the harmonious atmosphere. He walked out and personally taught those children. Of course, he was teaching children, but many of the younger generation were also watching and learning. Ling Er's achievements have already surpassed his father. His father above the 9 heavens is also gratified. Yes. His ability to control flames has probably surpassed many of our elders. Old ancestor, should we let Ling Er enter the Savage Valley again? Yes. One by one, the elders opened their mouths and looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Old ancestor Tai Yen stroked his beard and nodded. He's only 17 years old, but his path has already surpassed more than half of ours. He's qualified to enter the Savage Valley again. Yes. The few of them chatted until the banquet ended. Old ancestor Tai Yen then found Lin Ling and told him his thoughts. Savage Valley. Back then, Lin Ling had entered the Savage Valley once and learned the second-generation flame technique. However, at that time, he didn't have the strength to go deeper. Now that his strength had greatly increased, perhaps he had learned an even more profound fire attribute martial art in the Savage Valley. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go out. Instead, he lived a peaceful life with Yu Yu and the others. During these few days, Duke Duan also visited personally. At the same time, he said that the second prince was extremely happy when he learned that Lin Ling had completed his mission. As for Lin Ling, he could rest more in the Fire Ancient clan and enter the inner city when he was prepared. One had to admit that the second prince treated people well. He didn't put on airs often and gave Lin Ling enough face. Perhaps in the second Prince Yunixuan's heart, Lin Ling wasn't just a right-hand man, but a friend. Another 3 days passed. Lin Ling planned to go to the Savage Valley. On this day, the various elders and old ancestor Tai Yen personally opened the gates to the Savage Valley and sent Lin Ling in. This time, Lin Ling was the only one entering the Savage Valley. In the Savage Valley, the temperature was scorching hot. Numerous bottomless mountain paths led to the depths of the valley. The walls of the mountain paths were like volcanic rocks. Occasionally, flames would erupt. Lin Ling walked forward. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the fist and palm prints on the walls. Then, he shook his head. These were martial arts left behind by predecessors. However, at present, these martial arts couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes. Moving forward, Lin Ling soon came across a young savage beast. It was a demonic beast with a body as red as fire, but it wasn't tall and looked like a small bear. That demonic beast stared at Lin Ling, and its big, cute eyes twinkled. In the next moment, sweat poured down from its body. Then, it turned into a red shadow and disappeared. It ran even faster than a rabbit. Lin Ling laughed. If he didn't remember wrongly, the last time he came to the Savage Valley, he had defeated that little savage beast. Later on, the little beast went to find its father and was defeated by Lin Ling. Lin Yiming continued forward. Sure enough, he met the big wild beast. It was a big fat bear. When the wild beast saw Lin Ling, the corner of its mouth twitched and it let out a panicked cry. It hugged its son and ran away. Chapter 224. The great concept of fire. Gradually, a vast plain appeared in front of Lin Ling. The surroundings were like the gladiator stages of ancient Rome, with a large number of caves. At this moment, heads popped out from the caves, curiously looking at Lin Ling. At a glance, Lin Ling was densely packed. It was as if he had walked into the nest of savage beasts. In the center of the plain, there was a huge pit. Flames gushed out from it from time to time, like a volcanic eruption. However, the color of the flames was extremely mysterious. Sometimes it was blue, sometimes it was black, and so on. That fire pit is a little strange, and this seems to be the end. Lin Ling looked around and secretly nodded. GG. GG. The cries of savage beasts came from all around, as if saying, "Who dares to enter the forbidden area? Are you courting death?" Bang, bang, bang. After a short moment of silence, a large number of savage beasts jumped down. Each of them was as tall and sturdy as a bear. They stared at Lin Ling arrogantly. GG. GG. All the savage beasts let out insolent cries. One of the savage beasts walked out and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Then, it waved at Lin Ling with an extremely arrogant look. Lin Ling was astonished. These demonic beasts had become intelligent. They were provoking him. Interesting. Lin Ling felt that it was very interesting. He slowly walked forward without using any martial arts. Instead, he used the 7 blades of heavenly fire on his palm. The dazzling flames immediately made the surrounding savage beasts cry out in surprise. They seemed to be afraid of the 7 blades of heavenly fire. GG. GG. The savage beast from before seemed to be mocking its own kind for being cowardly. It continued to wave at Lin Ling and even gave him a thumbs down. It was extremely arrogant. Savage beasts live by fire. Let me see if you are afraid of my fire. GG. Lin Ling shot forward like a cannonball and threw a punch at the savage beast. GG. The savage beast's eyes were filled with disdain. It didn't even dodge, as if it thought that this short human couldn't hurt it at all. Therefore, it patted its chest proudly. Bang! The punch landed on the savage beast's chest. The power of the punch did not make the savage beast retreat, but a white flame fist imprint appeared on its chest. The flames were burning. Gee. The savage beast was stunned at first, then it let out a cry of fear. It lowered its head and kept blowing at the fire in its chest, trying to extinguish it. It had never imagined that Lin Ling's flame would be so terrifying that it could even burn a savage beast. After the savage beast blew for a while, it lay on the ground and rolled back and forth, as if saying, "I'm dead, save me." Damn savage beasts. Lin Ling stared at the savage beast with his mouth agape. He was speechless. A moment ago, the savage beast was still arrogant, but after it lost, it immediately rolled on the ground. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He slowly walked forward and reached out with his right hand. The flames on the savage beast's chest were instantly sucked away by Lin Ling. GG. The savage beast let out a bewildered cry. When it sensed that there was no danger, it wisely stood up and shook the thick fur on its forehead. It looked extremely cool. GG. The surrounding savage beasts clapped as if saying, "Amazing, it actually came back to life." Lin Ling was completely speechless. He pointed at the huge pit in front of him and said, "Can I go over now?" All the savage beasts fell silent and stared at Lin Ling. After a while, a large number of cries could be heard. It seemed that they had acknowledged Lin Ling and no longer stopped Lin Ling. This was the Savage Valley, and the savage beasts were born here. They didn't acknowledge how strong the enemy was, but only the ability to control fire. Obviously, they were impressed by Lin Ling's spiritual body and ability to control fire. Lin Ling shrugged and walked towards the pit. Boom boom boom. From afar, the pit didn't seem big. However, when he got closer, he realized that the pit was indeed like a volcano. The flames inside were colorful and mysterious. However, what was strange was that when he got close to the pit, he didn't feel any heat. Is this pit the final secret of the Savage Valley? Staring at the pit, Lin Ling frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he sat down with his legs crossed. Boom! In the pit, flames exploded. This time, they were black flames. After the flames exploded, they floated in the air like demonic aura. What kind of fire is this? It's so mysterious. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Then, he continued watching. Boom! The flames that exploded again were purple. However, Lin Ling had never seen them before. Boom! This time, it was red. It seemed that the flames that exploded every time were different. Boom! After watching quietly for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a blue flame burst out and exploded in the air, as bright as fireworks. 9 nether heavenly flames. Lin Ling's gaze sharpened. He could faintly see a flaw. This pit seemed to record the flames that had appeared in the Fire Ancient clan. There were 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 blade skyfire. As for the process of explosion, it seemed to be the process of the birth and fall of flames. This was the great concept of fire. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. A great concept was a martial concept that could only be used by those at the Earth Spirit realm. For example, the Ancient Flame clan was an example. It reigned above the instincts of fire and the concept of fire. It brought out the potential of a cultivator's spirit body to a higher level. If I can comprehend the great concept, then none of the geniuses in the inner city will be my match. Lin Ling thought to himself and then waited quietly. The eruption of flames in the fire pit wasn't a single type of flame, but dozens of types that took turns to erupt. Lin Ling had to find the 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 blade skyfire. The eruption process was also very short. He could only comprehend the birth and fall of flames in a short span of a dozen breaths. This was an extreme test of patience and perseverance. However, what Lin Ling didn't lack the least was patience and perseverance. Time slowly passed. The savage beasts in the valley stared curiously at Lin Ling at first, but gradually became numb. The youth seemed to have turned into a statue. His body was covered in volcanic ash, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. All the savage beasts were the same as before, occasionally fighting and chatting with each other. The outside world was the same as before. 3 months later, a cloud of dust drifted down from the edge of the fire pit. Popping sounds rang out as cracks appeared on a stone statue, and a youth walked out from within. This change shocked all the savage beasts in the area. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was the youth from before. However, on the surface, the youth didn't seem to have changed much. But upon closer inspection, the youth seemed to have turned into 2 flames. They were the 9 nether heavenly flames and 7-blade skyfire. All the savage beasts rubbed their eyes and looked again. The illusion from before had disappeared, and the youth was still the youth. The flames on his body seemed to have retreated back into his body like the tide. Chirp chirp. An older savage beast cried out. It was saying that the youth was different from when he'd first arrived. Thank you all for taking care of me during this time. Goodbye. Chapter 225. Pills, I'll buy them. Lin Ling had already comprehended 2 types of the concept of fire. Even though his cultivation level hadn't increased, his strength had increased by more than 50%. Now, he finally had the qualifications to be called a true disciple of the Fire Ancient Clan. After returning to the courtyard, Qin Xiaolan and Yu Yu were both overjoyed. During this period of time, the 2 of them seemed to have gotten along quite well and treated each other like sisters. Lin Ling, why do I feel that you seem to have changed a little? Qin Xiaolan was the first to notice the change in Lin Ling's aura. It seemed to have become purer, and his every move carried a mysterious charm as if he had merged with the restraints of heaven and earth. Have I? You're thinking too much. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. However, he knew in his heart that when he sensed the concept of fire, it would be difficult to control at the beginning, so he would inadvertently emit the aura of a great concept. That was the pure aura of fire, so others would feel that way. However, after carefully comprehending it, Lin Ling once again controlled the flames in his body and completely concealed them within the spirit chi seed. In this way, he seemed like an ordinary earth spirit realm cultivator. Xiaolan, you've been in the city for 3 months, but I haven't taken you out. Let me accompany you today. Lin Ling was in a good mood, and he spoke with a smile. That's not a good idea. The times in the city are changing, and it's very chaotic outside. Qin Xiaolan was surprised. Through Yu Yu's explanation, she knew about the chaotic situation in the city. Oh, is that so? Then forget it if you don't want to go out. Lin Ling shrugged. We want to, who says we don't want to? That's right, we're just afraid of bringing you trouble. Yu Yu hurriedly spoke with her little hand raised. Even though it wouldn't be boring to stay in the Fire Ancient Clan, no girl would refuse to go out for a stroll. Most importantly, Lin Ling took the initiative to speak. This meant that Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of the chaotic situation outside. Then let's go. Lin Ling knocked on Yu Yu's smooth forehead and strode out. The 2 girls happily followed behind him. Yu Yu kept talking about which shop had the best clothes, and what accessories were popular in Cloud Sea City right now. It seemed like they were going to go on a shopping spree this time. Lin Ling was speechless. The 3 of them left the Fire Ancient Clan and arrived at the outer city not long after. Although times had changed and the outer city was no longer peaceful, the restaurants, markets, and other bustling places were still open, and there were more pedestrians on the streets than usual. The upheaval of the throne usually only affected the major forces. It was obviously too lazy to pay attention to the ordinary citizens. As the three of them walked along the street, Qin Xiaolan let out a cry of surprise from time to time. As someone who had come from the great grasslands, this was clearly the first time she had seen such a prosperous and beautiful street. It was too much for her to take in. As for Yu, she introduced the surroundings from time to time, talking about which shop had the best clothes. As for Lin Ling, he was having a hard time. He carried bags of various sizes on his body as he accompanied the two girls through more than a dozen streets. That kind of feeling was even more tiring than fighting an expert for 3 days and 3 nights. After a short while, the three of them arrived at the free market. The so-called free market was a market where cultivators set up stalls. It specialized in selling rare items. As the three of them walked, they bought some relatively rare spirit herbs on the way. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice sounded in front of them. "Yo, the dignified daughter of the Yin family has actually come to set up a stall. It seems like the Yin family has been greatly affected by the changes in this era. Young Master Wu, do you want to buy pills? If you don't, please move aside. Don't block my business." From afar, a large number of people could be seen surrounding a stall. Many of them were laughing mockingly. As for Lin Ling, he frowned as he heard a familiar voice. "And your family's ancestor has fallen in this era. Your Yin family has already fallen, so why are you still putting on the airs of a young lady? Let me tell you, if you want to sell pills here, as long as I, Wu Lai, say the word and no one will dare to buy from you." In front of a stall, a young man in embroidered robes spoke with great pride. He looked at the young girl in front of him and a lewd smile appeared on his face. "Of course, I'm not completely heartless. No matter what, my Wu family used to be a subordinate force of the Yin family. How about this, accompany me tonight? In the future, if you sell pills on this street, Wu Lai will absolutely not stop you." "You?" The young girl's beautiful face turned icy cold. She wore a long white dress and her fine black hair cascaded down her back. Her skin was as white as snow. Although she seemed a little haggard because of her family's matters, she was still devastatingly beautiful. In fact, her haggard appearance gave off a lovely and touching feeling. This young girl was an Wielder. During this era of change, the Yin family's ancestor had been killed by an expert. If Duke Duan had not appeared, the entire Yin family would have become a chess piece in the era of change. Even so, the death of the Yin family's ancestor was equivalent to the fall of the Yin family's pillar. It caused the family to be torn apart and was in danger of being swallowed up by others at any time. The dignified 8 great ancient clans had fallen to such a state. It had to be said that the era of change was extremely powerful. No ancient family could stop it unless you were an expert who was powerful enough to change the world. Why? Have you thought about it? The young man called Wu Lai laughed sinisterly. In the past, their Wu family was only a subordinate force of the Yin family. When they saw people from the Yin family, they could only suck up to them like dogs. However, the Yin family had fallen and the Wu family had climbed up to a powerful backer, so they became complacent. Dream on. No matter how poor I, an Wielder, am, I don't need your pity. An Wielder shouted and wanted to put away her pills and leave. Is that so? If I'm wrong, your Yin family's head elder is still severely injured and could die at any time. You're waiting for spirit crystals to buy spiritual herbs and refined pills to save his life. If you leave because you can't put down your pride, that's equivalent to pushing the head elder who dotes on you into the abyss of death. Wu Lai was not in a hurry and spoke slowly. You've gone too far. And Wielder gritted her teeth fiercely. If it were not for Wu Lai causing trouble, her pills would have been sold out long ago. Now that Wu Lai had spoken, who on the entire street would dare to buy her pills? Times have changed. You'd better put away your airs. You're no longer the daughter of the Yin family. Also, only I, Wu Lai, am still here. No one will ever dare to buy your pills. Wu Lai snorted coldly again. And Yue was very angry. When she thought of the head elder who treated her like a daughter, her heart softened. If she did not buy those spiritual herbs, the head elder might not be able to be saved. However, was she really going to give herself to this bastard? I'll buy these pills. Right at this moment, a calm voice rang out, shocking everyone in the surroundings. Young Master Wu had personally said that whoever dared to buy the pills would not have to hang around the street in the future. However, there were still people who dared to buy them. Were they tired of living? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and discovered that it was a handsome young man. Junior brother. Chapter 226. Helping senior sister and senior sister, long time no see. Looking at Yue, Lin Ling's heart warmed. Back when Gu Yan's sect was still weak, it was Yue who helped him and silently supported him. Now that Yue was in trouble, Lin Ling was naturally duty-bound to help her. What's the price of these pills? I'll buy them for 10 times the price. In addition, I'll give you 3,000 spirit crystals. Senior sister, is that enough? Lin Ling looked at Yue and said. He also knew that Yue was in urgent need of money. Enough, enough. Yue's grateful eyes flickered with tears. After the clan's decline, her former subordinates and friends not only did not help, but also took advantage of the clan's decline to share the clan's wealth. Therefore, she did not expect that her former junior brother would help her at the most difficult time. You're so bold. You clearly know that I don't allow others to buy the clan's pills, yet you still want to violate my orders. Are you courting death? Seeing that his wishful thinking had been ruined, Wu Lai flew into a rage. Lin Ling looked at that young master and suddenly felt that it was funny. He slowly said, "Sorry, I'm only lacking a few pills. I really don't know Sir's intentions. Also, what is Sir's origin? Why are you so overbearing? Tell this lowly one so that this lowly one can be more careful in the future." Ignorant and inexperienced. You don't even know me. Wu Lai saw that Lin Ling was humbly asking and immediately puffed out his chest, feeling proud. I'm the young master of the Wu clan. On this street, who didn't know the Wu clan? After all, the entire street belonged to the Wu clan. Therefore, after Wu Lai finished speaking, he was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's surprised expression. Lin Ling's expression was calm. To be honest, he really didn't know what the Wu clan was. Sorry, young Master Wu, I've never heard of the Wu clan. You? Wu Lai was stunned. He felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He had proudly revealed his origins, but the other party did not recognize him. The other party was simply a frog in a well. You don't know anything and yet you dare to buy pills. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Let me tell you something else. Have you heard of great General Wu Zhu? He is the pillar of our Wu family, and also the right-hand man of one of Sima Jinshan's generals. Wu Lai snorted coldly and raised his voice. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Sima Jinshan King was the right-hand man of one of the 4 kings. This kind of status wasn't something they could look up to. Lin Ling couldn't help but want to laugh. He thought that the Wu clan was great, but it turned out that they only had one pillar, and that pillar was only the right-hand man of one of Sima Jinshan's generals. Even if the other party was a general under Sima Jinshan, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. After all, Lin Ling was a favorite of the second prince. In terms of status and seniority, how could a general compare to him? Not to mention a general's subordinate. I'm sorry, I've never heard of Wu Zhu, nor have I heard of Sima Jinshan King's generals. Lin Ling chuckled. You're so ignorant. Talking to you is like playing the lute to a cow. Fine, the ignorant are not guilty. Since it's like this, then tell me who you know and see if I know him. Maybe he's one of our family's subordinate forces. Wu Lai said arrogantly. I don't know many people. Duan Wuha is one. A few days ago, he was drinking tea at my house. Yuni Xuan is another. That's two in total. Lin Ling said with a shrug. What nameless junior? Sigh, I originally thought you knew some big shots, but who would have thought that they were just ant-like existences? Unfortunately, they aren't here today, or else I would have taught them a lesson. Let's see how they raise their subordinates. They are simply lawless. Wu Lai snorted. Lin Ling helplessly said, yes, they really are ants. Anyway, Prince Duan's name is Duan Wuha. This name really doesn't fit him. Yes. Prince Duan. Yes. Wu Lai wanted to say something arrogant, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, his eyes widened. One of the four princes, Prince Duan. You know Prince Duan. This is fake, right? Ha. Ha, not long ago, His Majesty the Second Prince, Yunixuan, wanted me to return to the inner city. I happened to have some matters to attend to and was too lazy to go back, so Prince Duan came to inform me. Lin Ling shrugged. Yunixuan. His Majesty the Second Prince. Yes. Wu Lai's eyes widened. He thought it was strange. The name Yunixuan seemed familiar. Who knew it was actually His Majesty the Second Prince? Plop. Wu Lai sat down, his face pale. He exclaimed, impossible. You're just a little boy. How could you know His Majesty the Second Prince and Prince Duan? You must be lying to me. Yes. The surrounding people also widened their eyes. They didn't expect that young man to have such a powerful background. He came from the inner city. Lie to you? Who do you think you are? Is it worth lying to me? Yes. Lin Ling coldly snorted. He strode forward and stepped on Wu Lai's chest. Wu Lai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to stand up, but how could he resist Lin Ling's strength? You have great courage. You actually dare to touch my Wu family's people on this street. Cold. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. A middle-aged man wearing armor walked over with a large number of soldiers. Second uncle, save me. Catch him. This person is a liar. Wu Lai immediately screamed, but his smile was very proud. His second uncle Wu Zhu came. This boy is dead for sure. His second uncle is the right-hand man of Sima Jin Shan King. With this kind of status, he can simply walk sideways in the outer city. Who do you think you are? You dare to meddle in my business. Cold. Looking at the middle-aged man walking over, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. What great courage. The crowd was shocked. The Wu family's big shot came, but this boy was still not afraid. The middle-aged man frowned. The boy in front of him was very arrogant. Not only was he not afraid of meeting him, but he was also very arrogant. This made him cautious. Although he was Sima Jin Shan King's subordinate, he also knew that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the outer city. There were a few people who couldn't be provoked. I am Wu Zhu, a subordinate of Sima Jin Shan King's subordinate, General Lai Hu. May I know who you are? The middle-aged man asked indifferently. He said this because he wanted to see the boy's panicked expression. At that time, he would be able to determine whether the boy's origin was strong or not. You're just a small soldier. How dare you be so arrogant? Yes. Lin Ling walked over calmly. He arrived in front of the middle-aged man and slapped him. Paw! The crisp sound of the slap made the whole street silent. Everyone's eyes widened. Even the middle-aged man Wu Zhu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that after he reported his origin, the boy would not only not panic, but become even more arrogant. Who are you? Yes. Chapter 227. Returning a favor, I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lin Ling. Yes. Wu Zhu frowned as he tried to recall. Suddenly, his expression changed. You're the second prince's favorite, the one who defeated the top scholar not long ago, Commander Lin. Yes. Exactly. Lin Ling nodded. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. I hope Commander Lin won't take offense. Yes. After receiving Lin Ling's confirmation, Wu Zhu's expression changed and he fell to his knees. Although he was one of Sima Zhinshan's men, he wasn't even a general. Commander Lin was the second prince's favorite. There was simply no comparison between the two. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, even in front of everyone, Wu Zhu wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if Sima Zhinshan found out, he wouldn't fight the second prince just for him. Paw! Lin Ling stepped on Wu Zhu's shoulder, forcing him to the ground. What arrogance! If I wasn't Commander Lin, I'm afraid you'd teach me a lesson today. Yes. Wu Zhu's face was already pressed to the ground, but he didn't dare to be arrogant. I don't dare. I beg. Have your Wu family's descendant come and be stepped on by me. Lin Ling continued. These people took advantage of the changing times to bully the weak. It was extremely shameful. Ah. Me? Yes. The Wu family's young master was still confused. He didn't expect that not only was his second uncle not afraid, but he also dared to step on him. That youth's background was even more terrifying than his second uncle's. Are you coming or not? Lin Ling said indifferently. Yes, I'll come immediately. Yes. The Wu family's young master didn't dare to be negligent. He knelt on the ground and walked over. Lin Ling raised his other foot and stepped on him. You have two choices. 1. You two die. Based on your nephews daring to slander Prince Duan and the second prince in front of everyone, your crimes are enough to execute 9 generations of your family. 2. Hand over all of your family's assets to the infamily. Make your choice. Lin Ling said coldly. Ah. If I hand over all my property, my father will kill me. The young master of the Wu family exclaimed in horror. So you've chosen the first option. Fine, I'll fulfill your wishes. Lin Ling nodded. Paw. Wu Zhu, who was at the side, immediately gave his young master a slap. He was furious, the whole thing was caused by this Wu Lai. Even after kicking an iron plate, he still did not know his mistake, and even dared to slander Duke Duan and His Majesty the Second Prince. If this matter were to spread out, he would not be able to escape the punishment of 9 generations. Wu Lai, oh Wu Lai, why did my Wu clan give birth to a trash like you? How many times have I told you? The situation in the outer city is turbulent, and there are countless experts. People of unknown origins can't be provoked. Yet, you were too arrogant, and now you're bringing disaster to your clan. Milord, we choose the second option. Tomorrow at noon, we will hand over all of our property, including the street. Wu Zhu said while kneeling. You're smart. Get out of here. Scram. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. The two did not dare to say anything more, and left in terror. They had just taken a few steps when Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. Stop. Stop. The two jumped in fright, completely terrified by that young man. I wasted so much saliva just now, you should at least give me some compensation. Hand over all the spirit crystals you have. Lin Ling said slowly. Yes. Yes. The two smiled bitterly, and could only hand over the spirit crystals, and then disappeared into the crowd. The crowd was silent, and everyone was shocked. They did not expect that young man to have such a powerful background. Senior Apprentice Sisterin, these spirit crystals and the Wu clan's property are yours. Yes. Lin Ling walked back and said to Inuer. Everything he did before was to repay Inuer's kindness. Inuer was grateful. The clan was in need of money, and who knew that Lin Ling would solve all their problems for them? She bowed. Thank you, junior apprentice brother. Thank you. While bowing, she was shocked. She never expected that a little disciple from the Gu Yen sect would reach such heights today and enter the circle of experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When she bowed, her chest revealed a large patch of snow white, full like snow. Lin Ling inadvertently saw it, and he instantly felt his mouth go dry. He helplessly shook his head. When Inuer stood up again, Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. Although he was fast, Inuer still noticed his strange expression. She then recalled and blushed. That's right, senior apprentice sister and is also an alchemist. Why don't I recommend you to Duke Duan? He is lacking talents in alchemy. Lin Ling changed the topic. They were together when they were learning martial arts in the sect. There was always an indescribable relationship between them. If that's the case, then thank you, junior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice sister doesn't know how to repay you for your help. Thank you. Inuer's heart felt warm as she spoke again with gratitude. The clan might be a faction under the Duan residents, but they weren't well received. After all, Duke Duan had too many factions under his command, and he couldn't possibly take care of everything. However, it was different if Lin Ling recommended her. Duke Duan would definitely value her highly. As such, the clan would have a powerful backer. If senior apprentice sister wants to repay Big Brother Ling, then why don't you marry Big Brother Ling? Since senior apprentice sister is someone who has helped Big Brother Ling before. Yu suddenly interjected from the side. She was naturally acquainted with Yu. Back then, they were also disciples of the same faction in the Gu Yen sect. Inuer's face turned even redder. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and was speechless. They chatted as they walked. Lin Ling invited Inuer to the Fire Ancient clan as a guest. When Ancestor Tai Yen saw Inuer, he was stunned for a long time before he let out an indescribable laugh. Shen, your son has 3 good wives now. They're much better than you. Lin Ling didn't delay Inuer's matter for long. That night, he went to visit Duke Duan and made his request. Duke Duan didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Lin Ling was still very grateful to Duke Duan. This duke had recognized his worth. If he had the ability in the future, he would repay these favors one by one. The two chatted for a while. Duke Duan said that the geniuses in the inner city had all come out. The second prince wanted Lin Ling to represent their faction and gain a firm foothold in the inner city. Lin Ling nodded in agreement. Anyway, he had rested. It was time for him to fight. After staying in the Fire Ancient clan for a few more days, Lin Ling went to the inner city alone. Although the inner city and outer city were separated by a city, they were actually 2 different worlds. As soon as he arrived in the inner city, Lin Ling received news that the mysterious young man, Yi Tianqin, who rose like a dazzling star, had defeated the scholar Sua Xiaoshu. Then, he challenged the geniuses of various ancient families and defeated them one by one, becoming famous in the inner city. When he wanted to challenge Lin Ling wasn't in the inner city. Therefore, Lin Ling was lucky enough to avoid the battle. However, according to Yi Tianqin, the battle with Lin Ling was dispensable. After all, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he would lose without a doubt. Chapter 228. The imperial city. Just as he returned to his residence, a guard respectfully knocked on the door and opened it. Is it Commander Lin? Lin Ling walked out and looked at the guard. He nodded with a smile and said, "I am. You're finally here. The second prince has ordered you to hurry to the imperial city and attend the birthday celebration of Grand Master Pill Cauldron He Yenshan." The guard replied respectfully and then smiled, "Commander Lin, His Majesty the second prince really values you. We received the news 3 days ago, but His Majesty the second prince didn't want to disturb you, so he didn't let us inform you. We only dared to disturb you when you returned to the inner city." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Ling nodded. Since the other party had given him so much face, he would naturally do the same. The guard smiled and said, "The birthday banquet is about to begin. If it's convenient for you, then let's set out immediately." "All right." Lin Ling closed the gates of the mansion and followed the guard inside. In any case, he didn't have anything important to do in the inner city, so he might as well take a look at Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's birthday. All the influential figures in Ocean of Clouds City will be attending this birthday celebration. After all, even the retired Emperor, Ocean of Clouds Emperor, has to give face to Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. The guard spoke as he walked. Lin Ling frowned. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron He Yenshan, this name was very familiar. Where had he heard it before? Oh, right. In Gu Yen's sect. The first time he refined a pill, it was through his mysterious eyes that he saw Grandmaster Pill Cauldron Senior He Yenshan refining pills. At that time, he learned how to refine the Heaven Step Origin returning pill. It had to be said that this was extremely dramatic. Today, Lin Ling was fortunate enough to meet He Yenshan, who was once a titan of the northern Dipper continent. To Senior He Yenshan, Lin Ling still owed him a favor. Lin Ling pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you think, Your Majesty?" The guard was clearly His Majesty's trusted aide. He smiled and explained, "At present, the new king of the Cloud Sea Empire is about to rise. Every heir to the throne will fight for the power that is beneficial to them. As one of the 3 pillars of the Cloud Sea Empire, Grandmaster Dan Ding is naturally favored by His Majesty. If he can obtain Grandmaster Dan Ding's support, then it will definitely be beneficial to the throne." Lin Ling nodded in understanding. It seemed that the second prince wanted to obtain Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's support. However, this would be a difficult task. None of the princes would let go of such a powerful ally like Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. The two of them chatted as they walked, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Imperial City. This was the first time Lin Ling had laid eyes on the Cloud Ocean Imperial City. When he looked at it from afar, the city was hazy, vast, and grand. The golden and dazzling city walls were like an enormous dragon that was lying on the ground, and palaces stood like trees in a forest within the city walls, and they were enveloped by wispy clouds. That place was the core of the Heaven Mystics' kingdom. It was also the most powerful and mysterious place. At this moment, below the vast city walls, there were people from various forces entering the Imperial City one after another. Minister Zhua has arrived. From afar, a group of scholars with extraordinary auras walked by. They were followed by an elder who seemed to represent the righteousness of heaven and earth. Lin Ling took a closer look. This group of people might not be martial artists, but they all had powerful soul spirits. There was a faintly discernible green cloud above their heads, which was extremely horrifying. Of course, that green cloud could only be seen by the soul spirit. Meteoric rise. Lin Ling recalled a saying from the previous world. Those people were different from martial artists. They pursued the official path, which was why they had a meteoric rise. General Jinan has arrived. On the other side, a large group of guards walked over. The leader was riding on a huge qilin and had an imposing aura. That qilin wasn't an ancient qilin and merely possessed the ancient bloodline. However, it was extremely ferocious. If one looked into its eyes, they would immediately feel as though they were being devoured by a demonic beast. Riding on a qilin. Lin Ling's mouth twitched. This inner city was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As for the general riding on the Qilin, he looked curiously at Lin Ling from afar and seemed to be interested. Then, he led the group into the imperial city. In his heart, this youth looked ordinary, but there was a great martial Tao concept hidden within him. Although it was hidden very well, the general still noticed it. This made him pay more attention. After all, it was extremely rare for someone to comprehend a great martial Tao concept at such a young age. Esteemed Elder, Elder Crane has arrived. Another voice came from the imperial city. Everyone's expression turned serious. They looked up and saw a figure riding a red-crowned crane flying over from afar. Rumble. When they got closer, they realized that the red-crowned crane was as big as a small mountain. With a flap of its wings, it swept away the clouds. Xiao Yun, you can go back first. The elder on the red-crowned crane smiled and said to the crane. The red-crowned crane let out a crisp cry and with a flap of its wings, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The elder slowly walked over like a peerless master. This elder is definitely in the sky spirit realm or even stronger. Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. He realized that he still had a long way to go. Martial scholar has arrived. Another voice resounded as a young man strode into the imperial city. He was like a ferocious tiger. Everywhere he passed, so long as it was a cultivator with a lower strength than him, they would immediately feel their hearts thump. It seemed like the blood within their bodies was throbbing along with the young man's footsteps. Martial scholar, I'll definitely defeat you in 3 months. Right at this moment, a proud voice resounded, and then a young man in a black robe walked over slowly. His long hair fluttered while he carried a sword on his back, and his imposing aura was extremely fierce and cold. It's Yi Tianqin. Many people nodded to themselves as they gazed at the young man. Yi Tianqin was the most dazzling star in Ocean of Cloud City. He swept through all the geniuses as soon as he was born, and he'd only lost to the current martial scholar. Moreover, all the powers were extremely interested in Yi Tianqin. However, no one had expected that Yi Tianqin would be here as well. Moreover, he immediately made a declaration upon seeing the martial scholar. You're just a loser. The young man turned around and laughed with disdain as he strode forward. I'll let you be arrogant for a few more months. Yi Tianqin's expression turned slightly unsightly. He felt that he was a genius and didn't take anyone seriously. However, he defeated countless geniuses, yet he'd lost to the martial scholar, so it was a humiliation to him. Yet now, the martial scholar didn't give him any face at all and treated him with disdain before the various powers of Ocean of Cloud City. This caused Yi Tianqin's arrogant heart to be humiliated once more. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to defeat the martial scholar for now, so he could only swallow his anger. What are all of you looking at? Even though I'm not a match for the martial scholar right now, all of you are like ants in my eyes. Yi Tianqin swept the surroundings with his gaze, and he immediately shouted coldly when he saw many geniuses walking towards the imperial city. Those geniuses gritted their teeth and remained silent. They'd fought Yi Tianqin in the past, but they'd lost to him. Now, it was very obvious that he'd been infuriated by the martial scholar, so he'd vented his anger on them. Fuck off. Those of the same age as me must enter the imperial city after me. Yi Tianqin flicked his sleeve and walked forward arrogantly. However, in the next moment, his gaze descended onto a young man, and he shouted coldly once more, "Didn't you hear me? Or do you want to be crippled by me?" Chapter 229. Sword intent collided with the concept of fire. Who is that? He's got guts. Yi Tianqin is strong and is valued by many great powers. Now that he's going against Yi Tianqin's will, he'll definitely suffer. The crowd exclaimed as they stared at the youth. The youth stopped and rubbed his neck helplessly. You're so boring. In a battle between cultivators, victory and defeat are common. You've only lost a match, but you're like a mad dog, biting whoever you don't like. Is this your martial path? Gee! The surrounding people gasped. That youth is so bold. He dares to say such words at this juncture. Isn't this like rubbing salt on Yi Tianquan's wound? Some of the big shots who had already entered the inner city stopped in their tracks and watched the scene with interest. Who are you? Besides the martial champion, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like this. The martial champion defeated me, so he has the qualifications to say such words, but you don't. Yi Tianquan's face turned icy cold. He hadn't expected that the youth would actually dare to resist him. I'm Lin Ling. The youth smiled faintly. He looked at Yi Tianquan as if he was looking at an idiot. Lin Ling. The second prince's man. Many people were secretly shocked when they heard this name. Lin Ling had a small reputation in Cloud Sea City. He'd once defeated the literary champion. Unfortunately, his reputation was much weaker when compared to Yi Tianquan and the martial champion. Lin Ling, no wonder I keep having a familiar feeling. You're just a loser. Do you have the qualifications to be arrogant? Yi Tianquan laughed loudly. He defeated all the geniuses in Cloud Sea City, so he had the qualifications to say such words. Many people nodded in their hearts when they heard this. Lin Ling was at most ranked in the top 10 amongst the geniuses in Cloud Sea City. He couldn't compare to Yi Tianquan at all, so he really didn't have the qualifications to say such words. Loser. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed sarcastically. He felt that Yi Tianquan was arrogant to the point of ignorance. Yi Tianquan wasn't willing to accept losing to the martial champion. That wasn't a big deal, but he vented the humiliation of losing on others and even trampled on those who were inferior to him. Lin Ling didn't have the time to pay attention to such a person, but he wasn't afraid of him. Excuse me, when did I lose to you? How many moves did he lose? Or did many people see it? Lin Ling said indifferently. Ha! Yi Tianquan frowned and was speechless for a while. Yi Tianquan and Lin Ling haven't fought before. Yi Tianquan has only defeated geniuses who are even more famous than Lin Ling. Many people in the crowd came to their senses and said in realization. So you're saying that I didn't fight with you? Then how did you come up with the idea of losing to you, or did you think you were infallible? Lin Ling sneered. Yi Tianquan's body emitted a cold aura. He had no words to refute. Stop trying to show off. Although I have never fought with you, I have won against people stronger than you. This proves that I am stronger than you. It also proves that you have lost to me. Hee, the one who is trying to show off is you. Just because you have defeated people stronger than me, you think you are stronger than me. Besides talking, what else can you do? If you think like that, then I am invincible under the heavens. Lin Ling's laughter became louder and louder. His voice was full of ridicule. Many people around couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, without even fighting, he thought that others were not his opponent. If everyone said that he was stronger than others, then he was invincible under the heavens. You! Yi Tianquan flew into a rage. He had been bullied by the martial scholar before, and now he was bullied by a junior. He felt that he had been deeply humiliated. My sword is the answer. Swish! Yi Tianquan pulled out his sword. The sword light swept across as if it was coming from the horizon. My sword, I am the only one under the heavens, I am the only one under the heavens. Sword. The sword slashed towards Lin Ling, turning into a waterfall. Yi Tianquan, although this child is arrogant, he is indeed a sword genius. He has an 8th grade spirit body, Ili sword body. A senior martial artist lightly said. He had been paying attention to Yi Tianqin for a long time and wanted to recommend this genius to His Majesty. However, His Majesty thought that Yi Tianqin was too young and lacked experience, so he chose to wait and see. But now, Yi Tianqin had become famous again, so His Majesty would definitely change his mind. It was obvious that many people thought highly of Yi Tianqin. This sword is too weak, break. Break. Lin Ling's face was calm. His right hand also pulled out the brilliance resurgent sword. He was not an absolute swordsman, but he was used to using a sword. He slashed out. Blue flames burst out, forming a blue wind and cloud flame that rushed towards the waterfall. Kacha! In the air, flames burst out and the waterfall was split in half. What? Boom! Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. Lin Ling's fame was not very big and his rise was short, so he could not compare to Yi Tianqin. But no one thought that Lin Ling could actually block Yi Tianqin's sword. That is the 9 nether heavenly flame, only a 5th grade spirit body, how could it block Yi Tianqin's sword? Some powerful martial artists secretly frowned. And in the imperial city, many people carefully looked at Lin Ling for the first time, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Interesting, being able to block my sword, you should be proud. Unfortunately, you will still lose. Next, I will use my true strength. In the distance, Yi Tianqin's eyes slightly narrowed. The sword in his hand suddenly turned into an illusion. It no longer looked like a sword, but more like a sword snake. The sword suddenly became distorted. The world of geniuses is not something you can understand. Great sword concept. He slashed out. This sword can be hard or soft. It is said that when it is hard, it can cut mountains and rivers. When it is soft, it can cut the clouds in the sky. This is my Li sword's great concept. The whole world disappears, leaving only a sword. Are you the only one who hid your strength? Lin Ling lightly shook his head. The brilliance resurgent sword trembled, and the blue flames on the sword disappeared. The entire sword became dazzling, like the blazing sun on the horizon. He slashed out. This sword did not have any sword intent, but it had the great concept of fire. Shwa! The dazzling sword light slashed out, causing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. Some of the martial artists' eyes narrowed. 9th grade 7 heavenly flame. This young man actually had 2 spirit bodies, and he seemed to have mastered the great concept of fire. The 2 sword lights collided in the air, emitting a dazzling light, constantly swallowing and disappearing. In the next moment, the unstoppable great concept of fire cut through the sword intent, and swept towards Yi Tianqin. What? Yi Tianqin's face changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The laser-like sword light cut off his arm, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and sit on the ground. Yi Tianqin actually lost. When the surging power disappeared, the surrounding people looked at the scene in front of them, and they were all shocked. No one doubted Yi Tianqin's strength. This person was a genius, and as soon as he was born, he defeated a group of outstanding talents. That was why everyone in Cloud Sea City knew that in the current younger generation, Yi Tianqin was only below the martial scholar. However, today, Yi Tianqin lost to a youth who was even less famous than him. It had to be said that this had exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 230. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's birthday. When I first met you, you were so arrogant that you didn't even put me in your eyes. At that time, I was on a mission, so I didn't tangle with you. Until this battle, I thought you were amazing, but it turns out that you're nothing more than this. Sigh. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword and walked towards the imperial city. You think I'm a defeated opponent without even fighting? How ignorant. Sigh. At the same time, his voice sounded out once more. In the distance, Yi Tianqian's expression was extremely unsightly. He had lost in disgrace, lost in shame. He had thought that losing to the martial scholar was a disgrace, but he hadn't expected that someone he didn't take seriously, someone he even disdained to challenge, would defeat him in 2 strikes. He had thought that in the entire Cloud Sea City, he was only below the martial scholar. But who would have thought that there would be a youth above him? This youth's talent is terrifying. He has 2 spirit bodies and has even grasped the concept of fire. It would be a waste not to take such a genius under his wing. Sigh. In the imperial city, people of various statuses were whispering to each other, and then they ordered their subordinates to investigate. However, the result was that the youth Lin Ling was one of the second prince's men. This made them feel a wave of regret. Such a genius had been taken under the wing of the second prince. It was simply too enviable. This youth is interesting. Sigh. In the imperial city, an old man watched indifferently, and then he smiled and nodded. Then he looked at a youth beside him. Third prince, this youth is such a genius. It would be a waste not to take him under your wing. Sigh. That battle seemed calm, but it had actually alarmed the various powers in the imperial city. The third prince naturally hadn't missed it, and when he heard the old man's words, his expression became even more unsightly. After losing face on the day of the moon, the third prince had investigated Lin Ling's background. It turned out that he had known Lin Ling for a long time and had once sent out an invitation. However, due to the changing times, Lin Ling was cautious and did not agree. Because of that incident, His Majesty the Third Prince felt that he was being looked down upon by a small peasant. Therefore, after the incident, not only did he not value Lin Ling, he even allowed Commander Du to go to the Fire Ancient clan to kill Lin Ling. This caused their relationship to worsen, but the Third Prince did not take it to heart at all. Until today, Lin Ling had shown his talent for the first time. It would be a lie if the Third Prince said that he did not regret it at all. Teacher, you're exaggerating. You're just a child from the mountains. Even if you can fly high for a while, you'll fall down sooner or later. The Third Prince smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not admit that he had missed the opportunity. Is that so? The old man smiled faintly, his smile carrying a profound meaning. After Lin Ling entered the imperial city, his soul force immediately discovered that many people were observing him. These gazes were filled with malice, jealousy, and curiosity. Regarding this, Lin Ling did not mind. He believed that the second prince would do everything well. Sure enough, not long after, a carriage stopped beside Lin Ling. The second prince walked out with a joyful smile on his face. Commander Lin, I've been waiting for you. Come, get on the horse. He personally came out to welcome Lin Ling onto the horse, causing many people who were secretly observing to sigh. It seemed that this Lin Ling was the second prince's man. Lin Ling smiled faintly and boarded the carriage. The carriage followed the main road of the imperial city and moved forward. Inside the carriage, Yunixuan looked at Lin Ling in surprise. I didn't expect Commander Lin's strength to increase so much after coming back. Many people were watching the battle just now. You've greatly helped me gain face. Let all the major forces think that I, Yunixuan, am also a capable person. It could be seen that Yunixuan was very excited because Lin Ling had helped him increase his prestige. This would make many factions consider joining his faction. Kiki, this is what I should do. Lin Ling smiled and replied. When there is no one around, you don't have to address me as your subordinate. Let's just address each other as brothers. I am older than you and dare to be your elder brother. What do you think? Yunixuan smiled and said. When the second prince personally invited him to address each other as brothers, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't decline. He immediately smiled and nodded. The carriage continued to move forward. It had to be said that the imperial city was extremely huge. The environment was beautiful, and the spirit aura was dense. Even in the carriage, Lin Ling could feel that his entire body was light and agile. If he stayed in the imperial city, his cultivation would increase faster than usual even if he didn't cultivate. This was the core of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It seemed like the reputation wasn't undeserved. This time, I invited you here to introduce you to the various factions in the Cloud Sea City. After all, today is Grandmaster Dan Ding's birthday. Everyone in the Cloud Sea City will be here. It is said that even the Crown Prince has sent people to offer his blessings. Yunishuan spoke slowly. He then pondered for a moment and said, "For this birthday, Grandmaster Dan Ding also wants to recruit a disciple. This is the most important thing. If one can become Grandmaster Dan Ding's disciple, then their future will be bright. Moreover, it will be of great help to the faction behind them. After all, Grandmaster Dan Ding is one of the 3 pillars of the Cloud Sea City. He is also an expert who helped the Cloud Sea King in the past." Hearing this, Lin Ling secretly nodded. In reality, he also wanted to meet the legendary Grandmaster Alchemy Cauldron. He pondered for a moment and said, "So, Brother Yun, you mean to let your people become Grandmaster Alchemy Cauldron's disciples?" "That's right. It might be difficult, but I will fight for it. Right now, I have already gathered all the martial artists with talent in elixir refinement and selected a few outstanding elixir refiners. I hope that Grandmaster Dan Ding will favor them." Yunishuan spoke with anticipation. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and said, "If Brother Yun can make such preparations, then the other factions must have the same thoughts. The 3rd Prince, Crown Prince, and their elixir refiners should be here as well." "That's right. It is said that the Crown Prince has invited the #1 elixir refiner prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It seems like he is determined to get the position of Grandmaster Dan Ding's disciple." Yunishuan sighed and suddenly looked at Lin Ling. "Your Fire Ancient clan seems to be refining elixirs as well. I wonder how is your elixir refinement standard, Lin Ling?" So. If I am to compare myself with a true elixir refiner, I am still far from it." Lin Ling replied honestly. He wasn't a true elixir refiner and would only occasionally learn some related knowledge. However, his foundation was quite good. No matter what, as long as there is a trace of opportunity, don't let it go. Lin Ling, I think you should participate in this competition for the position of a disciple, too. Yunishuan suggested. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and nodded. "I will do my best." The carriage passed through a colorful garden and finally stopped in front of a mansion. The 2 of them dismounted, and Lin Ling lifted his head to take a look. This mansion wasn't considered luxurious and had a rather unique style. It was surrounded by plants, and some of the trees were so tall that they pierced through the clouds. It was probably quite old. This mansion was filled with the smell of nature. There was a plaque at the entrance of the mansion, and it was engraved with the words Dan Ding Manor. Chapter 231. Chapter 231. To have the nation in mind. Entering the mansion, the fresh smell of grass and trees mixed with the fragrance of pills wafted over. It was like the fragrance of sandalwood and orchids, making one feel refreshed. Lin Ling looked up and saw a sea of people. All of them had calm auras, and it seemed that their backgrounds were not small. Apart from them, there were also many elegant cultivators wearing long robes. After Yunishuan explained, Lin Ling then found out that these cultivators were the famous elixir masters of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was obvious that Grandmaster Dan Ding's birthday had attracted the attention of many alchemists who lived in seclusion. No wonder Grandmaster Dan Ding could become one of the 3 pillars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Such connections. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He then followed Yunishuan into a large hall. At this moment, he maintained his silence. None of the people who came here were weaklings. Hence, it was better to keep a low profile. When he arrived at Yunixuan's seat, Lin Ling instantly saw a familiar person. It was a woman, and she was discussing something with a few men. From afar, the woman's clothes were whiter than snow, and her willowy eyebrows were like the moon. Her eyes that were clear like water were sometimes doubtful and sometimes certain. Senior sisterin. Looking at that woman, Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. You know each other. Beside him, Yunixuan laughed in a strange manner. She is a senior sister of my martial arts sect. Lin Ling was still surprised. He did not expect an Yuer to appear here. It's even better if she's an acquaintance. She was introduced by Duke Duan. Although I have many alchemists working under me, there aren't many with experience. Coincidentally, it's Grandmaster Dan Ding's birthday celebration, so I asked her to come. Yunixuan explained. Lin Ling smiled speechlessly. If he had known earlier that senior apprentice sisterin would return, he would have brought her to the inner city. Unfortunately, he didn't know about Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's birthday. The two of them walked over. And Yuer was extremely surprised when she saw Lin Ling. She bowed slightly to the second prince and then smiled at Lin Ling. She was secretly surprised. Not long ago, Lin Ling had helped her and even recommended her to Duke Duan. At that time, she was suspicious of Lin Ling's identity. After seeing him today, she finally understood. This was her former junior brother, and now he was calling the second prince. It was obvious that he had a high status. Lin Ling also exchanged a few words with an Yuer. The youths who had been chatting with an Yuer earlier were now a bit jealous. They were all alchemists who had been invited by the second prince. This was the first time they saw an Yuer and they were immediately attracted by her elegant temperament. After chatting for a while, they realized that this beautiful woman was also extremely skilled in alchemy. And Yuer had unknowingly developed feelings of longing in their hearts. But they didn't expect that after a young man appeared, an Yuer's elegant attitude would gradually change into passion. Unless they were idiots, how could they not see that an Yuer had a good impression of this young man? Alright, today is also an opportunity for all of you. In a moment, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron will be conducting an alchemy assessment. If all of you perform well and are valued by Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, then you will have no worries for the rest of your lives. The second prince looked at the youths and then at Lin Ling. His indifferent expression changed to one of friendliness. Lin Ling, in a moment, you should come as well. Lin Ling nodded. The several alchemists remained silent, but in their hearts they were disdainful. They had their own circle of alchemists. Anyone who refined a pill would be known by the other alchemists in their circle. After a long time, they could be considered to have known each other. But Lin Ling? They had never seen him before, nor had they ever heard of him. He was probably just here to make up the numbers. Their eyes flashed with disdain. Lin Ling's soul force was extremely powerful, so he naturally vaguely sensed it. But he just smiled. He had no interest in dealing with these arrogant fellows. The great general of agile cavalry has arrived. The third prince has arrived. One by one, the important figures arrived. Then they began to greet each other. Their polite appearances made it seem as if they were old friends. But in reality, they were all secretly competing with each other. Second brother is also here. You really need to join in the fun no matter where you go. In the distance, the third prince greeted the other princes. When he saw Yunixuan, he immediately smiled and said. These words seemed to be polite, but they were actually mocking Yunixuan. He was saying that Yunixuan was doing useless things, trying to build up his reputation everywhere. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Originally, the third prince didn't care about Yunixuan. He saw him as an ordinary prince with no competition. But ever since Lin Ling appeared, he had won glory for the second prince time and time again, causing the second prince to gradually rise in the eyes of the major forces. After a while, the third prince also knew that Yunishwan was friendly on the surface, but he also had a competitive mind. So he also saw Yunishwan as a competitor. Of course, he was just a small competitor. In the third prince's heart, Yunishwan was overestimating himself. But occasionally, he would suppress such a weak opponent, which would add a bit of fun. Third brother is also a person who likes to join in the fun. Unfortunately, wherever you are, there will also be Big Brother. Yunishwan didn't care about the third prince's mockery. He only replied with a smile. He was also saying that no matter how powerful the third prince was, it was useless. Above him, there was still the crown prince. Ha! The third prince laughed coldly. He was in a bad mood. He didn't say anything more and turned to make friends with the other important figures. My third brother looks refined on the surface, but he has a narrow personality. He is a difficult opponent. Yunishwan also looked away and whispered to Lin Ling. He now saw Lin Ling as his confidant, so he didn't hide anything from him. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. The imperial family was as deep as the sea. For the throne, even blood brothers could draw their swords and fight each other. In his previous life, he had seen many such scenes on TV. However, people died for wealth. Birds died for food. This was the same everywhere. Lin Ling thought for a moment and smiled. He can only be said to be a difficult opponent. But in terms of the appearance of an emperor, he is still a little lacking. Oh. Yunishwan's eyes lit up. He was somewhat interested. What do you mean? Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He had watched a lot of TV in his previous life, and it was all shown on TV. Most of those princes who were as cunning as villains couldn't become emperors because they were short-sighted and haggled over small matters. They lacked the magnanimity to cut off all means of retreat. But how could he explain this? To become a king, don't bother with trifles and have the country in your heart. Lin Ling said thoughtfully. Don't bother with trifles and have the country in your heart. Yunishwan muttered to himself. His eyes lit up even more. For some reason, after hearing Lin Ling's words, he became more optimistic about the future. Chapter 232. Meeting an old friend, I wonder if Lin Ling is a monarch. Yunishwan suddenly asked. Lin Ling smiled and said, I am not a monarch because I am unable to ignore the trifles. If I don't offend others, they won't offend me. But if they offend me, I will return it 1,000 times over. From this, you can see that I don't have the bearing of an emperor. Yunishwan nodded and seemed to have relaxed. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, but there was something he didn't say in his heart. I might not have the bearing of an emperor, but my goal is to become a martial god that surpasses the bearing of an emperor. On the surface, Lin Ling seemed to always have the bearing of an emperor, which made Yunishwan feel at ease. But he didn't know that Lin Ling's ambition and goal were even greater than his. The bearing of an emperor might be able to unify the kingdom, but it wasn't freedom. A martial god that could unify thousands of kingdoms was the true carefree and unfettered. His Majesty the Crown Prince has arrived. Right at this moment, a voice echoed, which instantly silenced the entire grand hall. The Crown Prince was the most promising martial expert to become the King of Cloud Sea. This person was the Emperor and was born with an imperial aura. He was like a god in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. As soon as the voice echoed, all the princes had grave expressions. Even the third prince withdrew his contemptuous expression. Under everyone's gaze, a youth walked in with a large group of people. He glanced at everyone and smiled. Apologies, His Majesty the Crown Prince has something to do and couldn't make it here. Thus, he asked me to celebrate Grandmaster's birthday. Everyone was silently shocked. Only the Crown Prince didn't personally attend Grandmaster Dan Ding's birthday. From another perspective, it showed that the Crown Prince had a high temperament. I wonder how I should address this lord. Someone asked the youth. The youth had a proud expression. Even though there were many influential figures present, he still didn't have any stage fright. Lu Qingyun, people call me Deng Xiangzi. This child is so arrogant. He didn't greet all the influential figures. He is just relying on His Majesty the Crown Prince as his backer. Many people frowned, but when they thought of the youth's name, their eyes flickered. Deng Xiangzi. A genius in the alchemy Tao of Ocean of Cloud City. It was said that this child's innate talent was outstanding since he was young. He possessed a fire elemental innate spirit body. After he was lucky enough to obtain the 9 scrolls of pill fragrance, his path of alchemy had been smooth sailing. He was young, but his experience and maturity had already surpassed many century-old alchemists. There was even an alchemy tournament where he single-handedly defeated 1,000 alchemists. That tournament was the famous Alchemy Smell Tournament in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It's him. Many people nodded. Don Xiangzi could be considered to have shocked everyone in the pill-sniffing competition. Who would have thought that such a talent would be recruited by His Majesty, the Crown Prince? I have long heard that Grandmaster Dan Ding is a prominent figure in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Today, I have received the Crown Prince's favor and personally came here. My objective is to become Grandmaster Dan Ding's disciple. Lu Qingyun looked at the silent crowd and smiled again. If I become Grandmaster Dan Ding's disciple, then in the future, I will also be able to work together with my colleagues. How arrogant! Everyone from the various factions frowned. This Lu Qingyun had the Crown Prince as his backer. He was too arrogant and condescending. Grandmaster Dan Ding hadn't even appeared yet, and he already thought that he would become the Grandmaster's disciple. Furthermore, the King of Yunhai had yet to be confirmed. He was even more arrogant and thought that the Crown Prince had already seized the throne. Everyone else was just like him, the Crown Prince's subordinates and colleagues. Isn't your distinguished self too confident? Behind the third prince, an alchemist walked out. He naturally wouldn't allow His Majesty to be humiliated. You? I think you are called Lu Lingkai. Ha, a trash who can only refine third-grade elixirs is qualified to speak to me. Lu Qingyun laughed with disdain and then shook his head disdainfully. He said to the second prince, are these all your subordinates capable? It's not that I am looking down on you, but you are still too weak to compete with the Crown Prince for the throne. Arrogant. This was arrogance. In front of everyone, he didn't give the second prince any face. This was extremely rare in Yunhai City. But from another perspective, it also showed the Crown Prince's domineering aura. His subordinates were also incomparably domineering. They didn't place anyone in their eyes. The time hasn't come yet. Everything hasn't been decided yet. It's too early to say anything. The third prince didn't get angry. Instead, he said indifferently. It was clear that he was extremely afraid of the Crown Prince. Then let's wait and see. Lu Qingyun smiled faintly and strode forward. Along the way, he greeted the people with high status, but his attitude was arrogant, as if his status was higher than theirs. When he saw the second prince, he looked at the alchemist behind the second prince with disdain. Second prince, no wonder the Crown Prince said that among all the competitors for the throne, the third prince could be considered an opponent. The second prince is like the other princes, pleasant to the eye but useless. At first I thought it was a joke, but now it seems that it really is the case. Ha! 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 Lu Qingyun laughed and walked back to his seat. The second prince's face turned ugly. Being belittled in front of so many people, this had a huge impact on his reputation. Just a clown. Being arrogant for a short period of time can actually increase Brother Yun's prestige. Lin Ling's calm voice sounded in the second prince's ears. The second prince nodded, and his anger dissipated a little. Grandmaster Dan Ding has arrived. Right at this moment, a loud voice rang out. Everyone's eyes lit up, and all the princes revealed looks of anticipation. Grandmaster Dan Ding was one of the 3 pillars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was highly respected and was also the symbol of alchemists. If they could obtain Grandmaster Dan Ding's help, then they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. On the surface, it looked like all the major factions were here to celebrate the birthday, but in reality, they wanted to rope in the mysterious elder. Ha, everyone is considerate. Ha. An elder led 2 apprentices in with large strides. This elder had white hair and a youthful complexion. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but upon closer inspection, he didn't seem to be that old. This was because his white hair was tinged with black, and there weren't many wrinkles on his face. Those who were familiar with him knew that this elder was King Yunhai's right-hand man. He wasn't even 100 years old. It was obvious that this elder knew alchemy, so he knew how to recuperate. Greetings, Grand Master. Greetings. Everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. Lin Ling was no exception. Although this was the first time he had met Grandmaster Dan Ding, he had seen him refine pills before. It could be said that he had helped Lin Ling a little. Thus, Lin Ling owed this elder a favor. No need for formalities. I, old he, have already buried my neck in the yellow earth. I can pass on at any time. I am very happy that you are here to celebrate my birthday. The elder was amiable and approachable, and he didn't put on any airs. After that, the elder continued, it's a birthday, after all. It's just for the liveliness. Sit down and have a meal. It's that simple. Men, serve the dishes. Yes. Chapter 233. Birthday congratulations. The birthday speech was about the same as usual, but the birthday gift was different. The old man was indifferent by nature and didn't care about fame and fortune. Naturally, he didn't care about treasures like gold and silver. As for rare treasures like spirit grasses, the old man was a pill cauldron grandmaster. What kind of spirit grasses hadn't he seen before? Therefore, most of the treasures they took out only received a polite smile from the old man. Yun Yifan wishes old Mr. a long life and fortune as vast as the East Sea. For this birthday celebration, I'm presenting a calligraphy painting of Mr. Guanglo. This painting is authentic and has a history of 1,000 years. I hope old Mr. will like it. It was at this moment that the 3rd prince walked out and clapped his hands. Immediately, 2 people walked out from behind him. They took out a calligraphy painting from a jade box and opened it up. Words as sharp as knives appeared, and at the end of the painting was a name, Mr. Guanglo. This is the picture. He Yenshan stared at the painting, his old eyes gleaming. In this life, he had fame, etiquette, martial arts, and alchemy, so he was already satisfied. His life was mainly focused on alchemy, but he also had other interests, and that was all kinds of landscape calligraphy and paintings. The rarer, the more ancient, and the more mystical they were, the more he liked them. Especially when he was old, his liking for them had reached the level of obsession. His entire residence had a huge collection of ancient calligraphy and paintings from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and he would carefully admire them every day. Only then would he be able to eat and sleep. Unfortunately, in this world, martial arts reigned supreme. Very few people put effort into literature, resulting in not many good works. This was He Yenshan's regret. As for Mr. Guang Li's works, he was a man who used calligraphy in martial arts. Although he wasn't strong, the calligraphy he wrote was aesthetically pleasing and quite magical. It was a pity that he didn't have many works. Most of them were destroyed by the flow of time. It wasn't until 500 years after his death that his works were collected by some refined scholars. Therefore, when His Majesty the 3rd Prince took out the map, He Yenshan was immediately overjoyed. Okay. He Yenshan quickly walked down and carefully admired the words. He could not help but praise them 3 times. The third prince was overjoyed. Receiving praise from He Yenshan had undoubtedly brought him closer to He Yenshan. The people from the other factions secretly frowned. This third prince was indeed well prepared. However, how could the people from the other factions let the third prince monopolize everything? To be valued by Senior He Yenshan. Although Mr. Leshan's calligraphy is rarely seen in 1,000 years, it doesn't mean that his calligraphy is valuable just because it is ancient. His Majesty the Crown Prince knew that Senior was well versed in the way of elegance. 3 years ago, he ordered 100 painters to paint the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's painting of mountains and rivers. At this moment, the Crown Prince's representative, Lu Qingyun, walked out. He waved his hand and a few people appeared behind him. They took out a scroll and looked around arrogantly. Then, they opened the scroll. Whoosh! A huge painting appeared. The entire painting was 10 meters long and 2 meters high. There were mountains, rivers, cities, and people. This was a landscape painting. At present, it wasn't difficult for martial artists to draw all kinds of pictures with their spiritual energy. However, the difficult part was leaving the picture on the paper. After all, this wasn't a test of one's strength, but a test of one's brushwork and skills. It even tested the artist's level. Hence, there were very few painters in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. A landscape painting was naturally enough to intimidate the entire city. Since it suited He Yenshan's taste, its value was definitely better than ancient paintings. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the older the paintings, the better. After all, in some ancient mystic realms, some treasures were even 10,000 years old. Hence, the better the technique, the more valuable it was. This painting. Senior He Yenshan kept the painting and looked at the mountain and river painting. His old eyes were flickering like a child who saw his favorite toy. He couldn't bear to put it down. Using 3 years of effort and 100 painters to paint. This painting is simply divine. Look at the mountains, the rivers, the city, and most importantly, the people. Senior He Yenshan was constantly evaluating. It was obvious that he was very excited. The simplest things were sometimes the most perfect. Leaving the brush and ink on the paper to paint was obviously more perfect than painting in the air with spiritual energy. At the same time, it was also more difficult. His Majesty the Crown Prince is so thoughtful. Senior He Yenshan touched the painting and muttered to himself. At this moment, the situation had quietly shifted to the Crown Prince's side. Everyone sighed inwardly. The Crown Prince was indeed worthy of having the appearance of an emperor. He was majestic and majestic. He had started preparing for this scene 3 years ago. It was as if everything was set in stone. Landscape painting. His Majesty the Third Prince, on the other hand, had an ugly look on his face. Earlier, he had been the center of attention, but now that His Majesty the Crown Prince had appeared, his radiance had been overshadowed. Senior He Yenshan seemed to be leaning towards His Majesty the Crown Prince. Big Brother is truly capable. No wonder we were suppressed by him. I even prepared a golden jade brush, but it seems like I can't bring it out. It is a disgrace. Sigh. Looking at the scene in the Grand Hall, Yunixuan couldn't help but sigh. It looked like a birthday celebration, but it was actually a time for all the princes to increase their reputation. At the same time, it was also a time for them to rope in Senior He Yenshan. A pity that Yunixuan wasn't prepared and was obviously defeated. As for Lin Ling, he had been tongue-tied since the beginning. This world might respect martial arts, but this elder's taste was still heavy. He actually liked calligraphy and painting. Furthermore, those paintings and those words were too disgraceful. Let's not talk about those words first. Just take the painting for example. The painting was crooked, and it was even worse than the painting he had seen in the calligraphy exhibition he had attended in university. The martial arts of this world were indeed powerful, but in terms of literature, it was far inferior to the previous world. If it is in terms of wealth or treasures, I might not be a match for the princes. But if it is in terms of painting and calligraphy, I seem to be 9 streets ahead of them. Lin Ling rubbed his nose and said. Yunixuan stared at him from the side. At the same time, Yuer's beautiful eyes were emitting radiance. Both of them were in disbelief. Most of the people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had been practicing martial arts since young. In terms of literature, they only needed to know how to read. Therefore, there were very few people who knew how to write and draw. Lin Ling actually said that he was 9 streets ahead of them. Lin Ling didn't seem to be that old. Even if he focused on literature since young, how could his calligraphy and paintings be better than others? Lin Ling, what do you mean? Yunixuan didn't really believe it, but Lin Ling had always been mysterious in his heart and had created miracles time and time again. Hence, he still asked. Kiki, Lin Ling will deliver Brother Yun's gift on your behalf. Yes. Lin Ling let out a faint smile and walked out with large strides. He wanted to win glory for the second prince. Furthermore, the crown prince was his enemy. How could he allow his enemy to flaunt his prowess? In the grand hall, He Yenshan was still admiring the calligraphy and painting. The surrounding people were silent while Lu Qingyun had this complacent smile. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out. Chapter 234. Suppression. Lin Ling's appearance was obviously inappropriate. After all, Senior He Yenshan was admiring the landscape painting. His appearance was the same as interrupting the painting and slapping the crown prince's face. Lu Qingyun's expression instantly turned cold. This Yunixuan was getting bolder and bolder. He actually allowed a subordinate to come out and cause trouble. Yunixuan's subordinate. Good. However, He Yenshan didn't get angry. He smiled and looked at Lin Ling before he continued to admire the landscape painting. Old Sir is still looking at this painting. Is this painting so good? Let you enjoy it so much that you forget to leave. Lin Ling let out a faint smile and walked forward to admire the painting as well. This painting might not be old, but the skill is rare. I have seen tens of thousands of paintings, but this is the first time I have seen such a mystical painting. He Yenshan was still looking at the painting as though he treated Lin Ling as a fellow painter. Tens of thousands of paintings. Old Sir, are you sure you are looking at a painting? Or are you looking at some scribbles? Lin Ling laughed and asked. Silence. The entire grand hall was in silence. Everyone widened their eyes. This was the first time in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom that someone dared to comment on Senior He Yenshan like this. Even Yunixuan widened his eyes. Previously, Lin Ling said that he would hand it over to him, so he was assured to hand it over to Lin Ling. Who knew that Lin Ling would actually run out to comment on He Yenshan's experience in appreciating paintings? I told you to curry favor with Senior, not to offend him. Yunixuan, who was always calm, had the urge to cry right now. Kid, you can't speak carelessly. He Yenshan lifted his head and had an unhappy expression. He could tolerate this youth's rudeness, but he couldn't tolerate this youth blaspheming his experience in appreciating paintings, much less blaspheming this painting in front of him. Kiki, I am not being conceited, but the paintings that I have seen are much better than the paintings that Senior has seen. Hence, I am very surprised to see that Senior is so fond of this painting. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. Have you seen the Along the River during the Qingming Festival painting? Have you seen the residence in Mount Fujian? Have you seen the Luotian Fu, the 5 Bulls painting, and the 100 Horses painting? He Yenshan's expression changed from disdain to seriousness, and finally to surprise. He was no longer looking at the painting, but at Lin Ling. I don't think so. Those are all paintings made with a brush. Let's talk about something more distant. Have you seen the Mona Lisa? Have you seen The Last Supper? Lin Ling's voice gradually grew louder, as if in front of him, Senior He Yen Shan was not qualified to be called an expert in painting appreciation. In fact, in the previous world, Lin Ling had not seen many of those famous paintings. But with the development of the internet, he had seen pictures and fakes. But even the fakes were better than the paintings in front of him. They were even better than the paintings that Senior He Yen Shan had seen. No. Senior He Yen Shan shook his head in confusion. If you haven't even seen these paintings, then what qualifications do you have to claim that you have seen tens of thousands of paintings? You must have seen scribbles. Lin Ling said indifferently. Senior He Yen Shan fell silent. The surrounding people were stunned. A young man was reprimanding a senior of virtue and prestige. This must be a dream, right? Sir, you keep saying that you have seen countless famous paintings, but those paintings you are talking about do not exist. Those are fake names you came up with to deliberately mystify things, right? Lu Qingyun saw that He Yen Shan was no longer looking at his paintings, and he was instantly enraged. He looked at Lin Ling and said coldly, "Is there a need for me to deliberately mystify things? Let's not talk about those famous paintings first. Just take the painting in your hand as an example. It is simply trash." Lin Ling looked at Lu Qingyun coldly, and Lu Qingyun was even angrier. If it wasn't for Senior He Yen Shan, he would have already killed this nameless young man. What do you mean? He Yen Shan didn't get angry and asked curiously. In terms of alchemy, he was indeed a master. However, in terms of calligraphy and painting, he couldn't be considered a master. He could only be considered a crazy enthusiast. He knew this himself, so when he heard Lin Ling's words, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Generally speaking, a painting is the painstaking effort of a painter. No matter how bad the painting is, others would at most dislike it. They shouldn't judge it. After all, this is blasphemy to the painstaking effort of others. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. But since you want to ask me, then I can only say it directly. Look at the painting. Is this a mountain? This is a pile of shit. It doesn't look like a mountain, but more like a rock. Also, is this water? Is the fluctuation of the water in a steady state? Water can be fast or slow, but this painting is considered finished after a few drops of water. Are you trying to save ink? Let's not talk about the city. What big city? Even the villages aren't so backward. There isn't a single 3-story building. As for the failures of the people, their expressions are the same. There isn't any liveliness. Did their fathers all die? All of them have a mournful expression. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice wasn't loud, but it shocked the entire hall into silence. Lu Qingyun was fuming with anger. This painting was degraded by this young man to be worthless. This young man was slapping His Majesty the Crown Prince's face. Senior He Yen Shan widened his eyes. At first, he was very curious. It was the first time he had seen such a huge painting, but after Lin Ling said so, he looked carefully and found that it was indeed so. The mountain didn't look like a mountain, the water didn't have any fluctuations, the city was more like a village, and the people were like puppets. This painting lacks spirit. Looking at it up close, you won't feel anything. Looking at it from afar, you'll know whether it's good or bad. Senior, if you don't believe me, you can try it. Lin Ling said again. He Yen Shan was half convinced and half doubtful. He took a dozen steps back to take a look. Suddenly, after the whole painting was combined, it looked extremely out of place. This made him surprised. How did it become like this? This is because of the big picture. After all, the bigger the painting, the stricter the requirements for the proportion. Once the proportion is lost, then there will be a sense of disharmony. Moreover, this is a painting made by 100 people. Each of them painted a part, so there is no tacit understanding at all. You paint your part, and I'll paint mine. If you look at it separately, it's barely acceptable, but when combined together, it won't work. Lin Ling slowly explained. So that's how it is. Senior He Yenshan was suddenly enlightened. He said in admiration, "Young friend, you're indeed an expert in painting appreciation." His words carried a tone of discussing painting and calligraphy together, which made Yunishuan, who was far away, suck in a breath of cold air. It seemed that Lin Ling had won the favor of Senior He Yenshan. This situation was naturally not what Lu Qingyun wanted to see. The crown prince had painstakingly prepared a painting, but it ended up being a wedding dress for someone else. How could the crown prince accept this? This painting is already the best art in the present day. You are being picky and not a person who appreciates paintings. Who doesn't know how to say such harsh words? Lu Qingyun spoke indifferently. His words meant that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's calligraphy and paintings were of this standard. No matter how good you said it was, if you couldn't paint it, then what was the use? It was like asking a martial artist to shatter the void with his fist, otherwise, he wouldn't be considered a martial artist. But until now, who could shatter the void with their fist? Hence, those people who said those words were all nonsense. In response to this statement, many people in the surroundings nodded. Lin Ling let out a contemptuous laugh. I already knew that you would say such words. It is a pity that you found the wrong person. In terms of other things, I might not be the strongest, but in terms of painting, I can still surpass your so-called artists. Chapter 235. Repay a kindness with a painting. Old Mister, find some charcoal, red flower fruit, yellow stone and blue sky leaves. Lin Ling turned to He Yenshan and said. All right. He Yenshan nodded. These things were not difficult to obtain. After a short while, everything was ready. Old Mister, please take a seat. Lin Ling picked up the charcoal, sharpened it with his spirit energy, and wrapped it in a cloth. Sit down. Senior He Yenshan was puzzled, but he still did as he was told. Lin Ling picked up the charcoal and started drawing. This was a realistic drawing. In his previous life's art classes, he often used a pencil to draw like this. The advantage of this kind of drawing was that it was close to realism and lifelike. What kind of pen is that? It's so strange. Moreover, his drawing posture is very wrong. Could it be that he's deliberately mystifying things? Seeing this scene, many people discussed. To them, they had never seen such a way of drawing. I thought you were some kind of artist, but it turns out that you're just messing around. Lu Qingyun snorted coldly. Although he didn't know how to draw, he had seen others draw. Others used brushes and ink to draw. Using charcoal like that youth was simply unrefined. Lin Ling painted a total of 2 paintings. One was a realistic painting, and the other was a semi-oil painting. The colors were made from the juices of 3 kinds of spiritual herbs, and then mixed to create more colors. In the previous world, many people knew about this method of mixing, but not everyone could mix it well. They needed the help of machines, but in this world, Lin Ling's strength was tyrannical. He could operate it through spirit qi and soul force. The second painting was an oil painting of the entire whole. Alright, senior. Because I was in a hurry and my tools were limited, I didn't draw any grand paintings. They were all small paintings. After a long time, Lin Ling raised his head and smiled. Little painting. Don't tell me you've painted Senior He Yenshan as a dog. Let me tell you, if you've ruined the painting, then you've committed the great crime of deceiving the emperor. Lu Qingyun said coldly with a mocking tone. Lin Ling looked at him strangely. Do you really want me to draw Senior He Yenshan as a dog? Could it be that in your heart, Senior He Yenshan is a dog? You. Lu Qingyun's face turned red. He originally wanted to suppress Lin Ling, but in the end, he made a slip of the tongue and allowed Lin Ling to grab hold of his weakness. Senior He Yanshan didn't mind. He walked over with a smile and asked curiously, "Let me see this painting." This painting is second Prince Yunishuan's birthday gift. Although it's not expensive, it's a token of his sincerity. Lin Ling handed over one of the paintings. He Yanshan received it with a smile. The moment he opened it, his curious expression turned serious. Then, his eyes widened in shock. In the painting, it was a lifelike version of him. The greatest characteristic of a realistic painting was its realism. Using charcoal to draw out the shadows, forming a strong contrast. This painting style was simply the first in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. "This painting is mine." He Yanshan's entire body was agitated. He looked at it carefully for a long time and kept it in his embrace. He then felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he opened up his hands and showed the painting to everyone. Complete silence. The He Yanshan in the painting was sitting on a chair as though he was alive. The scene by the side might not be detailed, but with just a little bit of black ink, it clearly outlined an old man. "This child is a prodigy," He Yanshan muttered to himself. The second painting. Lin Ling smiled and handed the second painting over. This painting had color. It might be a little blurry, but it was still lifelike. In Lin Ling's words, it was just like a photograph. The painting drew out everyone in the grand hall, and the entire birthday celebration was filled with jubilation. Most importantly, this painting was the first painting in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom that had color. "How did you do it?" He Yanshan gasped. After viewing over 10,000 paintings, this was the first time he saw such a mystical painting style. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. It was simply a masterpiece in his collection. This was indeed a masterpiece. Until now, this painting was the only one with color. When He Yanshan revealed the painting, everyone gasped again. They looked at Lin Ling with grave eyes. A painting with color was something that even formidable martial artists couldn't do. Even if it was done, it couldn't be left on paper and circulated for 1,000 years. Right now, a miracle appeared in front of their eyes. That painting did it. The Lu Qingyun in the painting looks so wretched. He has sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. He looks like a fox. One of them stared at the painting and said. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders. "Kiki, this is a realistic painting. Since the owner is ugly, I can only paint ugly." "You!" Lu Qingyun was fuming with anger. He Yanshan didn't care about Lu Qingyun's anger. After revealing the painting, he carefully kept it and didn't let anyone take another look at it. He treated it like a treasure. "This birthday gift is the most mystical present I have received in many years. Yunishuan is so thoughtful." Yunishuan's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He never thought that there would be a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Lin Ling had once again created a miracle and made a contribution for him. "Little prodigy, what's your name? I wonder if you have time to draw another painting for me." After He Yanshan finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling with burning eyes. His words made many people envious. That young man seemed to have gained the favor of Grandmaster Dan Ding. Junior is Lin Ling. In fact, the first painting was a birthday gift, but the second painting is a personal gift from me to Grandmaster. It's to repay Grandmaster's kindness in the past. Lin Ling humbly bowed. Back then, when he saw the passing of time, it was He Yanshan who was refining pills. At that time, He Yanshan helped him through the most difficult time. Although He Yanshan didn't help him personally, he helped him indirectly. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to repay this kindness. He Yanshan was puzzled. In his impression, this was the first time he met this young man. Where did the kindness in the past come from? Lin Ling didn't continue on this topic. After exchanging some pleasantries, he returned to Yunixuan's side. The birthday celebration was still going on. Everyone's spirits were getting higher and higher. They knew that it was a crucial moment. Grandmaster Dan Ding was accepting a disciple. Grandmaster, you are the leading figure in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's elixir industry. If you don't pass down your mantle, it will be a huge loss to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. One of the dukes smiled and reminded. Kiki, I do have the same intention. I want to use this birthday celebration to find a good disciple. Everyone, follow me. He Yenshan smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. He then led everyone out of the grand hall. After the grand hall, there was a tranquil valley. It was surrounded by birds and fragrant flowers. The lush greenery made this place look like a paradise. This was where He Yenshan usually refined elixirs. This place was close to nature and could calm the mind of an elixir refiner, allowing them to quickly enter the state of elixir refinement. Everyone looked over and saw that the valley was surrounded by elixir furnaces. They were ancient and fragrant, and they looked expensive. If you want to become my disciple, you must have an interest in the path of Elixir Tao. You must have plenty of experience in Elixir Tao, and most importantly, you must have innate talent. Therefore, I plan to select disciples through a series of tests. If you pass the tests, you will become my personal disciple. Chapter 236. Elixir Test, Senior, does this test determine one's identity? Someone asked. I know that many of you have extraordinary backgrounds, but that has nothing to do with me. I just want to find a suitable successor. It's that simple. He Yenshan smiled faintly. Many people nodded. At first, they were worried that the disciple selection would depend on one's background. In that case, alchemists with extraordinary backgrounds would have an advantage. But fortunately, it was only based on one's strength. It doesn't matter to me whether or not I look at your background. With my strength, I can definitely become Grandmaster Dan Ding's disciple. Trash like you will lose without a doubt. At this time, Lu Qingyun walked out and smiled confidently. It's Lu Qingyun who has the title of Danxiangzi. Many alchemists looked at Lu Qingyun and frowned. Lu Qingyun might be arrogant and look down on all the other alchemists, but he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. During the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Elixir Fragrance Tournament, he had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat and obtained the championship. It's been a year since the last competition. A lot can change in a year. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to compete with Danxiangzi. In the path of alchemy, the strong take the lead while the weak are eliminated. I am also willing to compete. It's too early to say anything now. Let's wait until the assessment. Some of the alchemists from the major forces spoke out one after another. They were unwilling to admit defeat. I'll make you lose so badly that you'll prostrate yourselves before me. Lu Qingyun coldly snorted and strode forward. He chose a pill furnace and waited. We must not let the Crown Prince's alchemist win. The third prince looked at Lu Qingyun coldly, then said to the alchemists under him. The alchemists nodded their heads, their faces full of confidence. Then, they walked forward and found a furnace to wait. You guys have to work hard too. Yunixuan also said to the alchemist below him. Your Majesty, we will do our best. Those alchemists nodded and walked out. Lin Ling and Yue also walked out together. Although Lin Ling wasn't the most talented alchemist under Yunixuan's supervision, he came from the Fire Ancient clan and more or less knew how to concoct alchemical pills. That was why Yunixuan allowed him to go up and try. You're going to. Refining pills isn't something that can be learned in a day or two. You'd better not go and make a fool of yourself. One of the alchemists looked at Lin Ling and said. He had a high status and high alchemy skills, so he was a little arrogant. Are you ordering me around? Lin Ling glanced at the alchemist indifferently. Lin Ling's gaze seemed calm, but it contained a strong pressure, causing the alchemist's expression to change. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak again. The current Lin Ling was His Majesty's favorite person. He was not someone he could provoke. One by one, the alchemists arrived in front of the pill furnace and waited quietly. Lin Ling casually found a pill furnace and waited quietly. He didn't have much hope for this time's pill refining. After all, although his talent in alchemy wasn't weak, compared to those alchemists who refined pills every day, his experience was still lacking. Of course, if he could stand out and become Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple, he would be more than happy to do so. Moreover, he didn't want to see Lu Qingyun become Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple and raise the Crown Prince's prestige. His Majesty the Crown Prince was Lin Ling's enemy who killed his father. He would avenge him sooner or later. A middle-aged man in a blue robe walked out and said indifferently, "This test is very simple. It's a test of 1st to 5th grade pills. Whoever has the best results can become Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple." After he finished speaking, he sent out a large number of pill formulas and memorized the names of every alchemist. 1st to 5th grade. That's very difficult. But it's very simple for me. I want to see how trash like you can compete with me. Lu Qingyun said arrogantly after hearing this. Many alchemists looked at him indifferently, their eyes filled with unwillingness. There are 2 sets of ingredients for each pill. If you fail, you lose your qualifications. Begin. The middle-aged man's voice rang out again. Instantly, all the alchemists became busy. They carefully looked at the pill formula beside the pill furnace. It was a 1st-grade pill, the Dragon's Tongue pill. It was considered quite difficult among 1st-grade pills. However, this was not a problem for them. After that, many alchemists buried their heads in refining. Lin Ling looked at the pill formula in front of him and shook his head with a bitter smile. This was the first time he had heard of this pill formula. He looked around and condensed his soul power. In the next moment, a large number of figures appeared around him. They were all alchemists refining pills. However, these alchemists were from Pill Cauldron Prefecture and were not participating alchemists. It was obvious that Lin Ling had used his eyes to look back at the lost time. He had found the scene of these alchemists refining pills. These alchemists are from Pill Cauldron Prefecture. Their standards are naturally higher. I can use this chance to increase my knowledge of alchemy. Lin Ling was delighted. He looked and refined at the same time. At the same time, a large number of alchemists were about to complete their tests. Jin Chiye, 1st grade pill test, passed. Yulan, 1st grade pill test, passed. Xiao Lin, 1st grade pill test, passed. 1st grade pills were the foundation. At present, it was not difficult for the alchemists present. Soon after, 2nd grade pills came up. It was a competition to see who would be eliminated first and who would last until the end. The alchemists of the various forces busied themselves once again. They focused their attention, afraid that they might make a mistake. As for Lin Ling, his expression was calm as he studied and refined slowly. Fortunately, he already had a foundation. Coupled with the guidance of an experienced alchemist, he was able to successfully refine a 2nd grade pill. Lord Huang, 2nd grade pill test, failed. Hu Lai, 2nd grade pill test, passed. Not long after, the middle-aged man in charge of the assessment checked the results one by one and announced them. Many alchemists had been eliminated in the 2nd grade pill test. Those who remained belonged to the elite class. A bunch of people who are just here to make up the numbers. Lu Qingyun gloated as he looked at the alchemists who had failed. He could not help but sneer. 3rd grade pill test. The middle-aged man in charge of the assessment continued. Soon after, a large number of alchemy boys walked out with spirit herbs and placed them in front of the alchemists. There were still 2 sets of herbs. If they failed both, they would be eliminated. As for third-grade pills, the difficulty increased several times. Many alchemists were sweating profusely as they concentrated. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a furnace exploding rang out. An alchemist had failed and his furnace exploded. That alchemist was under the command of the third prince, causing the third prince's expression to turn ugly. Bang bang bang. As if a precedent had been set, the sound of furnaces exploding rang out one after another. The alchemists from the other forces could not escape this calamity. As for Lin Ling, his furnace did not explode. However, he failed once. This allowed him to calm down. He was not in a hurry to refine pills. Instead, he carefully observed the passing of time, learning knowledge like a sponge. Time slowly passed. Chapter 237. Struggle of the 5th ranks. That young man also passed. The spectators were all silently astonished. Of course, that was it. They felt that the youth was just lucky as he didn't have a great reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's alchemy world. Lu Qingyun naturally wouldn't pay attention to Lin Ling. To him, Lin Ling was just a nameless junior. Interesting, there are actually 20 people who passed. However, the 4th-level medicinal pill examination is the time of your death. Among all the people present, only Lu Qingyun was still as calm as before. However, his level of medicinal pills was indeed very high. Even Grandmaster Dan Ding, He Yen Shan, stroked his beard and praised, the successor of the 9 scrolls of Danxiang is indeed worthy of his reputation. This praise made Lu Qingyun even more proud. After that, the 4th-grade medicinal pill examination appeared. This was a huge threshold. It could be said that the next 20 people would probably be completely wiped out in this examination. Time quietly passed. The remaining 20 alchemists were sweating profusely, not daring to be distracted. It had to be known that Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's pill recipe was something none of them had ever heard of before. They could only rely on their experience to refine it. The only ones who were relatively calm were Lu Qingyun and Lin Ling. The former had the foundation of the 9 scrolls of Danxiang and was very experienced. On the other hand, although the latter was a last-minute effort, what she saw was the refining process of Danding Prefecture's alchemists. Bang bang bang. Not long after, the sound of pill cauldrons exploding rang out like firecrackers, causing many people to sigh and shake their heads. In this way, the alchemists of many factions had failed. Even Yulan lost. Hee, then I win. Lu Qingyun smiled proudly as he looked at the alchemists walking out of the room. Then, pretending to be indifferent, he bowed slightly to Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Disciple greets master. In his opinion, if even the famous Yulan had lost, then no one would be a match for him. After bowing slightly to Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, Lu Qingyun puffed out his chest, wanting to hear the voices of admiration around him. But after waiting for a moment, the surroundings were still silent. It was as if no one was looking at him. Lu Qingyun, the examination isn't over yet. How can you have the nerve to ask me to accept you as my disciple? At this moment, He Yen Shan's mocking voice sounded. Lu Qingyun's complexion changed. Even Yulan had lost to her. Who else hadn't lost to her? He turned his head to look and saw that in the corner, under a maple tree, there was a young man with a focused expression. He was continuing to refine a 4th-grade pill, and his every movement was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't look like a newbie at all. It's that boy from before. Lu Qingyun frowned. He didn't expect the young man's level of alchemy to be so high. However, his face suddenly turned red. He was a little embarrassed. After all, the assessment hadn't ended yet, and he seemed to be so proud of himself that he had already acknowledged the young man as his master. This kind of action was very embarrassing. How is Commander Lin's Tao of alchemy so strong? Staring at the youth under the maple tree, Yunishuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He had already given up, but in the end, Lin Ling still hadn't failed. He was much stronger than the alchemists under his command. As for the alchemists under him who doubted Lin Ling, they were all staring with wide eyes. And Yuer was also in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the young man under the maple tree. That young man's appearance was handsome, and his gaze was focused. She didn't know why, but she was attracted to him. Although the alchemy area was in the corner, at this moment, he was like a dazzling star. Okay, the 4th grade pill has been successfully refined, cloud pattern red sandalwood pill. After a moment, under the maple tree, the young man's confident voice sounded, attracting the attention of countless people. The middle-aged alchemist smiled and hurried over. After a round of inspection, he suddenly raised his head in surprise. This pill is a yellow grade pill, but it's a 4th grade pill. 4th grade, this means he succeeded. Everyone's expression changed. As for Lu Qingyun, his brows were tightly knitted together. He felt as if his own light had been stolen by that young man. It's just a 4th grade pill, a piece of cake. If you want to play with a 5th grade pill. Lu Qingyun walked back to his cauldron and sneered at Lin Ling. He felt that the young man was just lucky, but he was going to tear off that young man's cowardly mask. Kiki, you are very confident. Then I shall accompany you to the end. Lin Ling raised his head and couldn't help but smile. The other party was the crown prince's subordinate. Since he had the strength to challenge them, he wasn't going to let them have an easy time. There are less than 5 individuals in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who are able to refine 5th grade pills. These 2 individuals are young, but their talents are terrifying. Deng Xiangzi didn't surprise me. What surprised me was that young man. He Yen Shan was conversing with the middle-aged alchemist. He looked at Lin Ling from afar and nodded silently. The more he looked at this young man, the more he liked him. Even Lu Qingyun didn't dare to neglect a 5th grade pill. After all, the refinement process was too complicated, and a single mistake might cause all his efforts to go to waste. His expression turned grave, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. Deng Xiangzi is also being careful. 5th grade pills are indeed difficult. The alchemists in the surroundings didn't even blink as they stared at Lu Qingyun's refinement, hoping to learn something. That young man is very calm. Suddenly, someone looked at Lin Ling and was instantly astonished. Lin Ling was still calm and composed. His every move was as smooth as flowing water, as though everything was done in a single breath. This surprised everyone. That young man didn't have any reputation, but his alchemy standard seemed to be very high. No one knew that Lin Ling didn't have much experience. He was only able to see the powerful alchemists with his eyes and guide him step by step. Among the people who appeared was Senior He Yen Shan. This is already the 2nd time Senior He Yen Shan is teaching me alchemy. Lin Ling had a strange thought in his mind. 15 minutes later, the cauldron in front of him actually started to sway. It seemed as though there was a giant demonic beast hidden within the cauldron, which attracted the attention of everyone. Elixir cloud form. But in the next moment, an experienced alchemist pointed at the cauldron and spoke in a shocking voice. The cauldron shook violently and then gradually calmed down. A wisp of mist floated out of the cauldron and formed the cloud of a true dragon that circled around the cauldron. Elixir complete. Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he waved his right hand. Strong spirit qi caused the lid of the cauldron to float up and a pill flew out. It shone with a resplendent azure light, and at the same time, the cry of a dragon rang out. After a moment, the pill gradually calmed down. The pill that appeared in Lin Ling's hand was as transparent as crystal. Looking through it, one could see a wisp of green gas swimming within the pill. If one looked closely, the gas was like a dragon. The Dragon Court 7 Cries Pill. This pill was the key to breaking through from the martial spirit realm to the earth spirit realm. With this pill, one's chances of breaking through would be increased by 70%. As long as 7 dragon cries rang out from the body of the person who took it, then they would be able to step into the earth spirit realm even if their potential was lacking. In addition, this pill could stabilize the spirit chi seed in the earth spirit realm and reduce the risk of chi deviation. The first time one took it, it could slightly increase the spirit chi in the spirit chi seed. This was an elixir created by Grandmaster Dan Cauldron He Yenshan and was extremely rare even in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 238. Chapter 238. If you want to play, you should play big. In an instant, there was complete silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even He Yenshan's eyes flickered as he was secretly shocked. This young man had actually refined the Dragon Court 7 Cries pill. How strange. Could it be that he had obtained a Dragon Court 7 Cries pill in the past and studied it himself? This was the only explanation. After all, He Yenshan, had never instructed that young man, nor had he told him the refining method of the Dragon Court 7 Cries pill. He only had the pill formula. The middle-aged man in charge of the examination hurriedly ran over and carefully examined it. He raised his head and said with a heavy voice, "This pill is yellow rank, but it has already reached the 5th grade." These words were equivalent to admitting that Lin Ling had succeeded. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths rose and fell one after another. Lu Qingyun was still refining the Dragon Court 7 Cries pill, but he also heard that voice, and the pressure on him instantly increased. Danxiangzi. A very famous alchemist. Now that I've succeeded, it's up to you. I hope you won't fail in the level 5 alchemy test. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded. Lu Qingyun felt the pressure increase. At the same time, he was furious. Lin Ling's words seemed casual, but in reality, they were affecting his state of mind. The most taboo in alchemy was to be impatient, but how could the current Lu Qingyun calm down? Bang! At this time, the pill furnace in front of Lu Qingyun exploded and a charred smell wafted out. Black smoke covered Lu Qingyun's face, making one want to laugh. Danxiangzi failed. Previously, you were arrogant and conceited. I thought you were very powerful, but in the end, you still lost. The champion of the fragrance sniffing competition is nothing more than this. The surrounding alchemists were stunned. Soon after, all sorts of gloating voices rang out. The mocking laughter caused Danxiang Lu Qingyun to grit his teeth. He felt as if he had suddenly fallen from a high pedestal into an abyss. Lu Qingyun, you failed. Lin Ling alone has passed the alchemy assessment this time. The middle-aged examiner looked at Lu Qingyun expressionlessly. Lu Qingyun's expression changed. This time, he came with full confidence. He thought that he could sweep through the crowd, but who would have thought that he would lose at the last moment? If this was the case, he would no longer have the face to see others, and his reputation would be ruined. He was even more unable to explain this to the Crown Prince. After all, before coming here, he had patted his chest and guaranteed that Senior He Yenshan's disciple would definitely win. Wait! Lu Qingyun suddenly snorted coldly. Everyone looked at him, not understanding that he had already lost. What right did he have to speak? The Dragon Court 7 Cries pill is a medicinal pill that is unique to Senior He Yenshan. The alchemists that we assess can only fumble around with our experience, but how could he possibly refine it? Lu Qingyun said coldly. What do you mean? You can't refine it, but can't others refine it? An alchemist looked at Lu Qingyun and said unhappily. That's right. If I can't do it, no one else can either. Lu Qingyun's sneer deepened. Unless someone had agreed on the refining method in advance, and then concealed all of us alchemists. Lu Qingyun, you've lost, but you're still not convinced. All of the alchemists looked at Lu Qingyun with disdain. Senior He Yenshan frowned. Lu Qingyun's words meant that He Yenshan, had privately told Lin Ling the refining method of the Dragon Court 7 Cries pill, and that was why Lin Ling could refine it. I thought Don Shangzi was the champion of the fragrance sniffing competition, so she should have some talent. Who knew that she would be so narrow-minded? She was inferior to others, but she blamed it on others. Is this the kind of person that the Crown Prince has? Senior He Yenshan said with a frown. Lu Qingyun's expression turned ugly. This time, it was Senior He Yenshan who reprimanded him. What right did he have to speak? I knew that people like you would find excuses after losing. Sigh. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly walked over and looked at Lu Qingyun with disdain. However, if it were any other time, I wouldn't bother with a clown like you. But since you're under the Crown Prince, I'll give you a chance. Both you and I will refine a pill, and then we'll see whose pill is more valuable. Sigh. Lu Qingyun looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to challenge him. How about it? Do you dare or not? Lin Ling looked at Lu Qingyun with an overbearing aura. Lu Qingyun was under the Crown Prince. Anyone related to the Crown Prince was Lin Ling's enemy. Therefore, he took the initiative to challenge him to suppress the Crown Prince. Did I hear wrong? You dare to compete with me in alchemy? Sigh. Lu Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then laughed maniacally. Do you dare or not? Sigh. Lin Ling ignored his laughter and asked indifferently. You? Why wouldn't I dare? Ha! Lu Qingyun exuded an arrogant aura and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Since you want to compete, then let's add some stakes. If you lose, you will kneel outside Danding Prefecture for 3 days and 3 nights. You will also have to say that you lost and disgraced the second prince. Ha! This was a great humiliation. If Lin Ling lost, he would kneel in front of Danding Prefecture and scold himself without any dignity. I lost. I disgraced the second prince. Not long after, Lin Ling would become the laughing stock of the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The second prince's reputation would also be damaged, and he would be disgraced. Lu Qingyun's move was extremely vicious. Not only did it ruin Lin Ling's reputation, but it also implicated the second prince. This guy is really daring. Ha! Yunixuan stared coldly at Lu Qingyun, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Right now, Lin Ling couldn't retreat anymore and had to accept the challenge. However, the consequences of losing would be extremely horrifying. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. This Lu Qingyun had a good plan. He sneered and said, "Sure, and the loser will have to write the words 'My emperor is a trash' on his face." Exclamation point. Since the other party dared to play, then he would play big. Since the other party wanted to disgrace Yunixuan, then he would disgrace the Crown Prince. Lu Qingyun's eyes congealed. Lin Ling's stakes were obviously more ruthless. If he lost and had those words written on his face, if this matter was to spread out to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it would definitely bring an even greater humiliation to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince might even kill him. Why? You don't dare anymore. Weren't you very arrogant earlier? Lin Ling said coldly. Lu Qingyun was now in a difficult situation, but when he thought of his elixirs, his heart was instantly filled with confidence. All right, accept the challenge. Accept. Seeing that both of them had agreed, the people from the various major forces sighed inwardly. This time, the alchemy assessment had gradually developed into a fierce battle between the two major forces. However, His Majesty, the second prince, was extremely powerful this time. That young man had previously won the favor of Senior He Yenshan, and now, he had even won first place in the assessment. This second prince had so many capable people under him, and he wasn't to be underestimated. Subsequently, everyone looked at the two individuals who were starting to refine elixirs. Chapter 239. The elixir that was refined before. Competing with me in elixir refinement, you are bound to lose. When I was refining elixirs, you were still breastfeeding. Lu Qingyun was brimming with confidence as he began to refine. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not act rashly. Instead, he thought back carefully. Earlier, through the eyes that had passed away, he had seen many rare alchemy methods. However, it seemed difficult to defeat Lu Qingyun with those alchemy methods. Hence, he could only refine an extremely rare elixir. That's right. That elixir should be very rare. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he recalled the Heaven-tier essence recovery elixir that he refined in the Gu Yen sect. The essence recovery elixir might not be of a high grade, but it was still a Heaven-tier elixir. Currently, the only person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could refine a Heaven-tier elixir was probably He Yenshan. Furthermore, He Yenshan had refined countless elixirs, but he could only refine one Heaven-tier essence recovery elixir. Hence, once this elixir was refined, Lin Ling was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Qingyun. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling began to refine. The elixir that he is refining seems to have very simple ingredients. Furthermore, the technique seems to be very simple. It doesn't seem to be some high-grade elixir. Could he have given up? Some of the experienced elixir refiners saw Lin Ling's actions and were puzzled. Even He Yenshan was puzzled. According to the norm, if Lin Ling wanted to defeat Lu Qingyun, he would have to refine at least a 5th-grade elixir. However, the refinement process and ingredients of a 5th-grade elixir had extremely high requirements. What Lin Ling was refining now, no matter how one looked at it, seemed to have nothing to do with a 5th-grade elixir. Kiki, is he giving up on himself? Lu Qingyun sneaked a glance at Lin Ling and saw that his actions were simple. He couldn't help but feel even more proud. In fact, Lin Ling's actions and ingredients were simple because he was too familiar with the Heaven-tier essence recovery elixir. He could refine it even with his eyes closed. Time passed by slowly. Elixir completed. At a certain moment, Lu Qingyun let out an arrogant roar. The cauldron in front of him floated up. The lid of the cauldron opened, and a 5-colored light was emitted. Then, a pill turned into a rainbow and shot into Lu Qingyun's hand. A 4th-rank pill, the white jade bone returning pill. This pill is used for healing and is suitable for any cultivator below the earth spirit realm. It can restore spirit chi and physical strength within the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Lu Qingyun said proudly as he toyed with the pill in his hand. The demeanor of an expert drifted out from his body. This was his proudest work. Back then, he had relied on this pill to win the fragrance sniffing competition. This pill was also an indispensable healing pill for martial artists. After all, when martial artists went out to train, it was inevitable that they would encounter enemies and life or death situations. At that time, this pill could restore their physical strength and spiritual energy, which was equivalent to saving a martial artist's life. It really is the white jade bone returning pill. The surrounding alchemists nodded silently. They weren't surprised. After all, that medicinal pill was the one that made Lu Qingyun famous. If Lin Ling wanted to defeat the other, he would have to refine another 5th-rank pill. Lin Ling, it's your turn. I hope you can bring out a pill that will satisfy me. Lu Qingyun looked at Lin Ling with a cold smile. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Lin Ling kneeling in front of the pill cauldron manor's doors. Everyone else was also looking at Lin Ling. Especially Yunixuan. His palms were full of sweat and he was extremely nervous. This critical moment would affect his and the Crown Prince's reputation. Everyone looked over, but Lin Ling's face was calm. like an ancient well without any ripples. Then, he took out the pill from the furnace and opened his palm, revealing an ordinary-looking pill. Compared to Lu Qingyun's pill, this pill naturally lacked a sense of magnificence and looked extremely ordinary. You dare to compete with me with this kind of dull pill? Lu Qingyun immediately laughed when he saw the pill. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qingyun as if he was looking at a clown and shook his head helplessly. This guy was so impetuous. He really didn't know how he became an alchemist. Lin Ling, what kind of pill is that? The middle-aged examiner also had a puzzled look and asked. Vitality recovery pill. Lin Ling said lightly. Vitality recovery pill. Wasn't that the lowest grade of healing pill? Hearing that, everyone's eyes widened. As martial artists, how could they not have heard of the vitality recovery pill? Even when they were still weak, this pill was used frequently. In terms of practicality, the vitality recovery pill was naturally used more than the white jade bone returning pill. However, in terms of rarity, how could the vitality recovery pill compare to the white jade bone returning pill? Vitality recovery pill. Little guy, this is the pill you used for the bet. He Yen Shan was also surprised and speechless. Vitality recovery pill. Lu Qingyun stared at the pill in Lin Ling's hand. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately let out a crazy laugh. He even laughed until tears flowed out. He thought that Lin Ling would refine some good pill, but it turned out to be the most ordinary pill. Was he playing with him, Lu Qingyun? I already said that someone must have cheated in the previous assessment. Otherwise, who could beat me, Lu Qingyun? I'm sorry, you've lost. Go kneel at the entrance. Oh right, I'll write the words on your body. The words the second prince is trash. Interesting. Lu Qingyun pretended to be magnanimous and said. The pill hasn't even been evaluated, and you're already sure that I lost. As an alchemist, every action of yours concerns the lives of thousands. You're so reckless. Do you really have the qualifications to be an alchemist? Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile. Lu Qingyun's face turned red. He then said coldly, don't beat around the bush. You are getting further and further away. Take your pill to be evaluated now. Lin Ling glanced at him with disdain. He was too lazy to say anything. He picked up the elixir and handed it to the middle-aged examiner. The examiner smiled bitterly. To be honest, compared to the arrogant Lu Qingyun, he preferred the young man in front of him. However, this youth's pill was indeed ordinary. Even if he wanted to help secretly, he couldn't find any way. Vitality recovery pill. The examiner took the pill and evaluated it. At first, he had a calm expression, but it gradually turned into doubt and finally turned into shock. 4 rings of elixir patterns. Master, this pill seems to be. Lifting his eyes, the middle-aged man looked at Senior He Yen Shan with fear. It seems to be a heaven-tier pill. TSK. As soon as he said that, everyone around him sucked in a breath of cold air. Heaven-tier pill. Currently, there was only one person in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could refine it. That person was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, He Yen Shan. Let me take a look. He Yen Shan's body shuddered as he took the pill and took a closer look. He then had a shocked expression. Heaven-tier Vitality Recovery Pill. This is the pill that I am famous for. Heaven-tier Vitality Recovery Pill. The 3 words Vitality Recovery Pill might seem ordinary, but the 2 words Heaven-tier were enough to describe its power. This pill was only effective for early-stage martial supremes, but the effects were extremely significant. Not only could it heal internal injuries, but it could also restore spirit chi and physical strength in a short period of time. It was simply a blessing for beginner martial artists. No matter how powerful a prodigy was, he had once walked the path of a beginner martial artist. He would definitely want a better recovery elixir. Some of the ancient aristocratic clans had high hopes for their descendants. When their descendants were weak, if they had a powerful recovery elixir, it meant that they could live longer. Chapter 240. Fame. Looks like Lin Ling has one. What a mysterious little fellow. He actually refined Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's famous masterpiece. I'm slightly curious about him now. Sounds of discussion resounded in the surroundings. Thoughts arose in the hearts of those great figures who were silently observing the situation. How could this be possible? Heaven rank. How could you possibly refine a heaven rank pill? Lu Qingyun was dazed and dejected. He didn't have the complacent appearance from before. A heaven rank origin restoration pill had once again smashed him down from the sky into the abyss of hell. A moment of success doesn't mean it will last forever. It's best to keep a low profile. Lin Ling gazed indifferently at Lu Qingyun as these calm words drifted out from his mouth. That calm appearance of his caused the members of the great powers to nod even more. Lin Ling had a steady character. Even if he'd obtained boundless glory, he still acted as if nothing had happened. Compared to Lu Qingyun, who'd been intoxicated for a moment, he was truly much better. I've lost. Under the gazes of everyone present, Lu Qingyun had no choice but to admit defeat. He'd lost without any words of rebuttal. Men, bring me a brush. Lin Ling waved his hand instead. Lu Qingyun was the crown prince's subordinate, so he'd definitely not let the crown prince have an easy time. Bring a brush to Commander Lin. Yunixuan still didn't know how to do it at this moment, so he didn't have the qualifications to ask Lin Ling to assist him. So, it wasn't long before someone passed a brush to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled lightly and gestured to Lu Qingyun. What are you trying to do? Lu Qingyun's expression changed violently. He suddenly understood what Lin Ling wanted to do. He wanted to write His Majesty the Crown Prince is a piece of trash on his face. If he wrote those words, then the Crown Prince's reputation would absolutely suffer a great loss. After all, it was the first time someone dared to ridicule the Crown Prince like that in Ocean of Cloud City, and it completely disregarded the Crown Prince's domineering aura as an emperor. Most importantly, as the person whose face was written on, it would definitely infuriate the Crown Prince. At that time, the Crown Prince might kill him. Lu Qingyun, there are so many people watching. Could it be that you intend to act shamelessly? At this moment, He Yenshan spoke indifferently. He didn't like Lu Qingyun as well. That fellow had actually dared to question him earlier. He was simply courting death. The surrounding people looked at Lu Qingyun with a gloating expression. Even if Lu Qingyun wanted to act shamelessly, it was obviously impossible. She could only smile bitterly and walk towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. He raised his right hand and wrote a few words on Lu Qingyun's face. After he was done, he said indifferently, "My handwriting isn't very nice, but it's barely presentable. Go out and kneel in front of Danding Prefecture's gate. Remember, kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Kneeling." Lu Qingyun clenched her teeth tightly. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. She could only lower her head and leave quickly. There was no doubt that he, Lu Qingyun, didn't have the face to stay in Ocean of Cloud City from today onward. Moreover, he, Lu Qingyun, had become a huge joke in the world of alchemy. As for His Majesty the Crown Prince, he was definitely affected this time. Many people more or less doubted his reputation. Lin Ling, very good. From today onward, you're my disciple. He Yenshan gazed at Lin Ling and nodded with satisfaction. He was actually happier than anyone to be able to take Lin Ling as his disciple. Because this disciple's natural talent in alchemy wasn't weak, and he was even skilled in painting. How could he not like such a disciple? Disciple greets master. Lin Ling bowed respectfully. Even though he hadn't met He Yenshan often, The old man had helped him all those years ago, and he'd always been grateful to the old man. Good. 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 There's no need for such a gift. He Yenshan shouted good thrice in succession while his face was covered in a smile. As he watched Lin Ling finally become Grandmaster Danding's disciple, Yunixuan was dazed in his heart. After all, he didn't hold much hope for Lin Ling in the beginning. After all, Lin Ling's skill in alchemy wasn't high, and it was something that he knew a long time ago. In the end, he never imagined that the situation would take a turn. Lin Ling was even more formidable than the alchemists under his command and had unexpectedly become Grandmaster Danding's disciple. This result was full of drama. However, Yunixuan was still very happy. Because Lin Ling had become Grandmaster Danding's disciple, it meant that Grandmaster Danding belonged to his second prince's side. This would definitely be of great help to him in becoming the king of the Cloud Sea. Lin Ling is truly my life's blessing. Yunixuan sighed with emotion. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their hearts turned serious. Everything in front of them seemed to be just an ordinary disciple recruitment, but it had a huge impact on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling. What kind of youth was this? He had defeated Yi Tianqin and was only second to the martial scholar. He was the most dazzling prodigy of the current era. Now, he had even become Grandmaster Danding's disciple. This youth was truly mystical. Without a doubt, after today, Lin Ling would be completely famous in the Cloud Sea City. No one would dare to underestimate him. Time passed by quietly, and 3 days had passed. The inner city of the Cloud Sea City still looked peaceful on the surface, but the actual situation had changed quite a bit. For example, the second prince, Yunixuan. At first, everyone didn't think highly of this prince. However, during this period of time, Yunixuan's reputation had been constantly increasing, causing many people to change their views of the second prince. There were even some factions that intended to join the second prince's faction. Unknowingly, the second prince seemed to have the possibility of vying for the throne of the Cloud Sea King. And the one who brought about all of this was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, who is this? A mere ant actually caused this emperor's reputation to suffer. Somewhere in the Cloud Sea City, in a quiet room, a man was drinking wine indifferently. Your Highness, this Lin Ling is from the Fire Ancient clan. When he was young, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary and was even a little timid. However, for some unknown reason, he suddenly rose up in the past 2 years like a dazzling star. An elder spoke respectfully to that man. What a mysterious youth. The man played with his wine cup while his eyes flickered like stars in the night sky. Right, he's Lin Chen's son as well, said the old man. As soon as these words were spoken, a bright light flashed in the man's eyes, and he seemed to have thought of something. However, he smiled indifferently. Interesting, but that's all. That smile seemed to be calm, yet it caused the old man's entire body to feel cold, and he kept his head lowered and didn't dare speak. After a short while, when he saw the man continue drinking, he finally dared to speak. Your Highness, what about Lu Qingyun? Let him kneel for 3 days. Since I agreed to the bed in public, it's not good for me to deal with it in private. Even though it's humiliating, I still have to suffer this loss. As for what happens 3 days from now, I don't want any trash in this world. Yes, Your Highness. The old man left respectfully. Chapter 241. Be invited His Majesty the Third Prince, Yun Yifan, called out in satisfaction. He put down the book, but his hand followed the slender legs of the woman behind him. Dancer, you're seducing me again. Under Yun Yifan's large hand, the enchanting woman's legs tightened. A sweet fragrance was emitted from her private area, causing the atmosphere in the room to become alluring. I saw that Your Majesty's brows were furrowed, as if there was something on Your Majesty's mind that you couldn't resolve, so I wanted to help Your Majesty relieve some of your worries. The charming woman said softly, her voice even more enchanting. As expected of my beloved concubine. Yun Yifan said faintly, a rising star is giving me a headache. It must be Lin Ling. The charming woman suddenly smiled. Yun Yifan pinched the woman's delicate chin. You're really smart. That's right, it's Lin Ling. This boy's rise has greatly increased second brother's reputation. Right now, he's about to catch up to me. Then do you need a dancer to help? The charming woman smiled. Her smile suddenly became somewhat cold, like a sexy scorpion. Yun Yifan frowned, seemingly a little unhappy. As long as I can share His Majesty's burdens, Dancer is willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Furthermore, this isn't the first time Dancer has made a move. Wasn't the martial champion played in the palm of Dancer's hand? Now, he's about to become His Majesty's man. The charming woman hung her slender jade legs on the table and said lazily. Yun Yifan stared at the Hongyan's fingers on her jade-like legs and secretly swallowed his saliva. All right, then let the dancer make a move. It's best if she can be taken under Jin's wings. If not, then do as you wish. His Majesty's favorite thing to do is to destroy geniuses. The charming woman shrugged her shoulders. That's not it. This emperor likes to do something else. I'll let you have a taste of whether the martial scholar is more powerful or this emperor is more powerful. Yun Yifan laughed loudly and walked towards the bed with the girl in his arms. Several days later, Yunixuan's mansion was still bustling with noise and excitement. The experts under Yunixuan's command arrived one after another. Even some highly respected generals didn't put on airs at this moment. When they saw Lin Ling, it was as if they were seeing a peer. Currently, Lin Ling was already famous under Yunixuan's command. Congratulations, Commander Lin. Commander Lin really deserves to be called a dragon amongst men. He's already renowned throughout the city at such a young age. His future potential will definitely be extraordinary. All the important figures congratulated him. Lin Ling smiled and returned the greeting. He was very depressed in his heart. When would this kind of politeness end? Besides Yunixuan, some of the ancient clans of the city had come to congratulate him as well, and they faintly showed signs of wanting to form a relationship with him. In Lin Ling's opinion, all of this merely made him feel speechless, but Yunixuan was extremely happy. The more powerful Lin Ling was, the more he, Yunixuan, could get a share of the loot. At this moment, a guard walked in with an invitation. Commander Lin, this is Jiang Wu's invitation. She says that she hopes to have a meal with you. The invitation was a pink and golden piece of paper, and there were fine words written on it. Moreover, the entire invitation emanated a refreshing fragrance. Jiang Wu. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't have any impression of that name, so he couldn't help but gaze at Yunixuan. Since her invitation had been delivered to Yunixuan's mansion, it represented that her background wasn't ordinary. It's her. Yunixuan frowned slightly, and then he explained, she's a member of the ancient Zhang clan, and she's one of the 4 great beauties of the city. Supposedly, she's devastatingly beautiful, and countless great figures have bowed before her. She can be considered to be someone with some status. No wonder her invitation was delivered here. Lin Ling nodded with sudden understanding, and then he spoke with bewilderment. I don't know her, so why would she want to meet me? Yunixuan shook his head, even I don't know her background. However, the forces standing behind her aren't weak. There was once a renowned general who invited her to spend a night with him, but Jiang Wu refused. That general was infuriated, and he led his forces with the intention of seizing Jiang Wu. However, the general was annihilated in the end, and the 8,000 men under his command were annihilated as well. Moreover, many geniuses have been charmed by her beauty, and they're willing to risk their lives for her. Right, she isn't just renowned throughout the city for her beauty, her strength isn't weak as well. She's ranked at the 3rd position amongst the geniuses in the city. Lin Ling was even more puzzled when he heard this. Why would such a mysterious woman invite me? Perhaps this invitation carries malicious intent. Lin Ling, I think it's best if you don't go, Yunishuan suggested. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Since she's actually set her sights on me, then there's definitely someone supporting her from behind. I'd like to see who's hostile towards me. Brother Yun, what will come will come. Since you want to become the king of the Cloud Sea, then there are some things that you can't avoid. Yunishuan was stunned. He'd been worried that this was some sort of conspiracy, but Lin Ling's words were extremely reasonable. He'd been too overcautious, and he wasn't as decisive as Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're right. Yunishuan felt even more admiration for Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His intuition told him that nothing good would come out of attending this banquet. However, he wasn't afraid of any powerful enemies at the moment because he'd become Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple. Even if the Crown Prince wanted to touch him, he'd have to think twice. So, he had no fear in his heart. After exchanging a few words with Yunishuan, Lin Ling left the mansion. Times had changed. In the past, Lin Ling was still very weak, so he'd taken every step carefully. However, now that his wings were slightly fuller, it was time to show off a bit of his strength. He wanted to let those who were secretly plotting against him know that if they wanted to touch him, Lin Ling, then they could do so, but only if they could kill him. Otherwise, they'd have to bear the consequences. Lin Ling was invited to Fragrance House. This restaurant was quite famous in the inner city, and only people with extraordinary backgrounds were allowed to enter. The streets were bustling with noise, clearly livelier than the outer city. Moreover, the decorations were more gorgeous. Even the floorboards were made of white jade bricks, neatly arranged and extremely clean. Looking into the distance, Lin Ling saw the setting sun, illuminating the streets in a dazzling golden light. A trace of nostalgia rose in his heart. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but dusk was approaching. In the previous world, Lin Ling loved to watch the sunset. The fiery red clouds covered the sky, and it made one's heart feel incomparably peaceful. Unfortunately, he didn't know when he'd be able to return. Not long after, Lin Yiming arrived at the side of a large lake. The lake was sparkling and there were a few small boats floating on it. Together with the fishing willow leaves on the lake, it added to the artistic conception of the journey. Chapter 242. Jiang Wu, do you have an appointment? As soon as he entered Fragrance Pavilion, a pretty good-looking attendant smiled as she spoke. Yes, someone has an appointment, and it's a beauty. Please take me to Jiang Wu's room. Lin Ling grinned, and his smile caused the attendant to be slightly stunned while her face turned slightly red. Guest, please come with me. The attendant walked gracefully and led Lin Ling forward. It wasn't long before they arrived at Jiang Wu's room. Lin Ling thanked her before he pushed open the door and entered. He was quite curious in his heart. I wonder what the 4 great beauties of Ocean of Cloud City look like. The room was filled with an ancient fragrance, and the glow of the setting sun shone through the window, causing the room to be covered in a dazzling golden glow. Moreover, a cool breeze blew by, and it carried the fragrance that was unique to women. A woman in red clothes was sitting silently by the window. She wasn't very old, and she had jet black hair that flowed down like a waterfall. Her figure was graceful, and the dress she wore was quite revealing. Her slender and snow-white legs were faintly discernible beneath the practically translucent gauze of her dress, her fair arms and flat stomach were exposed, and her chest was covered by a wisp of gauze. It was an extremely tempting sight. She held a wine cup in her hand while she smiled as she gazed at Lin Ling. She's so seductive. Lin Ling was dazed for a short moment. It wasn't that he was lustful, and it was because she was extremely dazzling to the point he had the impulse to press her down on the bed. Commander Lin, you're finally here. Jiang Wu noticed that Lin Ling was stunned. She opened her mouth slightly, and her voice that was clear and melodious like a bell resounded. However, it carried a strange charm as well. It seemed like her voice was like an invisible hand that stroked Lin Ling's entire body and made him feel relaxed. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and then he recovered his usual appearance and revealed a smile. He was secretly surprised. With his current knowledge, he could be considered to have seen many beautiful women. However, there were only two people he knew who had the qualifications to be this devastatingly beautiful woman. One was Yu Man-yun, and the other was An Yuer. However, the temperaments of the three women were different. Yu Man-yun gave off the feeling of a well-educated and well-mannered young lady. An Yuer was like a celestial maiden from the heavens. She was otherworldly and indifferent. As for the woman in front of him, she was charming and enchanting. Of course, Qin Xiaolan and Yu Yu weren't bad either. It was just that most of them were pretty girls from humble families. Sorry, I'm late. Lin Ling sat down on a chair. Although the woman was very beautiful, he was more curious about why this demoness was looking for him. Jiang Wu sat down in front of Lin Ling. She waved her jade-like hand and poured wine for Lin Ling. Hee, it's nothing. I've heard of Commander Lin Ling's heroic name for a long time, and I've always admired you. Now that I've seen you today, you're truly a young hero. Moreover, Commander Lin is even younger than I thought. You're definitely not more than 20 years old this year. Jiang Wu said as she poured wine. Her body leaned forward, revealing her snowy white cleavage. Her deep cleavage attracted Lin Ling's gaze. She really was a demoness. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He smiled and said, I'm 18 years old this year. Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes lit up even more. The young man in front of her was very famous. He was young, and his handsome temperament was quite attractive to her. Your Excellency, you didn't invite me here just to drink wine. After waiting quietly for a moment, Lin Ling said meaningfully. Hee, could it be that apart from drinking wine, Commander Lin doesn't have any other thoughts? Jiang Wu suddenly smiled seductively. Her slender jade-like leg brushed against Lin Ling's leg. Her red shell armor was practically enough to make any male animal unable to restrain their lust. Lin Ling's heart also thumped, and his lower abdomen was burning. However, the more this was the case, the more serious his heart became. I'm very sorry, I don't. Lin Ling recovered his composure and took a sip of wine calmly. Oh. Jiang Wu revealed a disappointed expression. However, she didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, she said, I've heard that Commander Lin is multi-talented and is even skilled in the zither. How about Commander Lin play a song and I dance? This woman was still hiding something. Lin Ling became even more wary of Jiang Wu. The more she tried to hide her intentions, the more scheming she was. Sure. Lin Ling didn't refuse. He took out his wooden guitar and signaled to Jiang Wu with his eyes. Then, he began to play. At first, Jiang Wu was only listening. She was secretly surprised by Lin Ling's zither skills. After listening once, her body began to dance. Her talent wasn't weak either. She could dance after listening to music a few times. And her seductive body attracted even more attention as she danced. Even Lin Ling secretly clicked his tongue. He decided in his heart that when he returned home one day, he would definitely teach Qin Xiaolan how to dance. A beautiful girl's dance was actually so attractive. The strange atmosphere continued to spread, and the entire private room became abnormally erotic. However, at this moment, a soft and delicate hand reached over like a snake. It moved along Lin Ling's back and slowly moved toward his chest. Lin Ling, I like you so much. Yes. At the same time, a fragrant voice sounded in his ears. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What was this Jiang Wu trying to do? While he was still in shock, a pair of slender legs appeared in front of Lin Ling. Those legs lightly stepped on the table. Her delicate skin exuded boundless charm. Lin Ling frowned. He looked up and saw that Jiang Wu had taken off her clothes at some point. What was revealed was a body that could make any male animal lose their mind. At this moment, Lin Ling felt his lower abdomen burning. He had the urge to press her down and whip her. However, just as this feeling rose, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Jiang Wu was seducing him. Also, the fragrance in this room was a bit strange. His soul force was extremely powerful. He immediately felt that something was wrong. This made Lin Ling sober up. This was not the previous world. If there was a beautiful woman seducing him in the previous world, he wouldn't be Lin Ling if he didn't take advantage of her. However, in this world, the weak were prey to the strong. The slightest bit of carelessness could cost him his life. Therefore, the more benefits were delivered to him, the greater the hidden danger. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling felt a strange force swimming in his dantian. It was swimming toward his spirit chi seed. That force seemed to want to seal his spirit chi seed. It was the wine. The wine must have been poisoned. One could imagine that in a place like the inner city, if one didn't have strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Ling's heart turned cold. The flames in his body surged toward the mysterious force. A moment later, he felt that the poison had been burned away. He then pondered. What was this woman's intention? There was no enmity between them. Why did she want to harm him? He looked up at Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu was like a snake wrapped around Lin Ling, exuding the charm of a woman. Perhaps Jiang Wu still thought that Lin Ling had been seduced by her and had lost his mind. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what this woman's goal was. Therefore, he beat her at her own game and stretched out his right hand. Chapter 243. Beat a trick at its own game. Lin Ling, you're so bad. You're hurting me. Jiang Wu whispered into Lin Ling's ear. I can be even worse. Little demoness, I'm afraid not many men can resist your body. Lin Ling laughed evilly, pretending to be tempted by Jiang Wu. Oh, then I'm looking forward to it. Jiang Wu's voice was filled with temptation. Then give it a try. Lin Ling's entire body was pressed against Jiang Wu's body. His firm chest muscles pressed against Jiang Wu's chest until it was deformed. Jiang Wu's slender legs were also wrapped around Lin Ling's waist. The two of them were in an extremely ambiguous position. If it was any other man, they would have already lost their patience. Jiang Wu was waiting for this moment. She said in a low voice, Lin Ling, the second prince is incompetent. Why don't you come with me? All right, as long as you help me, I'll follow anyone. Lin Ling couldn't wait any longer. Really? That's great. If Lin Ling follows me, then I'll be Lin Ling's woman. You can have him whenever you want. Jiang Wu revealed a charming smile. Lin Ling breathed heavily, his eyes blurred as he nodded. Lin Ling, do you know who's behind me? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Oh, then let me tell you. Behind me is His Majesty the Third Prince, Yun Yifan. As long as you follow him, you will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. After talking for a while, Jiang Wu thought that Lin Ling was attracted to her, so she told him her purpose. She wanted Lin Ling to follow the third prince from now on. Lin Ling's expression gradually returned to normal. I was wondering who it was. So it's His Majesty the Third Prince. He really thinks highly of me. In order to make me follow him, he actually used a beauty trap. Moreover, it's a devastatingly beautiful woman. After he finished speaking, he stood up and looked at Jiang Wu with a gaze filled with disgust. It was completely different from before. You! Jiang Wu was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Ling to wake up. However, she was indeed a social butterfly. She still sweetly said, "His Majesty the Third Prince is full of praise for Commander Lin. Since Commander Lin knows this servant's purpose, then please agree to this servant's request. This servant is very hot right now. As long as you agree, this servant is yours." Lin Ling sneered and pushed Jiang Wu away with a wave of his right hand. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the third prince. As for you, it seems like this isn't the first time you've done this kind of thing. I'm even less interested in such a filthy woman. That's all I have to say. Goodbye." His attitude had undergone a 180-degree change, causing Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes to narrow. This young man was very calm. However, the young man's words made her furious, as if she had been insulted. To be honest, this young man had unlimited potential despite his young age. On top of that, he was extraordinarily handsome. She was a little moved, but the young man thought she was dirty. Jiang Wu picked up the wine on the table and took a sip. "Do you think you can leave?" "Leave? It seems like you've got me. Unfortunately, if I want to leave, no one can stop me." Lin Ling sneered. "Is that so? Then I'll tell you. Today, you only have one choice, and that is to join the third prince's camp. Otherwise, you'll die." Jiang Wu's face turned cold. "I'm sorry, but I refuse." Lin Ling didn't even look at her. He turned around and left. At the same time, he said, "Seeing that you're a woman, I'll forgive you for what happened today. But there won't be a next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling disappeared from the private room. How is that possible? After being poisoned by the 7-charm powder, he should be completely powerless right now. But looking at him, he's full of energy. It doesn't look like he's been poisoned by the 7-charm powder. Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, she recalled what happened. Her charming face suddenly became ferocious. Lin Ling had seen through her trick long ago. He had been playing along because he wanted to know the person behind her. She, Jiang Wu, had been fooled and even taken advantage of by Lin Ling. Thinking of this, Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes revealed a murderous intent. No man had ever been able to escape her temptation. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. How could that young man refuse her? So, that young man must die. "Wu Gang, don't you like me very much? Kill someone for me, and I'll accompany you tonight." "Young Master Luo Xia, I'm being bullied." "It's Lin Ling. You have to stand up for me." "Brother Jiang, can you kill someone for me? As long as it's done, I'll be yours." Jiang Wu took out the mother and child bugs and transmitted them one by one. They all agreed. These people came from ancient families and had extraordinary backgrounds. However, they were all very attached to Jiang Wu. So, after hearing Jiang Wu's words, they all moved out. Jiang Wu smiled coldly. She walked to the window with a wine glass and watched the setting sun. Her eyes were cold. "Lin Ling, you'll regret this. You've offended me. You won't be able to survive in the inner city." She could imagine Lin Ling's regretful gaze. As for the negative reactions that would come from killing Lin Ling, she wasn't afraid. After all, she didn't kill him. Moreover, her backer was the third prince. Who would dare to provoke her? At this moment, Lin Ling was strolling on the street. Thinking of what happened earlier, he frowned. If Jiang Wu wasn't a woman and young, Lin Ling would have killed her. Because Jiang Wu used poison to frame him. If he didn't react in time, his life would have been in her hands. Lin Ling wouldn't let anyone who dared to attack him go. However, he wouldn't kill the innocent. Moreover, Jiang Wu was a woman, so he gave her a chance. At least, he didn't want her to provoke him anymore. Not long after he walked down the street, a figure suddenly blocked Lin Ling's path. "Are you Lin Ling?" It was a man in his 30s. He was wearing a luxurious brocade robe and seemed to have a powerful background. "That's me." Lin Ling frowned and replied indifferently. "That's right. Hand over your life. Tonight, I'll return with a beauty in my arms." The man seemed to be quite happy. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What was this? He blocked him for no reason and then wanted him to hand over his life. He couldn't help but ask indifferently, "Are you drunk? Didn't you hear me? Or do you want me to do it myself? I'm a member of the ancient Ouyang clan." The man seemed to be dissatisfied with Lin Ling's unwillingness to cooperate. Lin Ling had the urge to laugh. A member of an ancient Ouyang clan. Was he that great? He wanted someone's life with just a sentence. Wasn't he too full of himself? "I have no enmity with you, but you want to kill me. It seems like you were entrusted by someone. Since that's the case, you don't have to do it yourself. I'll do it myself. I also want to see how great the Ouyang clan is." Chapter 244. Killing in all directions. Swoosh. Swinging his sword, a blue sword light slashed towards the man. "How dare you!" The man didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move, so he couldn't help but shout. Unfortunately, what answered him was a sword light that separated his head from his body. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, reached out his right hand, and absorbed the spiritual energy seed from the man's body. He then raised his head and looked towards a dark corner of the street, saying, "You've been watching for so long, it's time for you to show yourself." Because Lin Ling had killed the man, there was no one on the street. Therefore, after Lin Ling spoke, a young man in blue clothes walked out from a dark corner of the street. "What a good nose. You're worthy of being the second most outstanding genius. However, it's just an empty title that I don't care about. What makes me satisfied is that you killed Ouyang Yun for me, so I have one less love rival." "Yes." After the young man walked out, he smiled faintly. "Oh, someone asked you to kill me again. However, you're only at the early stage of the earth spirit realm. I don't know where you get your confidence from." Lin Ling looked at the young man from the corner of his eyes. "My world isn't something you can understand. There are countless ancient families in the inner city. Many things can't be judged by appearances. Many things are more complicated than you think." The young man's face was filled with contempt. Lin Ling smiled coldly, "So what? AI, talking to someone like you is like playing the lute to a cow. Forget it, I'll just kill you. The dancer is already waiting for me." The young man sighed and shook his head. He waved his right hand and took out a long spear. A powerful aura spread out. "I don't understand your world, but I understand your life." Lin Ling also shook his head and slashed out with the brilliance resurgent sword in his hand. Swoosh! Blue flames exploded and slashed towards the young man. Perhaps the young man's background was extraordinary, and his strength was unfathomable. However, as long as he was at the early stage of the earth spirit realm, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. As the blue flame sword light passed, the young man raised his spear. In the next moment, his pupils constricted as he said in disbelief, "This is the concept of fire." Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, his head was chopped off. His eyes were still wide open. Clearly, he did not expect to die here. Moreover, the second-ranked genius was much stronger than he had imagined. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and sucked the spirit seed from the young man's body. Then, he raised his head and looked to the other side. His eyes turned cold. "Jiang Wu." His voice became low as he turned around and walked towards Fragrance House. He had already let Jiang Wu go once, but he didn't expect that Jiang Wu was unwilling to give up and wanted to kill him. A person could make a mistake once, but not a second time. And as Lin Ling continued onwards, a large number of people also chased after him. Jiang Wu was the third-ranked elite genius, but her strength seemed to lie in her ability to summon men. From this, one could see how many men's hearts were captured by this fickle woman. You are Lin Ling. I heard that you're trying to do something to a dancer. Good, you've got guts. You even dare to have ideas about a dancer. Today, your life is going to end here. There were both young and old experts, and they all came from the ancient families of the inner city. Each and every one of them was determined to kill Lin Ling. Talking nonsense with people like you is a waste of my saliva. Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. Holding his sword, he strode forward. These bastards whose brains were only filled with lust, the best way to deal with them was to kill them with a single strike. Whoosh! Everywhere he passed, blood flowed like a river. At first, there was only one, then there were 10, and then there were more than 30 people who had died under Lin Ling's sword. No one dared to approach Lin Ling anymore. Everyone was tongue-tied, and their hearts were filled with shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. What a domineering young man. He killed more than 30 people, and most of them were from ancient families. He has offended many ancient families in the inner city. Many people were watching from afar. This matter had already startled many people. No one would have thought that on this night, the number 2 genius, Lin Ling, would kill so many people. However, although many people were gloating, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. Moreover, they were curious as to where Lin Ling was going with his sword. At this moment, the lakeside of Fragrance House was already filled with people, and it was bustling with noise. Jiang Wu was still sitting by the window, drinking wine like a beauty under the moonlight. Her soft hands played with the wine cup, and her Hongyan fingers emitted an alluring light under the moonlight. Why are there so many people? More and more people gathered by the lakeside, and they seemed to be walking towards Fragrance House. This made Jiang Wu a little suspicious. Her beautiful eyes looked carefully, and her expression instantly changed. She saw a young man walking along the lakeside step by step. The young man's face was indifferent, and he was holding a sword that was still dripping with blood. Behind the young man was a large number of people, but no one dared to approach him. It's Lin Ling. Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes narrowed. She didn't think that she would send so many people to kill Lin Ling, and in the end, none of them would succeed. And why was Lin Ling walking here? Commander Lin, why have you come to Fragrance House so late at night? I wonder what business you have with me. Jiang Wu was indeed a social butterfly. Even though she was surprised, she still revealed a charming smile. This smile made many men in the distance secretly gulp. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. In his eyes, this woman had the heart of a snake and scorpion. I'm here for you. Lin Ling coldly replied. You're so naughty, but I'm also unable to sleep. Commander Lin, come on up. Jiang Wu smiled. She leaned against the windowsill, and even hung her slender legs on the windowsill. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was still indifferent. He coldly spat out 2 words, I'll kill you. He had already revealed his background, and he only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu's expression kept changing, but when she saw that Lin Ling wasn't joking, her expression became serious. You want to kill me? I'm afraid it won't be as easy as you think. Whoever kills Lin Ling for me, I'll accompany him tonight. Her clear and melodious voice was filled with endless charm, causing all the men in the distance to gulp. Whoosh! Lin Ling didn't even look behind him. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword formed by the 7 heavenly flames sliced through everything in its path. Several men who only had lust in their minds were split in half. Whoever dares to save her, I'll kill them. Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. The people around him didn't dare to speak. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. This young man was too cold, and the killing intent in his eyes made them not dare to look at him. Although beauty was before them, their lives were obviously more important. A bunch of trash. Jiang Wu was furious when she saw that the men who were usually toyed with by her didn't dare to move. She stared at Lin Ling, who was getting closer and closer, and said indifferently, "You dare to kill me? Have you not thought about my background? My backer isn't someone you can mess with. If you kill me, you'll die too. Is that so? Then I'd like to see how strong your backer is." Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the charming woman upstairs. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. He leaped up and stood on the windowsill. "I've already spared you once, but you don't know how to cherish it and still provoke me. Then leave your life behind." Chapter 245. Chapter 245 The Martial Arts Champion. "If you dare to touch her, you will die tonight." However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. A man walked over with large strides. He was like a giant, causing the lake water to ripple. "Brother Wu, save me. He wants to take liberties with me, but I would rather die than submit." Seeing the man walk over, Jiang Wu immediately revealed a lovely and charming appearance, and even falsely accused Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Jiang Wu with disgust. He thought in his heart, "They were all women, but why were Yu Yun and the others so kind, while this Jiang Wu was so cold and hypocritical? Do you think he can save you?" Lin Ling said coldly. "Humph, do you know who he is? He is the martial arts champion Wu Gang. You are no match for him. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you obediently beg for mercy now, I may spare your life." Jiang Wu's voice was extremely sharp. She seemed to have something to rely on. "I'm sorry. No matter who comes today, I will kill you." Lin Ling's eyes were full of mockery, but he didn't kill Jiang Wu. Instead, he jumped down and landed in the lake far away, quietly waiting for the martial scholar to arrive. In his heart, Jiang Wu was already a dead person. However, Jiang Wu thought that once the martial champion arrived, she, Jiang Wu, would be able to control everything. Unfortunately, Lin Ling would definitely disappoint her. "Martial scholar, the #1 genius in the world, I didn't expect you to be a guy who is obsessed with women. Since you want to save that woman, then defeat me. If you lose, then Jiang Wu will die." A cold voice rang out, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Everyone by the lake was shocked. Lin Ling wanted to challenge the martial arts champion. Where did his confidence come from? The martial scholar was the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and had the strength of the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. Even the prodigies of the older generation were not his match. He was even slightly famous in the Stone Saint Kingdom and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. And Lin Ling had only risen recently. He had just defeated the #2 genius, but now he dared to challenge the #1 genius. Such courage was simply unprecedented in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. A tall and sturdy man stood quietly by the side of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the young man waiting for him in the lake. His eyes were burning with rage. He, the martial scholar Wu Gang, was the #1 genius amongst all the geniuses. Originally, he thought that after he made an appearance, the young man would respectfully salute him and immediately not dare say anything. In the end, the young man didn't give him any face at all and even took the initiative to issue a challenge. "You are very ignorant." After a moment of silence, Wu Gang's cold voice sounded. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake, and those ripples were transmitted to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked up. This was the first time he had seen the top martial scholar. The man was about 20 years old. He was tall and sturdy, had a square face, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked very energetic, and the man's eyes were very calm, as if nothing in the world would shake him. Perhaps, with his status as the martial champion, there weren't many things in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom that could move his heart. If there was anything, it would only be beauties. This was a domineering and arrogant fellow. Lin Ling sneered, "No matter how ignorant I am, I can't be compared to you. You are standing up for someone, but you don't even know your objective. You are all brawn and no brains. This title of martial scholar is truly disappointing. You are just an ant. You might have defeated Yi Tianqin, but to me, Yi Tianqin is someone I can defeat in 3 moves. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant?" Wu Gang looked coldly at Lin Ling. "Brother Wu, quickly kill him." Jiang Wu's voice echoed from the top of the fragrance inn. "It's just a small matter." Wu Gang nodded and took a big step forward. He stepped on the surface of the lake and walked towards Lin Ling. There were ripples on the calm surface of the lake. 2 figures stood quietly in the middle of the lake and looked at each other. There was a large number of people around the lake. This matter had already spread out in the inner city, and all the major factions had sent people to observe. After all, this was a battle between the number 1 and number 2 prodigy of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. For a woman, this Wu Gang is really useless. Duanwang Residence's people were also at the lakeside. That may not be the case. Experts will always protect what they love. Wu Gang has this strength. On the other hand, Lin Ling is overestimating himself. He has just arrived in the inner city, and he dares to challenge Wu Gang. He is simply courting death. Wang Haiwang's people objected. "I think so too. This Lin Ling is still young and is only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. He dares to challenge someone at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm with such strength. He doesn't know his limits. However, it's better for young people to not suffer a little. Otherwise, they will never know that there are stronger people out there." The people from the other factions stood aside and watched the show. The 2 people in the middle of the lake didn't care about the discussions around them. They still looked at each other calmly, and an oppressive atmosphere spread out. "Back then, I gave Yi Tianqin 3 moves to defeat him. Now, I will give you the same chance." Looking at Lin Ling quietly, Wu Gang said coldly. His eyes were full of arrogance, and he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. He had participated in the genius competition in the cloud domain and had seen stronger geniuses. Therefore, after returning to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, he didn't put any geniuses in his eyes. As long as the geniuses were ranked lower than him, no matter how they competed, he would regard it as a small matter. He had always been sitting on the throne of number 1. The geniuses of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom and the geniuses of the cloud domain were simply worlds apart. 3 moves. Hearing Wu Gang's voice, the surrounding people nodded secretly. They weren't surprised by Wu Gang's arrogance. Wu Gang had the right to be arrogant. "Give me a move, or you will fail miserably." Lin Ling slowly pulled out his sword. "You can't make me fail miserably," Wu Gang said indifferently. Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything else. Strength proved everything. Wu Gang's cultivation level might be higher than him, but his innate talent was stronger. Furthermore, he had grasped 2 types of fire concepts. Therefore, Lin Ling had some confidence in his heart. The concept wasn't something that anyone could grasp. If it wasn't for the artifacts left behind by the ancestors of the Fire Ancient Clan and Lin Ling's mysterious eyes, Lin Ling would probably need a few more decades to grasp the concept of fire. First move. Blue flames appeared on the resurgent sword. With popping sounds, the entire sword turned into a sword of blue flames. As the flames on the sword grew more vigorous, Lin Ling slashed. After grasping the concept of fire, any move would be fancy. A simple and unadorned slash would return to its original state and be even more powerful. This was the Tao of heaven and earth. The simpler something was, the better it was. Rumble. The blue sword light slashed out, causing the entire lake to explode. The water shot up into the sky. In the rain like water, Wu Gang stood proudly. You have some ability, but that's all. Indestructible rock body. Paw. 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 His entire body emitted a metallic sound. His arms and legs suddenly turned pitch black, just like pieces of shiny obsidian. This was Wu Gang's innate talent, the indestructible rock ancient body. This talent was in the 8th grade category and was extremely powerful. Chapter 246. Immortal Body Show. Wu Gang punched out. His entire black arm was like the hardest gemstone in the world. Then, with a boom, the blue sword light exploded. The blue flames exploded all around Wu Gang's body like fireworks. If it were any other martial artist, they would have been injured. However, Wu Gang was unharmed. He didn't even bother to defend himself. What a powerful martial art. The surrounding people stared. Wu Gang seemed to be invincible. Your strength is not bad. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lin Ling's eyes shone. Wu Gang was his strongest opponent so far. He had never encountered someone who could destroy his sword light with a single punch. However, that was all. There are still 2 moves left. You have to cherish them. In the distance, Wu Gang waved his black fist. The corner of his mouth raised into a contemptuous smile. Lin Ling didn't care about his pride. He raised the sword in his hand. The blue flames quietly changed into a dazzling flame. The entire brilliance resurgent sword became even hotter. In Lin Ling's words, it was a lightsaber. 7 heavenly flames edge. This was one of Lin Ling's trump cards. Moreover, this 7 heavenly flames edge was controlled by Lin Ling. That flame is different from the previous one. It seems like the rumors that Lin Ling has 2 innate spirit bodies are true. Looking at the dazzling sword in Lin Ling's hand, many people secretly nodded. Lin Ling had 2 innate spirit bodies. When he defeated Yi Tianqin, many people knew about it. However, some people still had a skeptical attitude. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were even more certain. Second move. The 7 heavenly flames edge formed a sword light. It tore through the air and slashed towards Wu Gang. This sword wasn't as imposing as the 9 nether heavenly flames. Wherever the sword light passed, it only split the lake water apart. This made Wu Gang even more disdainful. It's only the second move and you're already going downhill. I don't think you need to use the third move. Wu Gang shook his head in disappointment. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the 7 heavenly flames edge was stronger than the 9 nether heavenly flames. It was just that the surface of the flame wasn't as hot as the 9 nether heavenly flames. However, there was nothing it couldn't cut. Xiao! The sword light appeared in front of Wu Gang. However, Wu Gang didn't even put the sword light in his eyes. Bang! However, after the first collision with the sword light, Wu Gang's face changed dramatically. The sword light was very hot, as if it was going to cut his fist open. How is this possible? Wu Gang roared in disbelief, but he couldn't stop the power of the 7 blades of skyfire. The sword light cut through everything, splitting his arm into 2, and then his body into 2. The sword was as sharp as a blade, while the fire burned everything. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Wu Gang had lost? However, under everyone's gaze, Wu Gang, who was cut in half, slightly trembled. A mysterious aura was emitted. In the next moment, it condensed again. His injured body was healed. Is this an immortal body? Everyone was shocked when they saw that the young man on the lake had recovered to his original state. They finally understood why Wu Gang was able to become the #1 genius. It was because his body was cut in half, but he was still able to recover. It was clear that he was in an immortal state. Then, who could beat him? You actually injured me. Wu Gang ignored the surprised voices in the distance. He coldly looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of killing intent. Previously, he had underestimated Lin Ling. He did not expect that move to be so powerful that it could cut through anything. One had to know that his innate spirit body was the toughest, but it was still cut through by Lin Ling's sword. You seem to be surprised. As the #1 genius, haven't you been injured before? It's really strange. You said that I couldn't hurt you in 3 moves, but you seem to be injured now. Where did your arrogance go? Looking at the angry Wu Gang, Lin Ling's mouth revealed a mocking smile. Don't be too arrogant. In the distance, Wu Gang's face was a bit ferocious. Lin Ling was mocking him in front of everyone. From the beginning until now, you have always said that I am ignorant, but now you say that I am arrogant. Hee, it's really funny. But if you want to talk about arrogance, it's you. I have no enmity with you, but you attacked me for a woman as if you are the emperor. Now that you are injured, you say that I am too arrogant. Lin Ling gently smiled. His laughter was filled with disdain, but since you say that I am arrogant, then I will show you how arrogant I am. In the 3rd move, if you don't die, then you win. As his words fell, Lin Ling lifted his sword. An aura that could burn the heavens and earth spread out. As the surrounding people heard Lin Ling's words, they all agreed with Lin Ling. Wu Gang was the #1 genius. After he appeared, he didn't place anyone in his eyes. It was as if he could easily kill Lin Ling. However, after being injured by Lin Ling in 1 move, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. This caused his title as the #1 genius to be overstated. The #1 genius, if your strength was enough to obliterate everything, then you could be arrogant. If you scolded others for being ignorant, then no one would object. But if your strength was not enough to sweep through everything, then you would spout such arrogant words and be injured in the end. That was just asking for humiliation. Wu Gang's face was cold and indifferent. His self-esteem had been deeply humiliated. Let me see just how strong your 3rd move is. Bang! An ancient aura erupted from Wu Gang's body. A massive amount of stones flew towards him, causing his body to grow. Gradually, a 10-meter-tall stone and metal giant appeared in the lake. Although Wu Gang was a bit too arrogant, causing him to humiliate himself, he still had a bit of strength. This martial arts has far surpassed my understanding. Many people stared at the giant on the lake and sucked in a breath of cold air. This Wu Gang's strength wasn't weak. He had an immortal body and now he even had a giant stone body. His combat strength was too terrifying. Lin Ling isn't weak either. Look at his sword. Everyone's eyes turned. As they looked at Lin Ling, their complexions changed once more. Lin Ling raised his sword high. On the blade, half of it was a blue flame and the other half was a dazzling white flame. These 2 flames constantly intertwined, swallowing and fusing together, gradually forming a new type of flame. And this flame was extremely powerful. It was like a fire seed of the heavens and earth. It was clear that these 2 types of flames both contained the concept of fire. This aura was even stronger than Wu Gang's stone giant. If Wu Gang was the stone of a mountain, then Lin Ling was the fire of the heavens and earth. Even Wu Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he didn't want to admit it, there was a sense of awe in his heart. It was as if this wasn't a sword, but a flame that could destroy the heavens and earth. Chapter 247. Admit defeat. Too late. He, Wu Gang, the #1 genius, actually wanted to retreat at this moment. That sword was too cold, and the flame on the sword was too hot. The combination of cold and heat could burn everything. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone else could feel that Lin Ling's aura was even stronger than Wu Gang's. The fusion of two flames was not as simple as 1 + 1. Moreover, this was the accumulation of flames from the concept of fire. Its power was difficult to estimate. Enough. At this moment, a cold shout sounded out. It seemed that someone didn't want Wu Gang to die under Lin Ling's sword, so they shouted to save him. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. The inner city is a place of order. You can't behave so atrociously. On the shore, a large number of people appeared. Their leader wore black armor and coldly looked at Lin Ling. This person was the Imperial Guard, Du Nan. At this moment, the situation seemed to become more and more chaotic. Lin Ling looked into the distance. When he saw the middle-aged man in armor, a mocking smile appeared on his face. The inner city is a place of order. But when I was being chased, there was no order at all. Sigh. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Do Nan, was responsible for maintaining order in the inner city. Therefore, Lin Ling believed that Do Nan must have known when he was being hunted down. However, Do Nan did not fulfill his responsibility as the commander of the Imperial Guards. He even deliberately ignored it. But now, Lin Ling wanted to kill the martial scholar Wu Gang, and this Imperial Guard commander saw that the situation was not good and stepped in to stop him. Did Du Nan think that Lin Ling was someone he could bully? Nonsense. Lin Ling, immediately put down your sword and obediently surrender. I will put in a few good words for you and sentence you to a misdemeanor. Sigh. In the distance, the Imperial Guard commander Du Nan's face turned ugly as he shouted again. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, am a child? You would believe such a low excuse. Du Nan, if you want to kill me, just say it. Why bother with such a shameless reason? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. His gaze became even colder. Besides, I fought with the martial champion first, so no matter who it is, they can't stop me. The Imperial Guard's commander Du Nan's face turned ferocious. Lin Ling didn't put him, the Imperial Guard's commander, in his eyes at all. This made him lose all face. Just as he was about to say something, he immediately saw Lin Ling's sword slash down. Perhaps it was better to do more than talk. A single slash would be the answer. This strike was Lin Ling's strongest strike. The blue and white sword light was dazzling, but it also carried the power of burning the heavens. Boom! Just as the sword slashed out, the entire surface of the lake exploded, and the lake water instantly evaporated. A large amount of flames appeared, and the lake turned into a sea of fire. What a terrifying flame power! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of that sword was beyond their imagination. As for Wu Gang, his eyes widened. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. At this moment, he shouted anxiously, Lin Ling, wait a minute, I admit defeat. Surrender. That sword was too sharp and too intense. If he continued to be stubborn, he might be burned to death. Admit defeat. It's too late. Surrender. Lin Ling shook his head firmly. If he lost this battle, would Wu Gang let him go? Boom! With a slash of his sword, flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire inner city. The originally tranquil lake was now like a sea of fire. As for Wu Gang, he was howling in pain from being burned. It was a pity that the merciless flames ignored his immortal body and continued to burn him. Those flames didn't seem to come from the mortal world but from the heavens. Wu Gang's eyes gradually turned blank. Jiang Wu was in trouble, and he stood out without hesitation. He didn't even bother to ask for the reason and only wanted to gain the favor of the beauty. He even wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of everyone in exchange for the story of how he was enraged for the sake of his beauty. Who would have known that the youth he wanted to step on to become famous wasn't weak at all? Wu Gang even killed him in 3 moves. At this moment, the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the martial champion, Wu Gang, was dead. The surrounding people stayed far away. Looking at the volcano-like scene, their faces were extremely solemn. As for Do Nan, his eyes widened. He didn't expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Lin Ling's strength was almost on par with his. As for Fragrance House, it was affected by the flames and a large part of it collapsed. However, Jiang Wu was still standing in front of the window. Her beautiful eyes looked at the sea of fire in front of her in disbelief. She didn't expect that Wu Gang would lose to Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling didn't kill her before. It turned out that he wanted to erase her pride in front of her. He wanted to let Jiang Wu know how ridiculous it was to provoke Lin Ling again and again. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Wu. This person stood on the windowsill and looked down at Jiang Wu arrogantly. He stretched out a sword and said, "I said, no one can save you." A cold voice came from that person. Jiang Wu didn't need to raise her head to know who it was. She even had a sudden thought that she didn't dare to raise her head. She quickly put on a charming expression and said, "Lin Ling, there isn't a big misunderstanding between us. Why don't you spare me this time? I'm still young and sometimes I'm often bewitched by others. I'm innocent." She was begging for mercy. Lin Ling looked down at the beautiful woman below him, but his eyes were cold. This woman was really cheap. Even now, she still wanted to put on a charming expression. He snorted and said, "I don't care if you're innocent or not. A mistake is a mistake. You can make a mistake once in life, but you can't make a mistake twice." Lin Ling had already let Jiang Wu go once, but Jiang Wu held a grudge and ordered people to kill him. This was the second mistake, so Lin Ling couldn't let her go again. Jiang Wu's charming face was absent-minded. She wanted to kill Lin Ling because she wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful expression. But who knew that the one who was regretting now was herself? In the distance, many gazes were looking at Lin Ling. At the same time, they also looked at Jiang Wu who was on the windowsill. They naturally knew what had happened. Lin Ling must have rejected Jiang Wu, causing Jiang Wu to fly into a rage out of humiliation. She ordered people to kill Lin Ling, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling was so strong. Not only was he not afraid of being killed, he even turned around and attacked Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu must be regretting it now. She had provoked Lin Ling. This was equivalent to provoking a fiend. "You can't touch her." At this moment, an old voice sounded. Among the crowd, an old man was supported by several people and walked over step by step. "It's old Master Jiang." Looking at that person, some people who were familiar with the inner city spoke. That was the old master of the ancient Jiang family, and Jiang Wu was a member of the Jiang family. Why? Lin Ling looked at the old man indifferently. "Because she's a member of my Jiang family," the old man said as if it was a matter of course. It seemed that no matter what kind of trouble Jiang Wu caused, as long as she was a member of the Jiang family, no one was allowed to kill her. The ancient Jiang family also had a kind of illustrious reputation in the inner city. Otherwise, Jiang Wu wouldn't be able to mix with the various major forces. Just because she's a member of the Jiang family, I can't kill her. What a strange logic. But I'm sorry, I don't care where you came from. Today, I'm still going to kill her. Lin Ling sneered, then continued. Chapter 248. Kill. Get out. Lin Ling was too lazy to say more. Earlier, he gave him some face because he was an old man. However, this old man was blind and overbearing. There was no need to say more. Don't be too arrogant. The old man was enraged. Lin Ling didn't give him any face in front of everyone and humiliated him. Even the Jiang clan didn't seem to have any weight. What if it was me? At this moment, another voice sounded. Today, Jiang Wu seemed to have caused a commotion in the inner city. Many people from the major forces came out for her. For example, the leader of the Imperial Guards. He also wanted to find Lin Ling for revenge. However, he didn't even have the right to speak. From another perspective, this also showed how much face Lin Ling had. The crowd was separated, and a young man in white clothes walked forward. He had one hand behind his back, and his face was like jade. However, at this moment, his slender eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if he was extremely unhappy with the scene in front of him. His calm face carried anger like a volcano that was about to erupt. Third Prince. Looking at the arrogant young man, everyone gasped. Then, they all knelt down on one knee. They didn't expect the third prince to make a move as well. Lin Ling's face was even bigger than they imagined. What if I ask you to let her go? The third prince, Yun Yifan, spoke softly as he stared at Lin Ling. Today's events were also out of his expectations. He didn't think Lin Ling would be so powerful. Not only did he not fall under Jiang Wu's control, he even kidnapped her. Even the martial scholar died in Lin Ling's hands. Lin Ling's growth speed was far too terrifying. Right now, he originally didn't want to come. However, he was still attached to Jiang Wu's body. Therefore, he had no choice but to come out personally. Third Prince. Lin Ling looked at Yun Yifan indifferently and sneered in his heart. Everything was caused by Yun Yifan. Yun Yifan wanted to subdue Lin Ling, but Lin Ling rejected him. Therefore, he asked Jiang Wu to kill Lin Ling. Now, this person had the nerve to come out. Kill her. Lin Ling's countenance turned ice cold. He lightly waved the sword in his hand, and a sword wound appeared on Jiang Wu's jade-white neck. After which, fresh blood flowed out. Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes widened. She clearly didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill her. She desperately wanted to speak, but this caused even more blood to flow out from the wound on her neck. She was a fickle woman. She had used her enchanting body to make countless men in the inner city grovel at her feet. She kept the useful ones and killed the useless ones. Who would have thought that today, when he wanted to control Lin Ling, he would die in exchange? He really did. The crowd was shocked and in disbelief. Lin Ling was very decisive. Lin Ling, you. Even the third prince's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He had personally stepped forward, but Lin Ling still didn't give him any face and continued to kill him. Moreover, he killed him in front of everyone. How dare this Lin Ling? An oppressive wind quietly spread out, and the people around suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were locked on by a powerful killing intent. When they looked carefully, they found that the strong killing intent was coming from His Majesty the Third Prince. And the killing intent was targeted at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had angered the Emperor today. Tell me, how do you want to die? The third prince's voice was extremely low. His killing intent was surging, and it intimidated the entire city. Numerous gazes fell upon the third prince, and their hearts trembled with fear. Although Jiang Wu was a social butterfly in Cloud Sea City and had slept with many people, some forces in the dark knew that Jiang Wu was also the third prince's plaything. But now, Lin Ling had personally killed the third prince's plaything in front of everyone. This was equivalent to slapping the third prince in the face in front of everyone in the city. The third prince looked refined on the surface, but he was actually a ruthless person. Everyone in the city knew that. How could he swallow this insult? Lin Ling is dead for sure. Everyone was certain in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ling was looking down at the third prince. His face was cold, and his eyes were icy cold. His gaze collided with the third prince's in mid-air, and invisible sparks bloomed. But soon, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly. He felt that he had never offended the third prince, but the third prince treated him like a soft persimmon and acted arrogantly in front of him time and time again. First, the Fire Ancient clan was almost destroyed. Then, he used Jiang Wu to control his fate. Once he refused, he immediately asked Jiang Wu to kill him. Did the third prince think that Lin Ling was an ant? Lin Ling spoke indifferently, "Your Majesty, third Prince Yun Yifan, a figure who can cover the sky with one hand. How domineering. Unfortunately, as an ant, I still haven't thought about how I will die." This Lin Ling is really bold. He clearly intends to go against the third prince. The crowd gasped when they heard Lin Ling's words. At the very least, if they were in Lin Ling's place, they would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. They wouldn't dare to go against the third prince at all. The third prince's face became even more unsightly. At this point, not only did Lin Ling not fear him, he even dared to go against him. How bold. Lin Ling, you violated the laws of the city. No one can save you today. At this moment, a voice resounded. It was Commander Du Nan. Du Nan could be considered to have won the third prince's favor. It was time for him to make a move. Firstly, he could kill his enemy, Lin Ling. Secondly, he could gain the third prince's favor. Thirdly, others would think that he was a righteous person who didn't fear Lin Ling and stood out to uphold the law. This was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The third prince nodded coldly. He was still high and mighty. He disdained to make a move against Lin Ling. Of course, the most important thing was that Commander Du Nan stood out for him. You're just a dog. Other than wagging your tail, what else can you do? Lin Ling smiled arrogantly. The sword in his hand slashed out. The sword radiance of 7 heavenly flames pierced through everything in its path and slashed towards Du Nan. Shock. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make the first move. This young man was so arrogant that he didn't put the third prince's imperial prestige in his eyes. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Du Nan's eyes widened. He was also very surprised. He blocked the attack with the broadsword in his hand. With a crack, his dantian shook violently. Although he had blocked the attack, he was still surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Unknowingly, Lin Ling's strength was getting closer and closer to his. Lin Ling. Compared to Du Nan's shock, the third prince was furious. Lin Ling's attack seemed to be aimed at Du Nan, but it was actually aimed at him. This meant that Lin Ling dared to make a move against him. What are you pretending to be high and mighty for? If you want to touch me, then do it yourself. What's the use of sending a dog to do it? Lin Ling said calmly. Fine, this prince wants to see what right you have to be so arrogant. The third prince finally decided to make a move. Even if he had to put down his pride, he would still kill Lin Ling with his own hands. He raised his right hand and a mysterious book appeared. The book gently flipped open and an ancient aura spread out. When the people around felt the aura, they all felt like prostrating themselves in worship. Could this be the third prince's innate spiritual body? Chapter 249. But he didn't give up. Third brother, she's just a femme fatale. Why make such a big fuss over her? Right at this moment, a smiling voice resounded. The second prince and King Duan were walking over side by side from afar. Second brother, no matter who Lin Ling is to you, he dared to challenge my dignity today. So, I'll kill him no matter who it is. The third prince gazed indifferently into the distance, and his expression was still indifferent. He was determined to kill Lin Ling. Everyone could clearly sense that strong killing intent, and then they sighed in their hearts. Even the second prince had stepped forward, yet the third prince still refused to give face. Looks like Lin Ling is dead for sure. Is that so? You dare to kill my disciple? Yun Yifan, you better think it through. Right at this moment, another voice resounded, and that voice carried a strand of rage. An old man had suddenly appeared in the sky, and he gazed coldly at the third prince with an indifferent expression. Senior He Yen Shan. The third prince's eyes narrowed when he saw that person. That person was one of the 3 pillars of Ocean of Cloud City, and he was a person of virtue and prestige. He wasn't someone he could offend at all. Senior He Yen Shan, Lin Ling killed one of my men. But how could Yun Yifan be willing to accept that? It was He Yen Shan who'd appeared in the sky. The incident here had caused a stir in Ocean of Cloud City, so he'd naturally received news of it. Moreover, he was instantly furious when he found out that Yun Yifan intended to kill his disciple, Lin Ling. Ocean of Cloud City was changing, and he wasn't interested in who the new king would be. However, he refused to allow his disciple to be implicated in the fight for the throne. So what? He Yen Shan spoke coldly. Yun Yifan was stunned, and then his expression became even more savage. He discerned that He Yen Shan seemed to have made it clear that He Yen Shan was supporting Lin Ling. Even if he was the third prince, He Yen Shan still wouldn't give him face. He's my disciple. No one is allowed to touch him unless it's King Yun Hai. However, you don't seem to be King Yun Hai right now. He Yen Shan spoke once more. Yun Yifan breathed incessantly, and he could only remain silent in the end. Now that he was going against He Yen Shan, one of the 3 pillars, it was obviously extremely disadvantageous for him, so he could only endure. Third brother, I've already said that there's no need to make everyone so tense over a woman. That woman's dead is dead, what's so great about it? Second Prince Yunixuan said slowly. That sentence made Yun Yifan even more furious. This was his second brother provoking him. Ever since his second brother received Lin Ling's assistance, his power had grown stronger and stronger. Now, even Senior He Yen Shan seemed to be standing on his side. Lin Ling, you're amazing. I hope that someone will come to help you next time. Let's go. Yun Yifan said coldly. He didn't want to stay any longer and wanted to leave with everyone. Wait. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out, causing many people to look at him. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he said, the Imperial Guard Commander, Du Nan, is in charge of the Order of the Inner City. I would like to ask the Commander, how do you manage this order? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, you might as well resign from your position as the Commander. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Du Nan was furious. He didn't expect that Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go. The surrounding people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had killed the third prince's people, but before the third prince could do anything, Lin Ling had already made the first move and attacked the third prince's people again. As the commander, do you do everything according to your heart's desire? Lin Ling said coldly. Lin Ling, you killed Jiang Wu and Wu Gang in front of everyone. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, I haven't even punished you, yet you dare to accuse me. Du Nan said in a low voice. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. What a commander of the Imperial Guard. Then let me ask you, when I was being hunted down, did you know? He stared at Du Nan, causing Du Nan to snort coldly. Of course I knew. Then let me ask you again, those people were called by Jiang Wu. Did you know? Lin Ling asked again. Of course I knew. Du Nan replied disdainfully. Good, then let me ask you one last time. Wu Gang, I have no enmity with him, but he wanted to kill me, did you know? Lin Ling's face turned cold. Du Nan was even more disdainful. This is something that everyone knows, how can I not know? It's good that you know. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, you didn't think of a way to stop the chaos, instead you just stood by and watched. As the commander, can you do that? Now that they've all died in my hands, you're using the banner of justice to interrogate me. Moreover, you don't know what's right or wrong, but you're accusing me of wrongdoing first. Is your brain full of shit? Lin Ling's aura was domineering, and his voice became sharper and sharper. Du Nan's face turned pale, and he couldn't speak for a while. Indeed, when Lin Ling killed the martial scholar and the others, it was a passive resistance. However, those people were the ones who started the trouble. The Imperial Guard commander should have caught the people who started the trouble before it happened, instead of catching Lin Ling after it was over. Du Nan, you should resign from your position as the commander of the Imperial Guard. You're a disgrace. At this moment, the second Prince Yunixuan's voice sounded, causing Du Nan's face to turn even paler. He looked at the third prince for help. The third prince's face was as cold as ice. Now that Lin Ling had exposed this matter in front of everyone, if he forcefully stood up for Du Nan, he would be labeled as someone who didn't distinguish between public and private matters. Moreover, there was still Senior He Yenshan on Lin Ling's side, who would uphold justice for Lin Ling, trash. After weighing the pros and cons, the third prince could only cut off one of his arms. Then, he strode away. But even so, he was still angry because Du Nan was one of his people. Now that he was stripped of his position as the commander of the Imperial Guard, it meant that his power was weakened by a little. Third prince, save me! Du Nan anxiously shouted. Without the title of commander of the Imperial Guard, Du Nan was just an ordinary martial artist. He didn't think that he would be stripped of his position because of Lin Ling. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have been in the limelight today. You only have yourself to blame. Lin Ling coldly looked at Du Nan, not bothering to pay attention to him. Instead, he bowed to Senior He Yenshan in the sky. He Yenshan faintly smiled. He could see that Lin Ling was innocent. Everything was caused by the third prince. Today, the third prince had left in disgrace. It could only be said that he brought shame upon himself. Lin Ling, good job. Yunixuan's smile deepened. He never thought that because of Lin Ling, his third brother would not only lose face today, but his power would also be suppressed. At the very least, he couldn't do this. Let's go back. Lin Ling didn't plan to say anything more. After smiling, he left with Senior He Yenshan. Chapter 250. The grace of dripping water. Lin Ling, your strength has improved tremendously. You actually defeated the martial champion in such a short period of time. In Yunixuan's residence, everyone looked at Lin Ling with astonishment. Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, but he was able to defeat a late-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert. His talent was truly shocking. Kiki, I was just lucky. There are still plenty of people in the Cloud Sea City who are stronger than me. Lin Ling smiled and didn't reveal any arrogance. After all, his goal was to surpass the Crown Prince. Currently, this goal was still a little far away. Yunixuan and Duke Duan smiled helplessly. This youth had tyrannical strength, but he was never arrogant and complacent. It made one wonder if this youth's heart was that of a century-old monster. Otherwise, why would he be so calm? After a few more exchanges, Duke Duan suddenly spoke to Yunixuan, Your Majesty, the Snake Swamp Kingdom used the chaos in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to invade the Southern Sea region multiple times. Now that they are getting restless, I'm afraid the Sky Resonance Ancient City won't be able to hold them off. Once this statement was out, Yunixuan's expression turned grave. He Yenshan frowned slightly and said, An external enemy is invading, but our own people are fighting amongst themselves. How disappointing. Right now, all the vassals and princes were competing for the Cloud Sea King's position, but they ignored the Snake Swamp Kingdom's provocations. This made He Yenshan extremely dissatisfied. I'll send out the troops. Yunixuan pondered for a moment and decided to send his forces to help the Sky Resonance Ancient City. The Sky Resonance Ancient City was the last border of the Southern Sea. If the ancient city was destroyed, the Snake Swamp Kingdom would be able to enter the Heaven Mystics Kingdom at will and plunge the people into misery and suffering. In fact, it wasn't a suitable time for Yunixuan to send out his forces to help the Sky Resonance Ancient City. After all, it would allow other factions to take advantage of the situation. However, he was different from the other princes and couldn't bear to implicate the commoners. But if your majesty sends out the troops, the crown prince's side will probably get restless. Duke Duan might not be willing to see the Sky Resonance Ancient City being plundered, but he was still worried about Yunixuan. I'll go, Lin Ling said with a smile when he saw the two of them hesitating. Commander Lin, you'll go? Duke Duan's eyes. Why? Not qualified enough. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows. Duke Duan suddenly burst into laughter. Of course you have the qualifications, but I didn't expect Commander Lin to be so sincere and willing to go. Originally, he had planned to lead the troops himself, but Lin Ling had volunteered, so he could stay and help the second prince. Lin Ling, Brother Yun thanks you. Yunixuan was stunned for a moment before he bowed gratefully. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help. Lin Ling shook his head and said. In fact, his cultivation was currently stuck at a bottleneck, and he wanted to go out and gain experience. Alright, I'll get someone to assist you in a few days. Duke Duan nodded excitedly. Lin Ling, since you want to go to the ancient Sky Fragrant City, then follow me to refine pills for the next few days. Hearing their words, He Yenshan said indifferently. Finally, he added, of course, draw some calligraphy and paintings for me while you're at it. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. It seemed that drawing calligraphy was the most important thing. Yunixuan and Duke Duan covered their mouths. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. A master like He Yenshan wanted Lin Ling's calligraphy, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he found the excuse of learning alchemy. It was very strange. He Yenshan was a little embarrassed and his face darkened. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's magical calligraphy, he was filled with interest. He also wanted to show his personal collection to Lin Ling. He wondered what Lin Ling would say about it. The next day, Lin Ling went to the Danding Prefecture. He was still at the early stage of the earthly spirit realm. However, after killing some earthly spirit realm experts, his realm had increased a lot. He was only one step away from the middle stage of the earthly spirit realm. Martial champion Wu Gang's spiritual chi seed had the greatest effect on him. If he wanted to reach the next level, he would have to keep fighting and snatch his enemy's spiritual chi seeds. After passing through several streets, a beautiful figure in snow-white clothes was waiting for him. She stood there quietly, like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. When she saw Lin Ling approaching, she couldn't help but smile. She was in Wielder. The smile was very faint, but it made one feel relaxed. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Senior sister, I'm sorry for being late." When he went to the Danding Prefecture to learn alchemy, he planned to bring Wielder along. After all, Wielder was more addicted to alchemy than he was. She just lacked some opportunities. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't want Wielder to bury her talent. That was why he brought her along. "It's okay, I just arrived. However, Lin Ling, can I go with you?" Wielder quickly waved her hand, indicating that she wasn't afraid of waiting for a long time. In fact, she was more grateful. The Pill Cauldron Grandmaster He Yenshan was one of the most prominent figures in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Pill Dao. It was an honor for any ordinary alchemist to even meet him. But now, he could actually learn alchemy from the Pill Cauldron Grandmaster He Yenshan. Of course, she knew that this opportunity was given to her by this young man. she couldn't help but feel absent-minded. When she was in the ancient Yen sect, she chose to help this young man because she saw that he wasn't afraid of authority and had an arrogance and perseverance that surpassed his peers. And that little bit of help was exchanged for 100-fold return of the favor. This was the gratitude of a drop of water, repaid with a gushing spring. Therefore, she was extremely grateful to this young man. Even when she was grateful, she felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude. It was as if she wanted to see this young man and cherish every minute and second by his side. The young man and the young woman walked along the street. Their occasional laughter attracted the attention of passers-by, who then sighed. In their eyes, the two figures were a match made in heaven. Smelling the faint fragrance on Yuer's body, Lin Ling also liked this feeling very much. He was grateful to Yuer because she was one of the few people who helped him when he first came to this world. Now that he was talking about the past with Yuer, he seemed to have abandoned everything and was joking with her like an ordinary young man. After a long time, the two of them arrived at Danding Prefecture. Yen Shan had been waiting for a long time, but he didn't have any objections to Yuer's arrival. This little girl is also learning alchemy. That's not a problem. I'll give you some prescriptions and refining methods later, then you can study them. 10 prescriptions. Once you've refined them, this lesson will be over. If you want to end the lesson, then it will depend on your talent and perseverance. Yen Shan smiled. He also felt that he was much younger when he was with the two little guys Lin Ling. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, he said, "Lin Ling, you don't have to refine 10 prescriptions. 3 will do. After you're done, come with me to look at calligraphy and painting." Lin Ling and Yuer looked at each other. Yuer wanted to learn 10 prescriptions, but Lin Ling only learned 3. This was just to let Lin Ling finish refining pills quickly and then go look at calligraphy and painting. It seemed that Yen Shan's real purpose was to let Lin Ling learn calligraphy and painting. However, this was so unfair. Was this how a teacher should act? Chapter 251. Chapter 251 Astonishment. Master, I'll also refine 10 types like senior sister, and don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Sigh, I hope you can learn it soon. Yen Shan was stunned for a moment. He could only smile bitterly and nod his head. Then, he took out the pill recipes. He personally refined each pill once. Then, he let Lin Ling and Yuer learn from him. His pill recipes were not ordinary. They were extremely rare and difficult to concoct. Therefore, it was impossible for him to successfully concoct all 10 types of pills at once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Lin Ling to concoct only 3 types of pills. Lin Ling closed his eyes and recalled for a moment. Then, he looked at the pill formula and began to refine. Underworld bone grass, fire leaf flower. Yuer furrowed her brows tightly. Yen Shan's pill formula was beyond her knowledge. Yen Shan, on the other hand, was smiling slightly at the side. He wasn't surprised by Yuer's conflicted expression because his pill formula was indeed not easy to obtain. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was calm, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. The 10 rare pill formulas in his hands didn't seem difficult at all, and it was as if he had already refined them. This fellow is really a genius. Yen Shan's face was solemn as he continued to watch Lin Ling refine pills. Yuer had already failed and was dejected. But as she watched Lin Ling refine pills, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. This time, she once again witnessed the wonders of Lin Ling. Everyone had the same pill formula, but Lin Ling learned it faster than her. The young man's focused gaze, handsome face, and tightly pursed lips were like the most exquisite painting. Yuer couldn't take her eyes off him. Then, her delicate little face blushed. She had to admit that a focused young man was extremely attractive to her. TSK, amazing. You can actually refine two at the same time. He Yenshan's expression changed slightly. In his eyes, the youth had actually mixed two types of medicinal materials together because he wanted to save time. Although this wasn't impossible, it was extremely testing of one's skill in the Tao of alchemy. But that young man had done it. Could it be that this little guy had been practicing alchemy since he was born? At this moment, Lin Ling's forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes were still focused. Several types of pills were constantly forming in his hands. These pills were actually very difficult for him to concoct, but during his competition with Dan Xiangzi, he had seen a large number of alchemists concocting pills with his own eyes, including these types of pills. The more he saw, the more he knew the steps. Coupled with his powerful soul force, he was able to successfully refine it in one go. After a long time, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked at the work on the table, and nodded with satisfaction. When he turned around to look at He Yenshan and Su Yu, he was stunned. At this moment, He Yenshan and Yuer's mouths were so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. The expressions on their faces were simply indescribable. 10 types of pill formulas, and Lin Ling had actually succeeded in all of them. What's with your expressions? Lin Ling looked at them quietly for a moment and couldn't help but feel speechless. He Yenshan and Yuer looked at each other, then shook their heads helplessly. He Yenshan said, "If it weren't for your young age, I would have thought that you were an alchemist who had immersed himself in the Tao of alchemy for many years." "Lin Ling, you're so amazing," and Yuer said with admiration. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He really wasn't a powerful alchemist. He had just seen a lot of things. After leaving He Yenshan's mansion, Lin Ling went to the Fire Ancient clan. The pills he had concocted earlier were all extremely valuable, especially in terms of medicinal materials. Therefore, these pills shouldn't be wasted. It was best to give them to the Fire Ancient clan. After returning to the Fire Ancient clan, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were naturally very happy. Although the Fire Ancient clan was in the outer city and didn't know about the inner city, Duke Duan had personally visited the Fire Ancient clan not long ago and told them about Lin Ling's proud deeds in the inner city. This made the entire Fire Ancient clan extremely proud. At the very least, the members of the Fire Ancient clan weren't unknown in the inner city. Instead, they were like dazzling stars. Right now, Lin Ling's achievements had already surpassed his father, Lin Chen. "Lin Ling, Duke Duan said that you were going to the ancient sky fragrant city the last time he came. Go, a real man should roam the world. You don't have to worry about the ancient clan. Your grandfather is still here. He definitely won't let anyone invade the ancient clan," Ancestor Extreme Flame said to Lin Ling. Then, he smiled and said, "Moreover, you're currently the favorite of the second prince. Duke Duan won't let anything happen to the Fire Ancient clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to you." "That's good." Lin Ling's heart relaxed. He was going to be out training for a long time, so he was a bit worried about the ancient clan. But with his grandfather's words, he could go out and roam the world without worry. A real man's ambition was to roam the world. This world was vast and boundless. He also wanted to go out and see the experts of other places. He handed the pills to Ancestor Extreme Flame, who was immediately shocked. One had to know that the Fire Ancient clan also refined pills, so he knew the value of these pills. Without a doubt, with these pills, the Fire Ancient clan would be able to cultivate a few Earth Spirit Realm experts. The medicinal ingredients for these pills are priceless. Only Danding Prefecture can take them out. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. "I'll bring more pills the next time I come back. Only when the ancient clan is strong will we be able to gain a firm foothold in this world." Lin Ling smiled. Lin Ling, you have to leave some pills for me next time. That's right. We grew up together. Lin Aofeng and the others shouted. They missed the days when they fought side by side with Lin Ling. All right. Lin Ling nodded boldly, then strode out of the Fire Ancient clan. Looking at Lin Ling's back, the entire ancient clan was excited. That young man was holding up half the sky of the ancient clan. Lin Ling went to find Duke Duan along the way. Previously, Duke Duan said that Lin Ling would be leading 50,000 people to the Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City. Lin Ling was the chief commander. This was also Lin Ling's first time leading an army. Lin Ling was looking forward to leading an army. In the previous world, he had read some books about leading an army. He was curious, but at that time, it was impossible for him to lead an army. He could only think about it in his heart. But now, he had 50,000 soldiers. Just thinking about it made him excited. Moreover, Duke Duan said that these 50,000 people would belong to Lin Ling from now on. They would belong to Lin Ling's forces. Of course, these people weren't old soldiers, but new recruits. After all, old soldiers wouldn't simply follow others. Because they had fought side by side, they had developed feelings for each other. They wouldn't be separated and reorganized. These 50,000 people belonged to the people who had been implicated after the change of era. Some of them had lost their families. Some of them joined the second prince's camp in order to protect their families. Generally speaking, they weren't a real army. Chapter 252. A little famous. Lin Ling, you're here. Knowing that Lin Ling was coming, Duke Duan was already waiting at the entrance of the mansion. Greetings, Your Highness. Lin Ling bowed slightly. He had some respect for this middle-aged man. After all, Duke Duan was his benefactor. It was all thanks to Duke Duan that the Fire Ancient clan could remain safe and sound. Duan Wangye smiled and nodded, his gaze sizing up Lin Ling. The young man in front of him had a slender body, well-proportioned limbs, and a handsome appearance. His facial features were distinct, making him look like a divine jade. Most importantly, his eyes would occasionally emit a light, a depth that did not match his age. It had to be said that such a genius was indeed very attractive. Come with me. Duan Wangye smiled and led Lin Ling forward. The two of them walked all the way through the barracks and finally arrived at the foot of a small hill. There were people surging around, and from time to time, there were shouts of people practicing martial arts. At a glance, those people were all dressed in the same color, and their ages were only between 20 and 30 years old. These people are all new recruits. They will belong to you in the future. Duan Wangye pointed at the people in the distance and said, "These are my subordinates." Lin Ling nodded. From the looks of it, these youths were all good seedlings. However, they lacked the iron-blooded aura of a soldier. They lacked the imposing manner of cutting off all means of retreat. Of course, this was normal as those people came from all over the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Had it not been for the change of era, they might still be ordinary martial artists. There are 50,000 people here, and I have arranged an assistant for you. In the past, the assistant was in charge of them. Come with me. Duan Wangye brought Lin Ling forward and said as he walked, "That's right, that assistant is a beauty, it's just that she's a bit spicy." "Shao Man, come out." Prince Duan shouted as soon as he arrived at the barracks. Everyone bowed when they saw Duan Wangye, and some of them looked at him with gratitude. If it weren't for Duan Wangye, they or their families would have already disappeared from this world. This subordinate greets Duke Duan. A woman walked out with large strides. She was tall and slender, and her skin was the color of wheat. Although her figure was lean forward and backward, she was filled with explosive power, just like a female leopard. This woman was Lin Ling's assistant, Tian Xiaoman. At that moment, Tian Xiaoman was looking at Prince Duan respectfully. If it weren't for Prince Duan, she would have died already. She would have died because of humiliation. Therefore, to her, Prince Duan was like her second parent. Then, her gaze fell upon Lin Ling and she frowned. Not long ago, she had heard that Duke Duan would be bringing along a commander. Looks like it was that young man. It was just that he was a little too young, even younger than her. Although he was handsome, this was a military camp. Being handsome did not mean that he could fight. Tian Xiaoman thought so in her heart, but she did not reveal it. She quietly waited for Duke Duan to speak. Duke Duan looked around and saw the puzzled looks on everyone's faces. He immediately knew that many people were wondering who the new commander was. Then, he introduced Lin Ling to everyone. No way, it's really him. I guessed it was him from the start, but he's too young. It's really annoying to be our commander at such a young age. Shut up. Even if you're unwilling, you have to obey the military order. Discussions broke out all around, and it seemed that many people were unwilling to accept it. I'm Lin Ling, and I'll be your commander next. Lin Ling said nonchalantly, as if he did not hear the voices around him. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, and no one replied. When Tian Xiaoman saw this, she slowly said, "Greetings, Commander Lin." She seemed to have a good reputation among the 50,000 people. After she spoke, everyone saluted and shouted, "Greetings, Commander Lin." Duke Duan smiled faintly and said to Lin Ling, "In the military camp, strength is respected. Although you have a status, they only obey you on the surface, but they are not convinced in their hearts. If the hearts of an army are scattered, it will be difficult to lead the team. Lin Ling, I believe that you can complete this challenge perfectly. After you complete it, you will have an army of tigers and wolves." After Duke Duan finished speaking, he turned and left. Lin Ling smiled. An army of tigers and wolves. He was a little interested. He said nonchalantly, "Is the deputy here? Let's set off for Tianqiang City. What do you think?" Tian Xiaoman narrowed her eyes slightly. Earlier, Duan Wangyi was there, so she didn't dare to be careless. But after Duan Wangyi left, she relaxed. She wanted to tell this young man that he could be his commander, and they would go about their business as usual, minding their own business and living in harmony. However, before she could say that, this young man had already put on airs as a commander. "Is the deputy here?" The way he addressed her was so smooth, as if she had become this young man's subordinate. "Commander Lin, set off for Tianqiang City. You can leave whenever you want. A month, a year, it doesn't matter to us." Tian Xiaoman said nonchalantly. "Ha!" Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, when he saw the arrogant smile on the woman's face, he smiled. He knew that if he did not win over this woman, these 50,000 people would not listen to him. "What do you mean?" "Ha! This journey to Tianqiang City is long and bumpy. Commander Lin is a precious person. If you don't rest well, you might not be able to make it to Tianqiang City. Since that is the case, why don't we wait for Commander Lin to rest well before leaving? A month, a year, it doesn't matter to us." Tian Xiaoman spread out her hands and smiled. "That's right. If we leave immediately and Commander Lin can't take the long journey, then wouldn't we have to go back halfway? So, Commander Lin should rest well first." The people around agreed. Obviously, they saw that Lin Ling was young and tender, so they guessed that Lin Ling would not be able to take the long journey. Moreover, if he did not have a strong martial power to back him up, he would not be able to take the long journey. Lin Ling was so young, so how strong could he be? To be able to become a commander, his family must have given him a lot of money. Lin Ling listened quietly and could not help but smile. "Since that is the case, then let's leave tomorrow." Tian Xiaoman was stunned. Commander, you don't plan to rest well before leaving. I'm afraid you won't be able to go far with your body. If I can't go far, then I'm afraid you won't be able to go far either. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. When these words came out, many people were not convinced. They had been practicing martial arts since they were young and were very strong. They did not believe that Lin Ling was stronger than them. One of them said, Commander, whether you can go far or not is not based on words, but on strength. Everyone, am I right? Yes. Everyone yelled out in unison. If that's the case, then let 10 of you come out. I will see who can go further. Lin Ling was still smiling. If he wanted to subdue this group of people, it was obvious that strength was indispensable. What? The yelling instantly stopped as everyone stared with wide eyes. It seemed like this new commander was going to challenge them and establish his prowess with his martial prowess. Furthermore, he wasn't going to challenge one of them, but 10 of them. Commander, let me remind you. Before they entered the second prince's camp, they were all rather reputable in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Tian Xiaoman frowned and said. Chapter 253. Effortless suppression. A little reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy in the Cloud Sea City and had an illustrious reputation. How could these youths compare to him? What? You want to challenge 10 people, and I am included. Tian Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes widened in disbelief. After all, this Commander Lin was only 17 or 18 years old. Everyone here was older than him and stronger than him. He actually dared to challenge 10 people at once. Did he think he was one of those prodigies in the inner city? Deputy Tian, what should we do? Are we really going to teach him a lesson? But he is the commander. What if he is injured and blames us? The others all spoke out. Tian Xiaoman snorted, since the commander has spoken, then we shall accept the challenge. Finishing her statement, she looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Commander, let me say this first. If I accidentally injure you, you are not allowed to complain to Duke Duan. Lin Ling smiled calmly and said, if you are able to injure me, not only will I not blame you, but I will also reward you with 1,000 spirit crystals. Ah! Tian Xiaoman's mouth widened as she felt that this youth was overly ignorant. Could he be a hedonistic young master who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know the ways of the world? Wasn't this boasting a little too much? 1,000 spirit crystals. I will not miss out on such a good deal. Lord Commander, please excuse me. I am a descendant of the Xuanji clan of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's North Ice. I am here to seek some guidance. It can't be, right? Old Xian, you are one of the top 10 individuals among the 50,000 of us. Are you here to join in the fun? Figures walked out one after another, and all of them were brimming with confidence as they chatted while walking. They were even discussing what cultivation items they would buy after obtaining the 1,000 spirit crystals. Lin Ling let out a slight smile and still had a calm expression. He then looked at Tian Xiaoman and said, Deputy, come on out. You are really courting death. Tian Xiaoman clenched her silver teeth and walked out as well. Since Lin Ling was boasting without any preparation, she would let him suffer a little. In the future, he wouldn't dare to put on airs in front of her and the others. Gradually, 10 people gathered, and all of them looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shrugged and walked into the group of 10. Commander Lin, I'll suppress half of my strength. Take this. A tall and sturdy man shouted loudly, his fist smashing towards Lin Ling. That kind of power made the surrounding soldiers cheer again and again. Even if you unleash 120% of your strength, you're still no match for me. Lin Ling shook his head and took a step forward. He didn't seem to make any mystical movements. He just lightly struck out with his palm. Bang! The fist and the palm collided, and an intense gust of wind blew in all directions. The man's body flew backward and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. The cheers and the surroundings instantly disappeared, and everyone's expressions turned interesting. "Commander, you have some skills. Take my northern ice mystic palm." Another man shouted loudly. An icy aura emanated from his body, forming layers of fog. Frost also appeared on the ground. "Weak, with such weak strength, you dare to call yourself the northern ice mystic palm?" Lin Ling shook his head and took a step forward. He didn't even try to block, and directly took the man's palm. With a cracking sound, the cold ice froze Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, the crowd stared. This Commander Lin really overestimated his strength. He actually took the attack head-on. Crack! At this moment, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture that was shining with white light. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the ice sculpture exploded, and a figure walked out. A calm voice was heard, "Among the 10 people, you're the weakest." He had the fire attribute spiritual body, and he was the least afraid of ice attribute attacks. Naturally, he would say that. However, the people who heard that all opened their mouths wide. Taking the palm head-on and breaking out of the ice, this person's strength was too strong, and that person was the weakest among the 10 people. One must know that that person was a disciple from the Xuanji family, and he was ranked in the top 10 among the 50,000 people. "I thought you guys would be very strong, but unfortunately, you've disappointed me. It's over." Lin Ling shook his head, took a step forward, and lightly punched out with his right hand. With a bang, a man was sent flying, and with a sweep of his right leg, another man was sent flying with a bang. None of the 10 people could stop him. With his current strength, even if 100 people surrounded him, he wouldn't be afraid with his eyes closed. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the figures were sent flying and fell to the ground, looking at Lin Ling in fear. Soon, only Tian Xiaoman was left. "Deputy, it's your turn. I rarely hit women, so do you want to admit defeat yourself, or do you want me to do it?" Lin Ling looked at Tian Xiaoman with a faint smile. Tian Xiaoman's mouth was wide open, as if she still couldn't believe what had happened. In the blink of an eye, the strongest people were defeated. Could this young man really be a genius from the inner city? Tian Xiaoman was straightforward, but she couldn't say that she admitted defeat. "We depart the day after tomorrow." Lin Ling shrugged at her, ignoring whether she admitted it or not, and then strode forward. Now, no one had any objections. At first, everyone thought that Lin Ling's young master wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't withstand the long journey. But now, Lin Ling had proven that he was stronger than 50,000 people. If Lin Ling couldn't withstand the long journey, then no one could. "He's so strong, facing my ice palm, he was unharmed. I'm afraid his strength has reached the peak of the martial spirit realm. This young man is definitely from the inner city. I guess he's one of the top 100 geniuses in the inner city. That can't be, one of the top 100, that's very strong." Discussions broke out all around. Tian Xiaoman's beautiful eyes looked into the distance, flickering from time to time. Who is this young man? Although the first show of strength didn't intimidate the 50,000 new recruits, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. The next morning, Lin Ling woke up early and went to the training ground of the military camp. At this moment, everyone was already awake and fighting with each other. When they saw Lin Ling, they worked even harder. It was as if they were not convinced after losing to Lin Ling yesterday. They did not want to be looked down upon by Lin Ling. Ha! A large number of young men were fighting, and their sweat and shouts were like thunder. "Commander, good morning." Tian Xiaoman bowed slightly when she saw Lin Ling walking over. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. He walked slowly along the training ground, as if he was checking on his subordinates. Seeing this, the 50,000 people worked even harder, which made Tian Xiaoman secretly satisfied. She smiled and said, "Commander, what do you think of this training?" Maybe Lin Ling was too young, but after losing to him yesterday, she wanted to get back at him today, so she wanted to hear the commander's satisfied voice. Chapter 254. Setting out on a campaign, how is it? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and blurted out, "Just fancy moves." Fancy moves. Tian Xiaoman's pupils constricted as she recalled Lin Ling's words. She then said with some dissatisfaction, "Commander, are you saying that the training of these middle-stage martial spirit realm warriors is just for show?" "Milord, aren't you being too arrogant? If it's not a showy move, then what is it? Was that training? I don't see any power in it." Lin Ling faintly said, "At best, they are only practicing martial arts in the early morning, so I can't see what's so great about them. What makes me laugh is that these people are actually my subordinates. In the future, I will lead this group of soldiers to their deaths, and they want to create a lion of tigers and wolves for me. I feel very uncertain. Lord Commander seems to look down on them." Tian Xiaoman couldn't take it anymore. Lin Ling's evaluation of these people was too low. He was just short of calling them trash. She wasn't willing to accept it. "Commander, you may be born with a noble background and don't know what a soldier is. They may not have any military achievements, but they have a hot-blooded heart and hope to create a world that belongs to them. Commander, you actually mocked them. This is an insult to them. I hope that you won't say such words again," Lin Ling said. She was clearly furious. The surrounding soldiers who were training also stopped their movements and looked at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. They were also angry. This new commander was looking down on them. Numerous gazes fell on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling remained indifferent. Instead, he laughed disdainfully. "What can a hot-blooded heart represent? Who didn't have a hot-blooded heart in this world? Who didn't want to make contributions? But was it useful? Once a war breaks out, a hot-blooded heart will not be of any help. Only by being able to complete the mission can one be considered a qualified soldier. I do not mean to insult them, but they are indeed not an army of tigers and wolves, nor are they an army. At best, they are a group of martial artists." After saying that, he pointed at the two people who were training in front of him and said, "What are they doing? You punch and I kick. Are they playing house? Please, this is a military camp, not a place to play house." He then pointed at a few other people in the distance. "Those people are lifting stone weights. They seem to be cultivating very hard. Their bodies are covered in sweat, but what's the use? At best, they are just exercising their physical strength. Look at them. Although they are a little tired, their expressions are relaxed. It's really rare for them to be able to train so easily. They seem to have turned the barracks into a training ground. All of them are like flowers in a greenhouse." Hearing Lin Ling's words, Tian Xiaoman was originally very dissatisfied, but she gradually fell silent, constantly thinking about those words. "Then what does Lord Commander mean?" Tian Xiaoman's voice lowered, as if she was asking for advice. "Fight to the death." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said word by word. Tian Xiaoman's face changed, and the vague feeling in her heart seemed to have become clearer. She asked again, "My lord, please speak clearly. This kind of training is to train martial artists, not soldiers. If you want to become an army of tigers and wolves, you must have the soul of an army and your own killing intent. Since it's training, then fight to the death. It doesn't matter if the opponent is family or friends. Once the training order is issued, then treat the opponent as an enemy. Like the enemy who killed your father, you must kill them," Lin Ling said calmly. Hearing that, Tian Xiaoman sucked in a cold breath. "But it's easy to get injured, and even die." "Die? You are soldiers. Can soldiers be afraid of death? Moreover, getting injured in training is better than losing your life on the battlefield. Only by experiencing life and death will you have your own killing intent and soul. Alright, that's all I have to say. Remember, we set off tomorrow. At the end, Lin Ling looked at the people around him, then slowly turned and left. Looking at that slender back, the training ground was silent. Many people suddenly had mixed feelings. Although they were not convinced by that young man, they could not deny that his words made sense. So that's how it is. No wonder Duke Duan always said that we are new soldiers and cannot compare to those tigers and wolves under Duke Duan. So that's how it is. Tian Xiaoman suddenly understood. Looking at Lin Ling's back, her eyes shone, and her heart filled with admiration. On the third day, when Lin Ling arrived at the training ground, everyone had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, they no longer looked at Lin Ling with disdain, but with deep admiration. Although this new commander was young, he was stronger than all of them. They had no choice but to admit defeat. Most importantly, the new commander was not someone who was all brawn and no brains. He had a deep understanding of the art of war, and was both brave and smart. What else could they say? Lord Commander, everyone is ready. Tian Xiaoman came in front of Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. In terms of obedience to Lin Ling, she was the first. In the past, these 50,000 people were trained by her. Although the training was not bad, she always felt that something was missing. Now, she finally knew what it was, so she approved of Lin Ling standing above her. Looking at the spirited soldiers, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. 50,000 people rode on horses and left the outer city. In the distance, Duke Duan looked at the imposing army and nodded secretly. I hope Commander Lin can lead his own tiger and wolf army on this trip. Beside him, an elegant middle-aged man smiled and said, Duke Duan can rest assured. Commander Lin is a genius today. He will definitely complete the mission perfectly. Duke Duan nodded. I don't know why, but I am not very worried about that little guy Lin Ling. He is a person who can never be seen through. The army moved forward, heading towards Sky Fragrant City. Dozens of days later, they arrived at the South Sea territory. My lord, if we follow Mountain Breeze Valley, we will reach Sky Fragrant City in less than 10 days. Mountain Breeze Valley is the easiest path to take. In the camp, Tian Xiaoman wore a cape and armor, giving off a valiant feeling. However, she did not wear much armor. Only her chest and buttocks were protected by armor. The rest of her body was exposed. Her wheat-like skin was filled with explosive power. Lin Ling was also wearing white armor. He smiled and looked at Tian Xiaoman. He pointed at the map and said, Mountain Breeze Valley is too easy. Why don't we take the Devil Cloud Mountain path? That path is filled with miasma. It is completely uninhabited. Tian Xiaoman was very surprised. Armies naturally chose the easiest path and the fastest path. However, Lin Ling chose the most difficult path. This was completely against the norm. You think that with 50,000 people, you can save Sky Fragrant City? I think it is far from enough. So, if we go quickly, we will just be sending ourselves to death. It is better to take the difficult path to increase our strength and momentum. Chapter 255. The Devil's Training. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said, Tell them not to be afraid of difficulties. If they want to improve their strength, they will have to endure hardships. Of course, if they feel that they can't take it, they can choose to withdraw now. Otherwise, once they enter the Devil Cloud Mountain, there will be no turning back. Moreover, I don't like deserters. Yes. Tian Xiaoman nodded and went out to inform the army. Lin Ling was still looking at the map. The miasma in the Devil Cloud Mountain is very thick. However, I have refined many elixirs that can prevent the miasma. The most important thing is that the Devil Cloud Mountain is an illusion formed by the miasma. These illusions can increase a martial artist's soul force. It is also suitable for me. A few days later, the army arrived at the foot of the demonic Cloud Mountain. As far as the eye could see, the vast ancient mountains were stacked on top of each other, and one couldn't see the end of them. Only dense forests could be seen, and the entire endless mountain range was silent, as if it was a corner that had been abandoned by the world. Lin Ling stood on a peak and looked into the distance. Then, his eyes focused and the lost time reappeared in his eyes. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. "Deputy, pass down my order. Advance to the southeast." "Yes." Tian Xiaoman immediately obeyed the order and left. Lin Ling smiled and looked towards the southeast. Previously, through the lost time, he saw that the illusion was the strongest. However, other than the illusion, there didn't seem to be any powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, that path was the most suitable. Although he wanted to train his army, he also knew that he had to act according to his ability. A path that was too strong was not suitable for the army to advance. Otherwise, the entire army would be wiped out. Therefore, the southeast was the best choice. The army advanced along the southeast. Gradually, the miasma spread and many martial artists were poisoned. For a moment, some people were panicking. Many people actually wanted to leave this place and escape. Lin Ling was indifferent from the beginning to the end. He gave the order and the army continued to advance. For a moment, out of the 50,000 people, 2,000 people left the army and turned around to escape. As they ran, they cursed Lin Ling, saying that Lin Ling had led them to a dead end. This caused the army to panic for a moment. Fortunately, the remaining people did not choose to leave and continued to advance resolutely. On this day, Lin Ling ordered the army to stop. "I know that a lot of people are dissatisfied with me. A lot of people think that I'm leading the wrong way, which makes a simple marching mission complicated." On the mountain peak, Lin Ling was dressed in white armor as he looked down at the crowd below. His aura was steady, and his words carried a boundless aura, causing the army below the mountain peak to fall silent. "Your family is under the protection of His Majesty the Second Prince, so you don't have to worry about being bullied by other forces. Every month, you receive a large number of spirit crystals. This is His Majesty the Second Prince's contribution to your family. However, there must be a return for a contribution. Otherwise, why would His Majesty the Second Prince protect you? What right do you have to ask the Second Prince to save you when times are changing? Therefore, if there is a return, there must be a return." Lin Ling's calm voice slowly spread out, "There's no free lunch in this world. Since you've chosen to become soldiers, then it's your duty to obey orders. Regardless of whether it's a path of death or a path of survival, since you've been given an order, then you can only continue forward." He led the army through the most difficult path. In fact, he was also eliminating those who had the potential to rebel. Lin Ling did not want these people. Fortunately, there were not many such people, so Lin Ling was quite satisfied. "I know that some of you are nervous, but you've all passed my test. Next, each of you will receive an elixir and prepare to enter the Miasma Mountain. At that time, the devilish training will begin." Lin Ling said again, and then he sneered, "Perhaps you'll be glad that those rebels don't have to receive the devilish training. However, I can tell you that from this afternoon onwards, the entire Demon Cloud Mountain will be surrounded by miasma. Without the antidote elixir, death is certain. Since they've chosen to betray us, they have no right to enjoy the protection of the elixir." As soon as these words came out, a large number of whispers came from below. Not long ago, they were still envious of those who had escaped, thinking that they had escaped from the sea of suffering. Who knew that turning around and running away would lead to a dead end? This made them rejoice that they had persevered. "Sir, what's the devilish training? As long as Sir dares to say it, we will accept it. Someone yelled out from below. Many of them were looking forward to it. They dared to choose to stay because they had their own ambitions. They wanted to become a powerful soldier and become famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Cuckoo. Lin Ling let out a faint smile. This training is to test your mental fortitude. I can tell you that once you pass the devilish training, your future potential will be limitless. If you fail, you will become a cripple forever. Set off. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ling led the majestic army towards the southeast direction. The army traveled for a day and was safe and sound. There weren't any powerful demonic beasts blocking the way. It was the same for the second day, but from the third day onwards, many of them went crazy. Illusions appeared when they were sleeping, when they were eating, and even when they were marching. In the illusions, their loved ones were killed by the enemy, and their clans were massacred. Some of them had their loved ones humiliated to death by the enemy. Some of them had their parents dismembered by the enemy. Some of them had encountered the greatest torment in their lives, with broken limbs and unbearable pain. These were the illusions brought by the miasma. Lin Ling might have given elixirs to prevent the soldiers from being affected by the miasma, but it didn't prevent them from being affected by the illusions. From the third day onwards, the army camp was in complete chaos. Commander, it's not good. Something is wrong with everyone. Tian Xiaoman anxiously ran into Lin Ling's living quarters and spoke with concern. I know that it is about time for you to enter the illusions. These illusions start from the weak and start to the strong. The strongest person will face the illusions the last, but it will become increasingly terrifying. Lin Ling sat on the chair and let out a faint smile. Ah! Tian Xiaoman opened her mouth wide in disbelief. It seemed like the commander already knew about it. Pass down my orders. Stay true to your hearts. After this ordeal, you will all be reborn. Lin Ling shouted. Tian Xiaoman's eyes narrowed. She vaguely understood what was going on. The commander wanted to use the illusions to train the soldiers' hearts, turning them into a firm army of tigers and wolves. Yes. Tian Xiaoman walked out of the living quarters. After that, the army did not set off. Instead, they set up camp and slowly enjoyed the invasion of the illusions. However, after Lin Ling's word spread, many people's hearts became clear. They knew the purpose of this trip, so they were all resisting with all their might. Chapter 256. Back at the ancient land, Xiaoman, you are a jinx. After you were born, you caused the death of your grandmother, grandfather, and parents. Now, the whole village is under your control. Leave the village immediately, or the villagers will beat you to death. Xiaoman, you're a jinx. My parents are dead because of you. From now on, we're no longer friends. Ha, little beauty, I like your wild taste the most. Tonight, I will serve you well. Behind me, there are 3,000 people waiting. The nightmare began. Tian Xiaoman had no family in her life, no friends. She was alone since she was young. Everyone thought of her as a jinx. At that time, she wanted to have her own friends. She wanted to be like an ordinary child, to have a mother and father who loved her. Unfortunately, it was all wishful thinking. When she grew up, she was caught by a powerful enemy. 3,000 people were waiting in line to humiliate her. Such a painful life, she did not want to live anymore. She wanted to leave this dark world as soon as possible. Tian Xiaoman, remember, stay true to your heart. Only after you cross this big obstacle can you be reborn. However, when Tian Xiaoman was about to give up, a majestic voice sounded in her heart. It made Tian Xiaoman realize that she was in an illusion. Commander, thank you. Tian Xiaoman, will definitely be reborn. Not only her, when the entire camp was on the verge of collapse, the majestic voice would ring out, giving them the most crucial support. That voice was only one sentence, but it was also like a drop of sweet dew, but it was of great importance. I will definitely be able to survive. Come. Come, I will not run away from the things I do not want to see the most in my heart. I will change everything. In the camp, the atmosphere gradually changed. Invisible killing intent emerged from everyone's head and began to spread. It formed an invisible aura that was fighting against the illusion. Lin Ling's soul force was strong. After sensing the endless killing intent, he smiled faintly. However, he soon entered the illusion, and the illusion he encountered was stronger than the others. Time slowly passed. The atmosphere in the barracks changed even more. Many soldiers woke up and were no longer afraid of encountering illusions. Moreover, they knew in their hearts that the stronger they were, the more terrifying the illusions would be. If they were like this, then the illusions that the Lord Commander encountered were simply unimaginable. Most importantly, when the commander was facing his own illusion, he was still able to divert his attention to warn them. He was indeed worthy of being their leader. Illusory realm, interesting. Speaking of which, today's illusory realm didn't change at all. I'm about to doze off. You are indeed worthy of being called old dog. Amazing. You woke up in 3 days. I took 5 days. But you are right. If I don't encounter illusions for a day, I can't sleep. It's just that those illusions are a bit weak. That's because your killing intent has become stronger, the illusion can't affect you. However, I'm not that powerful either. If it weren't for the commander's timely strike, I might have collapsed as well. In the military camp, more and more people were no longer affected. On this day, Lin Ling walked out of the barracks. Upon seeing Lin Ling, many of the Nirvanic reborn people bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Excellency. That uniform shout shook the heavens. Now, they were truly convinced by Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling told them to go to hell, they would furrow their brows. Hee, everyone made it through. Your strength has increased quite a bit. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His soul force was strong and he was the first to walk out of the illusion. Although his strength didn't increase, his soul force had undergone another transformation and was even stronger. Reporting to the Lord Commander, your subordinate has reached the peak of the martial spirit realm. I'm about to break through to the earth spirit realm. Many of the soldiers shouted excitedly. Good, then tonight I'll reward everyone. Cook all the meat and drink all the good wine. Lin Ling laughed loudly. Good, long live the Lord Commander. Everyone cheered and became even more excited. Greetings to the Lord Commander. Xiaoman thanks the Lord. Tian Xiaoman came in front of Lin Ling and bowed. Her full breasts were exposed a little, revealing her alluring cleavage. However, she was grateful because at the most critical moment, Lin Ling reached out to help her. That's the result of your hard work. Do your best. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Tian Xiaoman stood up straight and the grateful smile on her face became even stronger. She looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes, no longer with the usual respect, but with a hint of worship. She suddenly smiled and said, since the Lord has taken out all the food, then eating and drinking will become a problem. Lin Ling shrugged and said calmly, no matter, I'll find a way. Moreover, everyone has hands and feet, so they can solve the problem of eating and drinking by themselves. Oh right, accompany me on a trip tomorrow. Yes. Yes, Lord. Yes. Tian Xiaoman nodded. The army still didn't move forward and stayed in the mountain range. After all, there were still some people with weak willpower who hadn't walked out of the illusion, so the others were waiting for them. The next day, Lin Ling looked at the map and then left with Tian Xiaoman. In this demon cloud mountain, the miasma and illusions have the greatest influence, but nothing else is affected. In fact, that's all there is to it. Right now, I want to go out of the demon cloud mountain to have a look, and I have to return to the barracks within 3 days, so you have to keep up with my speed. Rest assured, Lord, Shaoman will definitely follow you. The two increased their speed and passed through the mountain like agile leopards. This was the southern sea region. After passing through the Devil Cloud Mountain, they arrived at a small town. This is Mountain View Town of the 100,000 Mountains, a small town. There are several small sects nearby, namely Flying Snow Palace, Mad Blade Sect, and Ancient Face Sect. The one in charge of this area is Supreme City's City Lord. This person is Wang Hai Wang's faction. Tian Shaoman stopped at the top of a mountain and looked down at the small town. Long time no see, Mountain View Town, Ancient Face Sect. Lin Ling sighed. This was the place where he grew up. He sighed and said, let's go take a look at the small town. If there's a way to get some soldiers' pay, that would be even better. All right. Tian Shaoman nodded. Both of them leaped down from the top of the mountain and entered the small town like ordinary cultivators. This place was just like Lin Ling had seen in the past. It hadn't changed much, and the streets were filled with cultivators. It seemed like the changes in the times hadn't affected this place. Of course, that was normal. The strength of this place was too weak, so it was naturally unable to arouse the interest of the various powers of Ocean of Cloud City. Moreover, this place was quite isolated from the rest of the world, so the strife between the powers of Ocean of Cloud City hadn't really affected this place. However, the strong were still respected here. Oh, you're quite beautiful. Your skin is like wheat, and you're sexy like a leopard. Why don't you accompany me for a night? Chapter 257. Gu Yen Sect's people, Brother Liu, this girl's legs are very strong. If she clamps my waist, tsk, that kind of taste is not bad. The other youths were also lecherous. They were obviously attracted by Tian Shaoman's unique aura. Of course, it was not only them, but many people on the street were also attracted. It was just that they seemed to be afraid of those youths, so they did not dare to join in. Get out of the way. Yes. Tian Shaoman's face was indifferent. She did not show anger like other girls, but only disdain. After all, she was not an ordinary girl. Being able to command 50,000 soldiers, her temperament was naturally calm. What's more, with her strength, she did not put these people in her eyes. If it was in the past, she would have already killed them. But now, Lin Ling was by her side, and Lin Ling did not say anything, so she did not care too much. She was Lin Ling's subordinate, and her duty was to obey orders. Lin Ling looked at the youths with interest. Your clothes are very familiar. Are you Gu Yen Sect's disciples? Yes. Little brat, you have good eyesight. That girl is your servant, right? Hand her over to me. I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare your life. The young man with a face full of pimples looked at Lin Ling and sneered. When did Gu Yen Sect become so overbearing, daring to snatch a girl in broad daylight? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Back then, he was the one who decided the situation of the 100,000 mountain range. He was also the one who decided who should be the sect leader of the Ancient Face Sect. He did not expect that today, the Ancient Face Sect did not seem to have changed. Instead, it seemed to be more overbearing than before. Humph, you came from the countryside, don't you know? Humph, the young man with a face full of pimples laughed disdainfully. In 100,000 mountain range, Gu Yen Sect is the father of the heavens, snatching a girl. If you make me unhappy, killing your whole family is not a problem. Humph, what great courage. I want to ask your sect leader, what did he promise me? Lin Ling's face also turned cold. When Imo Jingtian abdicated and a new sect leader took over, they agreed to make Gu Yen sect more humane. Who knew that the new sect leader would deceive him? Junior brothers, did I hear wrong? He said that the sect leader had agreed to his request. Did he think of himself as a green onion? What a joke. The sect master of Gu Yen sect is like the sky in the 100,000 great mountains. He has this opportunity to know the sect master? You really don't know how to brag. The young men were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. The surrounding onlookers also burst into laughter. The current sect leader of the ancient Yen sect was equivalent to an emperor. Not to mention that young man, even the strongest cultivator of Mountain View Town would not dare to slight the sect leader of the ancient Yen sect. But now, this young man actually used a tone of condemnation to question the sect leader of the ancient Yen sect. This was simply overestimating his own capabilities. Kill him. Lin Ling sighed softly and waved his hand. He was too lazy to speak with these clowns. He was interested in meeting the sect leader. Kill me. You must be dreaming. The young man with a face full of pimples laughed mockingly. However, just as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed over. With a plop, his head fell to the ground. Ah! You killed Elder Shang Yun's son. Ah! You're in big trouble. The young men at the side were stunned and immediately cried out in fear. They completely did not know that in the blink of an eye, the young man with a face full of pimples had died in front of them. You should take care of yourself first. Lin Ling said indifferently and then strode forward. Tian Xiaoman behind him naturally knew what to do. With a wave of her right hand, a tyrannical spirit energy erupted and dealt with those young men in a few breaths of time. With her strength, perhaps she could not be ranked in Cloud Sea City, but she did not care about a rural place like Mountain View Town. The street was silent. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They felt that something big was about to happen. The son of Elder Shang Yun of the ancient Yen sect was killed in Mountain View Town. This was simply going to incur the wrath of the ancient Yen sect. That young man and woman were dead for sure. In just a few breaths of time, the people on the street had distanced themselves from Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman, deeply afraid of being implicated. However, Lin Ling was indifferent and continued to walk forward calmly. As for Tian Xiaoman, she kept following Lin Ling and revealed a disdainful smile towards the whispers in the surroundings. Ancient Yen sect. Was it very powerful? Not to mention Lord's army of tigers and wolves, even she could deal with it alone. These frogs at the bottom of a well. Lin Ling brought Tian Xiaoman along as he strolled, searching for memories of the past in Mountain View Town. The two of them were carefree, but huge waves surged in Mountain View Town. What? The son of Elder Shang Yun of the ancient Yen sect was killed. Heavens! Who is so bold? They're dead for sure, they're dead for sure. I'm afraid we'll be implicated as well. That person who dared to provoke the ancient Yen sect must have fled. You don't have to worry about that. That murderer did not leave, so the ancient Yen sect will not vent their anger on us. The murderer is currently strolling through the streets. The streets and alleys were filled with discussions, and the entire Mountain View Town was in an uproar. What made them speechless was that after the young man killed someone, he still had the mood to stroll through the streets. Young master, you'd better leave quickly. The ancient Yen sect is not something you can provoke. Lin Ling was eating in a restaurant, and the restaurant owner advised him softly. Lin Ling poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, then smiled faintly and said, Ancient Yen sect. Back then, I decided who their sect master would belong to. Now, I can also decide their existence. Young master, you. The restaurant owner was completely speechless. Was this little guy sick? Even at this time, he was still bragging. Sigh, forget it. I've already advised him. Let him pay the price of bragging. Beside Lin Ling, Tian Xiaoman looked at the restaurant owner as if she was looking at an idiot. Then, she was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued eating. Who killed my son? Get out here. At this time, a loud shout rang out in the sky above Mountain View Town, shocking everyone to the point that their ears hurt. Everyone in Mountain View Town was terrified. They're here, the ancient Yen sect is here. A large group of people wearing the ancient Yen sect's long robes, led by an old man, walked towards Lin Ling. Moreover, when they heard that the person who killed the son of the ancient Yen sect's elder did not run away, they were even eating and drinking in Mountain View Town. This made them even angrier. Since a few years ago, when the young man from the Fire Ancient clan decided the strongest sect in the 100,000 Mountains, the ancient Yen sect was the undisputed #1 sect in the 100,000 Mountains. If they told people to go east, no one would dare to go west. If they told people to kneel, no one would dare to stand. They had supreme authority. Young master, you're on your own now. In the restaurant owner smiled bitterly and then fled. Everyone else also fled, leaving only Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman in the restaurant. Everyone was watching from afar. When they saw the two of them still eating and drinking casually, they were speechless. Were the two of them scared out of their wits? Surround this place. After a large number of people from the ancient Yen sect arrived, they surrounded the restaurant. An old man looked coldly at the restaurant and shouted, "Who killed my son? Get out here." Chapter 258. Old friends meet, you can't even have a quiet meal. You're really courting death. A calm voice resounded from the restaurant, causing everyone to stare at him. That young master is still thinking about eating at a time like this. Everyone was speechless. Fine. You think there's no one left in my ancient face sect? No matter what your background is or where you're from, you're going to die here today. Attack! The old man was furious and waved his hand. That young man had killed his son, and that wasn't a big deal. Now that he'd personally come to capture the culprit, the young man was still acting so fearlessly. That was simply a slap to the ancient face sect's face. Xiaoman, I'll give you 15 minutes to deal with them. Right at that moment, a calm voice resounded from the restaurant. Swish! A silhouette shot out. It was a girl with wheat-colored skin. She had an exquisite figure and was brimming with wildness and charm. It made people secretly drool. Some were envious of that young man. However, many people rejoiced in his misfortune. Could it be that this girl alone wanted to stop Gu Yen sect? Kill! The old man spoke coldly, and a large number of ancient face sect disciples charged towards Tian Xiaoman. Who was Tian Xiaoman? She was a soldier, so it was naturally easy for her to kill decisively. Her slender legs stomped on the ground, and her figure transformed into a shapeless figure that shot into the midst of those disciples. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds resounded as those disciples were all killed. With their strength, how could they possibly resist the experts from Cloud Ocean City? So strong. The crowd was shocked. A woman who's only a little over 20 has actually attained the peak of the martial spirit realm. How formidable. The elder from Ancient Face sect was shocked as well. That woman's strength was actually on par with his, and her natural talent seemed to be even greater than his. A single woman had swept away all the members of Ancient Face sect. It was difficult to imagine how strong that young man who was still in the restaurant was. At that moment, the elder from Ancient Face sect felt like he'd bitten off more than he could chew. After that, his expression changed drastically as he watched the woman charge towards him. Wait. I'm an elder of Ancient Face sect. I know. Tian Xiaoman spoke coldly. You can't touch me, or you'll suffer the wrath of the entire Ancient Face sect. The elder shouted again. Is the Ancient Face sect that great? Tian Xiaoman smiled disdainfully. She did not put him in her eyes at all. With a wave of her right hand, a powerful spiritual chi burst out and severed the elder's lower limbs. Whether we live or die depends on you, Commander. After she was done, Tian Xiaoman stretched lazily and walked back to the restaurant like a lazy kitten. Her posture was very seductive, but no one dared to think too much about it. That was a rose with thorns. Very slow. Looks like you have to train more. However, at this moment, the dissatisfied voice of the young man came from the restaurant, causing everyone to stare. One person defeated dozens of people, including an elder from the Guyan sect, and this was still considered slow. For a moment, the entire Mountain View town fell silent. After a long time, Lin Ling walked out of the restaurant and walked step by step toward the elder from the Guyan sect. He then looked at the elder condescendingly and said, "The Guyan sect has disappointed me. What do you want? The Guyan sect is not something you can mess with. Let me tell you, the Guyan sect is backed by a young master from the Fire Ancient clan. If you dare to touch me, the Fire Ancient clan will not let you go." The elder from the Guyan sect said coldly. He seemed to have found something to rely on. Lin Ling listened quietly and could not help but shake his head and smile hopelessly. A young master from the Fire Ancient clan. He did not expect that after a few years, the Guyan sect still regarded him as their protector. At the same time, they used his name to show off in the 100,000 mountains. Back then, when he handed over the position of sect master to Zhuo Lin, he had already reminded him that he did not want to see the Guyan sect follow the law of the jungle. At that time, Zhuo Lin agreed very quickly. However, who knew that it was just a verbal promise? Now, not only did the sect not change its style, but it became even worse. "Your Excellency, you are very bold. You dare to touch the people of the Guyan sect in the 100,000 mountains." At this moment, a cold shout was heard, and a large number of people came over aggressively. "The sect master of the Guyan sect is here. This time, the trouble is getting bigger and bigger." The crowd looked at the people coming from afar and were all shocked. "Ah, boy, if you beg for mercy now, you might still be able to leave alive. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." On the ground, the elder from the Guyan sect laughed coldly. His laughter carried a strong sense of threat. Bang! Lin Ling stepped on the elder's face and said, "Shut up." Then, his eyes revealed a look of curiosity as he quietly waited for the arrival of the people in the distance. "How dare you? You know that he is an elder of the Guyan sect and you dare to be rude." A young man shouted first. Behind him was a scholarly middle-aged man who was looking coldly at Lin Ling. This person was Zhuo Lin. Back then, Lin Ling had passed the position of sect master to him and asked Imo Jingtian to withdraw from the Guyan sect. "Who do you think you are to be qualified to talk to my commander?" Tian Xiaoman suddenly shouted angrily. The young man's eyes flashed slightly. He was the youngest elder of the Guyan sect and had an illustrious reputation in the 100,000 mountains. However, after hearing Tian Xiaoman's words, he was not angry. Instead, he looked at Tian Xiaoman with a burning gaze. "Your aptitude is not bad. You can be my disciple," the young man said indifferently. He had taken a liking to Tian Xiaoman. This woman was wild and charming, extremely attractive. Ha! Lin Ling could not help but laugh. He was more and more disappointed in the Guyan sect. At this time, the young man was still thinking about beauty. "You are not qualified to touch my people. You are not even allowed to think about it." Lin Ling waved his right hand and a flame shot out towards the young man. No one expected that the young man would still dare to make a move when the sect master of the Guyan sect was here. It was outrageous. Insignificant skill. "After I kill you, your people will also become my disciple." The young man smiled disdainfully. He did not put Lin Ling's attack in his eyes. Qian Lin, be careful. Zhuo Lin was the same. However, when the flame came closer, he felt a terrifying force enveloping him. His face suddenly changed. Unfortunately, it was too late. That was the 9 underworld's heavenly flame of the grand concept of fire. Once it touched the young man, he was instantly burned into nothing. How terrifying! This young man is stronger than that woman. The crowd gasped. A dignified elder of the Gu Yen sect could not withstand a single move. Who the hell are you? Zhuo Lin's face turned ugly as he stared coldly at Lin Ling. He did not know why, but Lin Ling gave him a sense of familiarity. However, he had been in contact with too many people in the past few years, so he could not remember who he was. The people behind him seemed to know that Lin Ling was not ordinary. One of them said indifferently, "The Gu Yen sect is backed by the powerful Fire Ancient clan. Your Excellency should consider whether to oppose the Gu Yen sect." Lin Ling was indifferent. He looked at Zhuo Lin with his cold eyes. Zhuo Lin was still staring at Lin Ling, but his face gradually changed. He seemed to recognize Lin Ling. "Are you the young master of the Lin family?" Chapter 259. It's so quiet here. All those years ago, the young master of the Lin clan, Lin Ling, was the ancient face sect's backer, and the Fire Ancient clan from Ocean of Clouds City stood behind him. Was this young man the young master of the Lin family? They used the young master of the Lin family as their backer to flaunt their prowess. However, this kind of tyrannical behavior was used on the young master of the Lin family today. This made people extremely speechless. Great people often forget things. It took you so long to recognize me. Lin Ling shook his head. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, that young man had admitted it himself. Greetings, young master. Zhuo Lin's expression changed drastically, and then he bowed respectfully. If it weren't for Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been qualified to be the sect master of the Ancient Face sect. Moreover, he knew that everyone from the Fire Ancient clan was extremely powerful. No need for pleasantries. I just want to ask you, do you remember the promise you made back then? Lin Ling said coldly. Zhuo Lin suddenly smiled bitterly. Ever since Lin Ling left, he could still keep his promise and treat everyone equally. However, as Gu Yen sect grew stronger and stronger, he gradually forgot about his promise and enjoyed the feeling of being above others. This led to the current Gu Yen sect being arrogant and domineering. It seems that you still remember. That year, I said that I didn't want Gu Yen sect to become a foul atmosphere, didn't want to be too tyrannical, didn't want to be fickle and warm, but you didn't do any of that. Now, your hand has reached out to Mountain View Town, even worse than Mo Jingtian in the past. Lin Ling's face was extremely cold. Wait, young Master Lin, let me explain. Zhuo Lin said anxiously. His attitude was completely different from his arrogant attitude at the beginning, which shocked the people around him. At the same time, they also felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Zhuo Lin, who used to be tyrannical, finally had a day like this. There's no need to explain. I've said it before. Those who break their promises, die. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Zhuo Lin's eyes to widen, feeling extremely unwilling in his heart. No matter what you do, as long as you make a mistake and violate the rules, then you should be punished. This is a principle that cannot be changed by heaven and earth. Do you want me to make a move, or do you want to end your own life? Let me give you a piece of advice. If I take action, Gu Yen sect will cease to exist. Lin Ling's entire body was covered in flames. That shocking aura caused the surrounding people's faces to change drastically. Only now did they realize that this young man's strength was really strong. He was even more terrifying than the girl from before. Earth Spirit Realm. Zhuo Lin's expression also changed as he carefully sensed that Lin Ling's flames were even more terrifying than he'd imagined. It was likely that there would be few in the Earth Spirit Realm who would be his match. He couldn't help but sigh. Back then, Lin Ling was backed by the Fire Ancient clan. In reality, he only valued the Fire Ancient clan and didn't think much of Lin Ling. However, who would have known that a genius was a genius? That world wasn't something he could understand. In just a few short years, Lin Ling's strength had already surpassed his. I'll deal with it myself. Gu Yan's sect still has my friends, I don't want to implicate them. Zhuo Lin seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. In front of powerful strength, he had no ability to resist at all. Lin Ling nodded, but he didn't sympathize because he knew that because of Zhuo Lin's tyrannical behavior, countless people had died in his hands. He said faintly, "Do you regret it?" Zhuo Lin smiled bitterly. "If I had a choice, would have stuck to my original promise. Unfortunately, my temperament isn't firm enough." As soon as he finished speaking, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he slowly fell down. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, then left with Tian Xiaoman. Zhuo Lin's death was his own fault. Now that he was dead, he could be considered to have given the 100,000 mountains an explanation so that more cultivators wouldn't be bullied. Watching Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman leave, Mountain View Town was silent. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the 100,000 mountains would undergo such a drastic change because of that young man. However, they were still very grateful to that young man. At least he had returned peace to the 100,000 mountains. After Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman left, they continued on their way. Their destination this time was Supreme City. Young Master, the City Lord of Supreme City is an Earth Spirit Realm expert and also a subordinate of King Wang Hai. How do we get the army's pay? Tian Xiaoman asked as they walked. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course we borrow." "Of course." "Borrow?" "Of course." Tian Xiaoman blinked. Was it so easy to borrow? They probably wouldn't be willing to lend. However, she had always believed in Lin Ling's words, so she knew that the commander would definitely have a way. "Oh, the army's training is probably over. Let them come to Supreme City. It's time for them to rest for a few days," Lin Ling said while stroking his chin. The two walked in the mountains and soon appeared on a yellow road. This place could be considered prosperous. There were people walking on the yellow road from time to time. Some were driving carriages, some were driving water buffaloes. It had an ancient feel, different from the prosperity of Cloud Sea City. On the other hand, Lin Ling's aura had disappeared. He was like an ordinary youth, chatting and laughing with the passers-by, and occasionally helping some old people drive carriages. Through these people, Lin Ling also knew that the City Lord of Supreme City, Huang Tian, wasn't a good person. He bullied others and was simply a local tyrant. As expected, many people were secretly making a fortune with the changes of the times. Lin Ling laughed coldly in his heart and continued forward. Before long, dust filled the air behind the yellow road as a large group of carriages approached from afar. "Fuck off, the City Lord is returning to the city. Those who block the road will die." Roar! A loud shout sounded, causing the passers-by on the yellow road to be shocked, and then they all made way. Lin Ling looked at the group of carriages behind him, his eyes shining brightly. He said indifferently, "Stop him." "Yes." Tian Xiaoman nodded and moved, appearing in the middle of the yellow road. A powerful aura erupted. "Who dares to block the City Lord's carriage?" Roar! Tian Xiaoman said indifferently, "Duke Duan's subordinate, Commander Lin is here." Roar! "Wait. Calm." A calm voice sounded from the group of carriages, causing the carriages to stop. Then, a middle-aged man who was as fat as a ball walked down from the luxurious carriage. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was looking for something. "City Lord Huang, you're looking for me, right?" "Yes." At this moment, Lin Ling's smiling voice sounded as he looked indifferently at the city lord. Huang Tian was also quietly looking at Lin Ling. The other party was Duke Duan's subordinate, Commander Lin. Who was Commander Lin? He didn't seem to have heard of this name. Moreover, this was a remote area. What was Commander Lin doing here? Because he didn't know the other party's background and purpose, Huang Tian was extremely polite. Most importantly, he sensed that the young man's cultivation realm wasn't low. He seemed to have reached the Earth Spirit realm. Although he was also at the Earth Spirit realm, his strength had long fallen after living like a prince for so many years. I'm Huang Tian. What business does Commander Lin have here?" Huang Tian cupped his hands politely. "No, I have nothing to do, so I'm just strolling around." "All right." Lin Ling smiled indifferently, causing Huang Tian to relax a little. Some powerful cultivators would sometimes wander around to relax, so this was very normal.